Sachsenring poles as he chases a 10th Sachsenring victory tomorrow afternoon. The first step on his road to that will be this Q2 session. What we saw in qualifying one, Pekka Bagnaia has ensured that the factory Takaki team have full representation in this Q2 session.
Well, that fan cancelled all my plans to meet Mark here at the Grand Prix of Germany. Well, whatever plans you had, I hope you are going to get your wish. You are going to bump into the 7 times MotoGP World Champion. Closest competition behind Mark in practice yesterday was Raul Fernandez, fresh off the back of his superb little podium in Assen. He's going to be a big podium threat again here this weekend, isn't he? The Spanish rider Fabio Gian Antonio, almost a permanent fixture on Fridays inside the top 3, isn't it? He was third yesterday. He still remains the top Ducati rider in the World Championship classification. Alex Marquez is 4th fastest. Alex looking in great form so far on Sprint Saturday. He was top dog in FP2 this morning and still searching for that sweet spot on the factory Aprilia. Not just here in the Sachsenring, which has been the case for our team, but pretty much throughout the whole of 2026. It's quite remarkable, really. It just shows how many plot twists there have been so far this year, where still hasn't really feel like he's getting the best out of that Aprilia beneath him right now. Jorge Martin, you'd have to 10 Grand Prix. He's the leader of the World Championship by 7 points over his teammate Marco Bezzecchi.
In practice 2 earlier on, didn't exactly give huge signs of Jorge Martin rocketing up the order in this qualifying session after what he admitted was a pretty tough Friday for him, with 8th yesterday, 9th in free practice 2 earlier on this morning. The session was topped by Alex Marquez. But without question, it is the elder Marquez who starts this Q2 session as the red hot favourite for Sachsenring pole.
Here we go then, folks. This is our last qualifying session before the summer break. He was going to have the honour of the accolade of pole here in Germany. I think a nice new shiny Tissot watch to boot as well. These are nigh on perfect conditions. Tuco Racing shows how much the Sachsenring has transformed since we first came here in 1998, where all those trucks are parked. That was where the media centre was back on our first visit here in 98, inside what was a very large marquee. Now, of course, so many permanent pictures around this slight entrance layout, the shortest track on the Grand Prix calendar. That's certainly not sure the drama in this Q2 session, and the 15-lap sprint coming up later on this afternoon. Ducati have taken the last 5 pole positions here. They've so far undefeated in our 3 sprints that have taken place here in Germany. Happy to let everybody else get on with business, get on with work in the early part of this Q2 session. Is our Aston winner, Ayagura. 25 points he scored in that Grand Prix of the Netherlands on Sunday. 25 points, he sits behind Martin at the top of the World Championship without any shadow of a doubt. The 25-year-old Japanese rising star is a title contender this year.
Someone told you've got to get to work, you've got a qualifying session to fight for and a front row to fight for. He was looking for a 3rd consecutive front row. Back in the out, 2nd last weekend. His expectations not particularly high, but this is Ayagura. We're talking about a special young talent.
It would be some story if Ayagura did leave the Sachsenring Grand Prix leading the World Championship, because a Japanese rider has not led MotoGP in 51 long years. Since Hideo Kanaya led the standings back in 1975, after which Grand Prix? The German Grand Prix at Hockenheim. Ayagura pull off a big shot to lead the standings going into the summer break. Here is then Marc Marquez. So often when we've seen him in the Q2 sessions here in the Sachsenring, there has been a kind of air of inevitability about what is to come. He's had pole positions galore here, wins galore here around what is arguably his most favourite circuit on the entire Grand Prix calendar. Anything that's anti-clockwise, anything that's predominantly dominated by left-hand corners, or you only have to look at one rider, it's the 93 to expect him to deliver more success.
He's around about on target for what he did yesterday. 3.94, the best lap time Marc Marquez did yesterday. He's going to match it or maybe a fraction behind it. Let's get him over the line. It's a 19.5 for the reigning world champion. Fastest lap of the day so far, but it's going to take faster than that to take pole position.
A 19.394 was Mark's best pace yesterday, Friday afternoon. That is the best time of the weekend so far. Still the all-time lap record holder here in the Sachsenring is the Gian Antonio, who's put himself in prime position for pole position. Already a couple of poles so far this year from Figure on our South and North America swing in Brazil and in Austin early on this season. Of course, for his fifth front row start of the campaign. Marco Bezzecchi straight away into the night. Oh! Well, that is the last thing that he needed. That's another nightmare for poor old Marco Bezzecchi, who is having the toughest period of his Grand Prix career right now. We were just saying that he got up in the third place, provisional front row, and he has another big hindsight. Fourth gear, downhill through turn 7, multiple barrel rolls once again for Marco Bezzecchi. Your heart goes out to the Italian at the moment. Battered, booted and bruised after his 200km/h crash on lap 2 of the Grand Prix of the Netherlands in Assen, 13 days ago now, and it's another monster crash for Bezzecchi.
1:19.2 for Raul Fernandez. That is now the fastest lap time of the weekend. So some good news at least for Aprilia. No crash this weekend would have been good news for Marco Bezzecchi, but certainly not there. He is just now getting up onto his knees. Surely that's his qualifying session over at the very least, and that will surely put some big questions as to whether Bezzecchi continues in the weekend.
Oh, well, look at that. It was sliding, and then it gripped. He'd have almost known what was coming there. He'd have had his heart and his mouth. Let's have a listen to this one, because this is scary. For a motor about 170 kilometres an hour. I mean, that's just a horrible sight, a sight that we didn't want to see. The good news is Marco Bezzecchi was fully conscious throughout. He just needed time to just try and catch his breath, try and compose himself. And he said yesterday there's not really a millimetre of his body that's not suffering with some kind of pain. Back in the session, those riders that are still upright and attacking the pole position, Raul Fernandez, 1:19.262, cracking lap by the number 25, is exactly a quarter of Fabio Gian Antonio.
Whether the yellow flags hadn't come out yet for Raul Fernandez when he came past Bezzecchi, he was behind him on the racetrack when he did that 1:19. Here's Alex Marquez, who clearly did catch the yellows because he has not set a lap time so far. We've got Alex Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia, who of course came through Q1, yet to register a lap time. Alex Marquez is about to, and it's likely to put him on the front row of the grid.
Never had a pole position in MotoGP, has he? You've got to go all the way back through the Algarve Grand Prix in Portimao back in 2021. 5 years ago, the last time Raul Fernandez topped the QQ section. It has been coming. He led FP1 yesterday morning for the first time in his MotoGP career, and he's just in that purple patch right now. He's been living with confidence. Raul Fernandez, as Alex Marquez looked a little bit frustrated there as he running hot into the first corner. So Marc Marquez for the moment off the front row in P4.
One of the Alex Marquez was actually just signaling to Ibura, who was also Raul Fernandez, so he was leading the pit lane just to go ahead of him, and he was rolling out of his lap. He'll show that heading back into the pits now. Marc Marquez then calling it 4, perhaps an early sort of cautious banker riding within himself on that first run for Marc Marquez on a 1:19.5 as he has a big moment as he goes over the cracks and starts to plunge downhill through that turn 7. You can still see the trail and the marks in the gravel track that Marco Bezzecchi has left behind as Marc Marquez looks to inflict further punishment on it.
Marc Marquez knows what it's like to have a bruising high side at turn 7. They know exactly how Marco Bezzecchi's been right now because he was there in 2023 on the factory Honda in the normal session. He launched himself to the moon. He was clutched number 5 of that weekend, and that was the tipping point. That was where Marc Marquez said, my brain and body can't take any more of this. That's where he was starting to think about working his way out of that final year of his HRC contract. He's just going to be giving us a push mark onto the front row of the grid. We track the world champion out of the final corner. It is indeed. Finds himself up into P2, 119.351. The gap now to Fernandez just in the 900ths.
And we know that final sector is a real ace up Marc Marquez's sleeve. And of course, such a short lap around this Sachsenring circuit, a minute 19 seconds. There is the potential for 3 runs in this Q2 session if Marc Marquez wants it. I'm sure Marco Bezzecchi, well, I was about to say, I'm sure he'll get back to the pits. He is now back, but given that he's currently 5th on a 1:19.6, surely it makes absolutely no sense to send Marco back out onto the racetrack.
Just not believe after the fairy tale, the dream win in Magellan in front of his home crowd at that Italian Grand Prix, apparently completely unravelled. How it's gone so south for poor Marco Bezzecchi, who just desperately needs the summer break right now. Jack with a good start. It's just told us that Marc Marquez on a 2-stop strategy here. Marc Marquez, who's the pioneer of the 3-time attacks, wasn't he? Back in his Honda days. You've got the time here, haven't you? It's a very, very short, what's the choice? Second Grand Prix calendar within, 79-second lap. So this is the place that we are going to do a 2-stopper as Ralph Fernandez. Well, he's already occupying provisional pole position. So the last thing he needs to be doing is setting himself hurtling into the gravel trap at turn 8.
So he really kicked out on Ralph Fernandez there through turn 8. Managed to scoop it up and keep himself on the racetrack to pick up the VR46 Ducati. Antonio leading, more with Evan both going very, very quickly. Hitchner looking to try and reclaim pole position.
He is the fastest ever rider around the Sachsenring. It's Fabio Antonio. This would not be a surprise at all if he was able to ping himself onto that front row and onto pole position. Back in 4th place. Rubber line, Goodyear goes. It's P1. Once again, a 119.188. Still a smidgen outside of his all-time lap record set here on Friday last year. You can see what it means to Pablo Nieto as Fabio Antonio then on course for what would be his 3rd pole position of the campaign.
Fernandez also looks like he's doing a 2-stopper. He's getting back out of the racetrack again for his final run. Bagnaia still down in 9th place. Caught via qualifying 1, so we'll see more from him in the latter stages. Still 5 minutes remaining, and still an awful lot of fast laps can be crammed into 5 minutes here in the Sachsenring.
Antonio, you can just see how much he's stripped away from his teammate Morbidelli. Morbidelli actually is doing a pretty good job. You use video as a reference ahead of him to get himself up into 5th place. That's some damage limitation exercise by Morbidelli. Just remind you, after he was working capable of costing yesterday, he does have an incoming 3-place grid time for the Grand Prix tomorrow. So 5th down to 8th would be the damage for Frankie. Aguirre in the charge once again. This could be tight. Aguirre, if he carries this lap through, will be on the front row.
Yes, and if Bezzecchi relegated to 6th, he would still, as it stands, start 5th for tomorrow's Grand Prix. That penalty Morbidelli does not take effect in the sprint later on, so if he does qualify 5th, he would start the sprint from there. What kind of 3rd sector of Aguirre had? Not bad at all, is it? So close up in amongst that top 3 or 4, but as it stands, Aguirre is going to be on the cusp of the front row.
Well, super far track house at the moment. I love the super times, aren't they? Only the 2nd team in history to go through a weekend with a sprint 1-2 and a Grand Prix 1-2 last time out. Ineos Aguirre, that's brilliant. Both the Trackhouse and Blizzard are on the front row of the grid. Marc Marquez then back down into 4th place on that 2nd row with Bill Alex and Morbidelli. Not seen much from Marc as a pole threat so far, but we know that threat's incoming. The track is now through turn 3. And now it's just left. A little bit like my golf game, if we're being honest now, as Marc Marquez has already nailed that first split.
Not the only one. Fabio Quartararo remains also second place for 1st sector. Ralph Fernandez is also improving himself. Personal best in the 1st sector for him as he chases Gian Antonio, but Marc Marquez through the 2nd sector, continuing to find time. Is he about to snatch away not only pole position but a lap record?
Well, he's had 76 MotoGP poles in the past, a whole chunk of them have come right here in the Sachsenring. He wants another one, doesn't he? He wants to make sure that he's got a clear tarmac ahead of him on that run down, the short run down to a very, very tight and tricky first corner here in the Sachsenring. You see so much drama there. I'm told how many down the ears. This is a straight shootout, it looks like, between Marc Marquez and Ralph Fernandez, potentially to be bumping into Gian Antonio out of pole. Over we go, of course. Marquez is now back as the fastest rider in history around the Sachsenring. He's done it once again. He finds something super special here at the Grand Prix of Germany. A 1:19.041 has that secured Marc Marquez his 77th MotoGP pole position. Certainly, for the time being, secured him the accolade of being the fastest rider in history here at the Sachsenring.
Next Marquez blazing now on the front row of the grid. What a lap that is from the younger Marquez. He takes second on a 19.1. Fernandez also found a 19.1, but that's only good enough for fourth. Quartararo also in the midst of all of that has gone on to the second row on the Prix Yamaha with a 19.383. He takes sixth place. That's Fox Batsecki and Martin now set to 8th and 9th.
Anything the affiliates can do, Ducati saying, well, we can do better. It was about a minute ago that two Achilles were on the front row with Fernandez and Aguilera, and now we are facing potentially an all Ducati lockout of the front row of the grid. Pedro Acosta, the lone warrior for KTM in this session, he's down in 10th place. He's doing very respectable sort of mid to high 119s as Acosta at the moment, fourth row of the grid.
In the pit, so he won't improve on P11, so he got himself out of qualifying at 1, but didn't get himself very far from there. Pedro Acosta, 1 place ahead of him in 10th place, potentially looking to lift himself off the fourth row of the grid. Martin signalling there with his right foot, but he's getting out of the way, but Acosta is very keen forward to get out of the way.
Two front row starts so far this year for Jorge Martin, the world champion leader. Doesn't look like he's going to be anywhere near the front row in this session. So Pedro Acosta, superb in the first sector. He's been perfect with a bit of turning a lack of confidence on that KTM so far this weekend. So if you base your judgment on the first sector, you'd be thinking, well, he's got a real crack at the front row here. Acosta, but he's going to be nowhere near it, is he? Could be a PB lap time. This could be at least moving up onto the third row of the grid. Could be 9th here for Acosta. We'll track him then up the hill out of turn 13 he goes. Watch the rear eye, how the bus can low that KTM. So do I. No improvements. So Acosta then, he has got this lap if he needs it. Or it looks like he's backed out of it, doesn't it? So Acosta, at best, will be 10th.
Jorge Martin will be 9th. He pulls into the pitch with 5 seconds remaining, so a bit of a miserable qualifying session that for the Factory Aprilia team. They will each move up a place on the grid tomorrow, with Morbidelli's 3-place grid penalty. That'll shunt him back to 10th. So the third row tomorrow will be Batsecki, Martin and Pedro Acosta. But the Factory Aprilia team, Martin still showing no signs of improvements. The World Championship leader this weekend, still qualified by Batsecki with that one lap prior to the turn 7 high side.
7th time in 11 Grand Prix this year. Martin's going to be third row or lower. Of course, Statlis is roaring on. He weapon, wasn't it, when he was a Ducati rider? He was always able to deliver that explosive one lap when he really needed it. One for Colson in Moto3, a whole bunch of Moto2 poles as well. Going to win his MotoGP career as well. His last time out in Assen was the 23rd. But once again, did anybody really doubt it? Did anybody think that Marquez was not going to take back-to-back pole positions here at the Sachsenring? He does so with a new all-time lap record. A great morning for the Marquez brothers, with Alex slotting himself into second. It is an all Ducati front row. It is a 6th consecutive pole position here for the Bologna factory. They go in search of protecting their undefeated sprint record here at the Sachsenring. They have locked out the last 3 Grand Prix podiums here as well. In a statement session that from the Ducatis, because it looked like at one point Ralph Fernandez and Aguilera were going to pose big threats for the front row. But it wasn't easy, it never is in MotoGP. It wasn't without its moments, without its scares, but when all said and done, it is pole position number 77 in MotoGP for Marc Marquez, pole position number 105 in his Grand Prix career.
Yeah, using all the tools at his disposal, the two-stop strategy, using both bikes, using plenty of tyres, and he got the job done. Marc Marquez on pole position of the Sachsenring, isn't he always? His crew chief, Marco Rigamonti, speaking live to Jack.
Yeah, brilliant job from Marc Marquez, but tactically brilliant as well. The two-stop strategy, Marquez. Whose idea was that, and how brilliantly is to be executed?
Yeah, because here they are trying to
it shows no that system attack. We have the front, we have new tires, front and rear, and so we did. Track is good. It was very good.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Marco Rigamonti. The two previous times that Marc Marquez this year has qualified on pole position, he has gone on to win the sprint. He won the sprint from pole in Jerez. He won the sprint from pole at Balaton Park in Hungary most recently. Hungary, of course, a bit of exploit to complete yet another treble. Pole position, sprint win, and Grand Prix win. That's a third of the job completed here as he looks to complete that hat-trick once again here at the Sachsenring. Yeah, just a clench fist there to his crew chief, Marco Rigamonti, who just spoke briefly to Jack. So often he gets the tactics spot on. So often he's one step ahead of the game, both on and off the track, isn't he, Marc Marquez? Well, they were first and second in the Grand Prix here last year, weren't they? And they're first and second on the grid in 2026. Marc from Alex Marquez.
Ducati front row, second row it's Aprilia, Yamaha, Fernandez, Agura, and the stunning Fabio Quartararo via qualifying 1 to 6th place on the grid. Morbidelli will be 7th on the grid for the sprint, ahead of Bezzecchi and Martin. There's some hijinks and banter between the brothers, Marc and Alex, who start together on the front row of the grid. Well, without question, Ducati, and in particular, the reigning champion, Marc Marquez, cranking up the heat still further on Aprilia this morning.
And the third time this year, Quartararo is going to be starting on the second row of the grid. First time since he was 6th in front of his home crowd in Le Mans. Fabio Di Gianantonio then, on the front row of the grid, but no longer with the proud distinction of being the fastest rider ever around the Sachsenring. That title taken away from him by Marc Marquez. Is there another strong qualifying performance by Digia, leading the Aprilia charge, as he did so in the sprint 2 weeks ago in Assen, which he eventually won, is Trackhouse's Ralph Fernandez. The two Trackhouse riders alongside each other on that second row of the grid. Before Marco Bezzecchi got another massive crash by Four-Bears, and a 200km/h crash. 50 in Assen came out of the Grand Prix. Fourth gear, 170km/h crash today at turn 7 in that Q2 session. As I think Fabio Di Gianantonio says, thank you very much, mate. You've run me pole position. You've taken the all-time lap record away as well as Marco Bezzecchi. Well, all we can say is let's hope that there's been no kind of serious injury. We saw him holding his arm, his wrist, when he came to the factory Aprilia truck straight away on the phone. Potentially back to the Piaggio group is Aprilia Racing CEO Massimo Rivola on the phone because of this blow. The rear braking traction, braking grip on throttle down through turn 7, a massive slide, and then hard to the mouth of Bezzecchi because as soon as that Michelin rear tyre gripped, well, it was just a long for the ride.
Two impacts on his left arm. First there when he landed, and then when he hit the lip of the gravel on his left side as well. So he will be feeling very, very sore. And of course, so much of this Sachsenring circuit is spent turning left.
You could just see how long that big black line was. As this is where he came back then on the back of the scooter. Straight away there since Brad Vito, Paolo Bonora with very concerned expressions on their faces. Oh, you just can't believe how it's gone so wrong for Marco Bezzecchi since Mugello. I mean, one of the best days of not just his career, but of his life. Fabio Di Gianantonio then completes, say, the Ducati lookout at the front row. He's third here in Q2. Let's get his thoughts for Jack.
Fabio, top job. We know how important it is to be on the front row and just how tough the qualifying sessions here can be. Just the smallest of mistakes can see you drop down the order. So how proud are you to be on the front row and just preview a little bit what looks like an old Ducati fight later on this afternoon?
I'm really happy to be to have achieved the front row. You know, now that also with the new regulations, with the new distances, I think starting from the front was super important. We achieved it. I'm much more disappointed about the lap record stolen than the position itself. You know, no, jokes apart, I'm really happy. I think I've done a good qualifying, a good time attack, and then for sure Marcus Brothers have been better than me, but we are all this close, and it's nice to have this kind of speed here.
Great lap today, well done.
Yeah, always got the impression he's probably going to be more upset to have had his all-time lap record taken away from him. I think it's another great job by Fabio for Gian Antonio. It's front row start number 10 in MotoGP for the Italian. He is no longer low profile. He's no longer under the radar, is in this World Championship battle as he takes another front row. As Marco Bezzecchi there, you can just see him being escorted with an ambulance awaiting for him at the back of the Aprilia garage. This is very, very concerning. He'll be transferred to medical center. It looked like his arm was already slipping there, didn't it? We've had to immobilise the arm. So this is very, very worrying for Aprilia and in particular for poor Marco Bezzecchi. Boy Martin on the other side of the Nawali Patrick Gazwell, he knows what suffering is all about. He knows what it's like to bash yourself around and beat yourself up. It's a high risk game, MotoGP. Marco Bezzecchi and Paolo Bonori there, just accompanying the former World Championship leader. He's just trying to support that right arm, isn't it? You can just see his expression on his face, a furrowed brow, frustration and more pain, unfortunately, for the 27-year-old Italian. A big crash in that Q2 session then at turn 7. If he is fit to take part in this afternoon's sprint, they'll launch away from the middle of the third row in 8th place. It will be 7th for the Grand Prix over 30 laps tomorrow, potentially 45. Brutal race that so ahead for Marco Bezzecchi. Marquez 1-2 in the grid though. Alex is second. Let's finish thoughts with Jack.
Alex, I'm getting 2025 flashbacks here. Great to see you back to full fitness, back to top form as well. Just how much of a moment is this for you after a difficult period to be onto the front row?
Yeah, great flashback. I mean, yeah, when I saw myself P2, then I said, who was the first? I see Mark, I was upset in the moment to not get the ball, but happy anyway to see Mark and me again there in the top. So yeah, super happy. I think we did a really important step forward this morning with the feeling, with the strong feeling especially. So we'll try for the afternoon to enjoy. We don't have nothing to lose. For us, the championship is over with the injury we had in Catalonia. So just try to enjoy.
Great to see you back up here at the front. Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
That is a cracking job today by Alex Marquez. He was fastest this morning in FP2. He was almost fastest in Q2 as well this afternoon. Just over 600ths of a second dividing Mark and Alex at the top of the leaderboard.
Once again, saving face for Aprilia were Trackhouse. Raul Fernandez has recovered 4th, and Ayaguro will surely be a threat from 5th place too. Especially talked Santos down on Thursday. He is right in the mix to potentially score some big World Championship points. And from the Aprilia point of view, with Bezzecchi qualifying 8 points for the top 9 in the Sachsenring Tissot sprint. Even if he is fit to continue in the weekend, you do have to ask the question whether it's in Bezzecchi's best interest just to do Alex Marquez did last weekend in qualifying and just sit the afternoon out, sit the sprint out and rest up for tomorrow.
Poor Marco Bezzecchi was having either a toughest period of his Grand Prix career. Marc Marquez though back in P1. Could it be anybody else on pole position at the German Grand Prix in Sachsenring? The reigning world champion on pole, that is with Jack.
Mark, congratulations. Pole position at the Sachsenring with a new lap record. That will be the headline, but I don't think it tells the full story. Both Fabio and Alex pushed you really hard. The two-stop strategy working brilliantly. That final lap good enough to take pole. Just how happy are you to be on top spot?
Yeah, yesterday I analyzed a bit the time attack and I analyzed that with the soft front it was possible, but only one lap. The second lap already I feel some drop. For that reason, we did with the team the perfect strategy to go with the 3-time attacks. Team was a bit surprised yesterday when I say to them I want to do 3-time attacks, but yeah, my timings was timing off, and yeah, I think it was the correct strategy to be on that front row was the target, but 4th position and especially the lap record here in Sachsenring the last year we come with the 1000cc is something really good.
Congratulations.
He has done it once again here at the Sachsenring. The undisputed king of the ring strikes once again. What a shot that is. Marc Marquez in full throw. Not most poles at the same track. It's now a record 9 here at the Sachsenring. He's only taken the 9 wins in MotoGP as well. Can he take his winning tally into double figures? Well, he's going to be a big favourite. Pushed all the way by Alex and Fabio Gian Antonio off that front row. I know that Ralph Fernandez has got great race pace. He looked like the strongest Aprilia contender so far this weekend as well. He heads row 2 in 4th spot. With 40 points off the top of the World Championship lead is Marc Marquez coming into this Chapter 11. How close will he be to the top of the standings as we head into the summer break? We've got an opportunity to wrestle back some vital points with Jorge Martin, series leader, down in 9th place. Marco Bezzecchi undergoing treatment in the Circuit Medical Centre after another huge high side for the Aprilia rider in that Q2 session at turn 7. Fascinating sprint event coming your way live at 3 p.m. local time this afternoon here, over 15 laps, and Ducati win for the 4th time in 4 sprints here in Germany.
Fully locked out the front row in Aston, and Ducati answer the Sachsenring with one of their own. Marc Marquez, Alex Marquez and Fabio Gian Antonio lock out of the front row for Bologna. Ralph Fernandez and Aigura, Trackhouse 4 and 5. Fabio Quartararo from Q1 all the way up to 6th. Morbidelli 7th. Will start there for the sprint, but will drop 3 places for tomorrow's Grand Prix, which as it stands would promote Bezzecchi if he's fit to start up onto 7th place. He's 8th ahead of Martin and Acosta, who will also benefit if Morbidelli drops 3 places tomorrow. Acosta from Bagnaia and Miller, that is the 4th row for the sprint. Mir missed out in Q1, he's 13th ahead of Marini and Moreira on the Hondas. Binder and Bastianini KTM next up ahead of Toprak, Rins, Vinales and Crutchlow. Marc Marquez, well, he's not going to lead the MotoGP World Championship, but he does lead the BMW M Award into the summer break. 4 points his advantage now over Italian Bezzecchi and Gian Antonio. Pedro Acosta and Jorge Martin are over 45 points back.
So it's pole position number 77 in MotoGP for Marc Marquez, and he has got the all-time lap record here at the Sachsenring back in his pocket. A brilliant 1:19.041 has put the reigning world champion in position A for the 15-lap sprint weekend local time this afternoon. We've already taken 1 Grand Prix hat-trick this season at Hungary. Pole position sprint win and the Grand Prix win at Balaton. He is hungry for more Sachsenring success, though, isn't he? Can anybody dethrone the reigning world champion here in Germany? Well, we'll find out. Marc Marquez on pole position here once again in the Grand Prix of Germany.
Speed.
It's pure magic. This is as good as racing gets. Gladiators in the arena. Listen to the crowd. They want their feet.
This is Greenland, isn't it? A 4th track out of points. It's Ralph Fernandez who wins the sprint here in the Grand Prix of the Netherlands. Chapter 10, 2026 MotoGP World Championship. The Cathedral of Speed welcomes the world's fastest riders. It's the Grand Prix of the Netherlands. It's lights out, and we're racing in MotoGP here. Martin has made a perfect start. Not that pole position, but I agree with the election away from the line as well. Martin Allen's going to pick up first in the third two. Martin does lead. It's the Prix 1-2-24 with Martin in the front.
Inside for the Dorna Sports first by his team.
That's Fernandez through on a grill. That's beautiful by Fernandez. Perfect first lap by Martin. Front pole, he leads by 6/10.
Fernandez and Agora goes something in Agora takes it. And look at Marc Marquez sniffing an opportunity to take second place.
That's Fernandez retaliates.
Bezzecchi runs forward in between the factory Ducati.
Bezzecchi has a monumental crash. Lost the front of the factory of Puglia and is going to lose the lead in the World Championship. Marco Bezzecchi is being taken to medical attention. He has been reported conscious. Here comes Agura on the inside of Marc Marquez. And Costa's going to fire on the inside of his future factory Ducati teammate. If you pass Marc Marquez, you better make sure you make a stick and go away from quickly because she's so exactly what's coming at the very next corner. Ralph Fernandez, though, has got some serious early pace here. Acosta back on the inside of Marc Marquez into the first corner.
He knew that wasn't going to stop, but he just had to go for it. And Yannick does now make the move.
Oh no. Well,
Acosta, another Pedro Acosta, KTM.
No.
Taking his hand there.
Oh, he got arm company. He might have arm company now.
Pedro Acosta is out of this Grand Prix.
It's going to take on the Pekka Bagnaia. Now, Pekka Bagnaia's Ducati has gone because Bagnaia's touring. Pekka Bagnaia, it's bruising. Agura's got ample time, hasn't he, now? Because Agura goes wide down.
There's a box coming.
What's up with Agura?
He's off the look for fun, hasn't he?
Wow.
The recent extra pages. Every movement, every page.
Look at the corner speeder. Fernando's got 315, and that has set himself up beautifully. What a move that is by Ralph Fernandez. The Martin could be leading second in as well. The Gillen's surely going to attack him on the brakes into the first corner. He does so indeed. So a painful 4 corners that for Martin. A fairy tale weekend the track out of Puglia. They are now 1-2 in this Grand Prix.
But Igor has no faults of the long-term picture at the moment. He wants a first win.
He leads. And Igor now, is this his moment? Is this his time?
Babbage Gian Antonio's going to fall. It's going to be of Marc Marquez.
As you can see there, Marc Marquez is in the shuttle.
1 lap penalty for Fabio Di Gian Antonio.
What a day we've had here in Aston. For the first time in 22 years, a Japanese rider will win in MotoGP. The rising star from the land of the rising sun gets the job done here in Aston. Agura is a first-time winner in MotoGP. What scenes they are there. Agura, it is GoldenEye. He's a first-time winner in MotoGP. After Bezzecchi loses the lead in the World Championship for the first time since round 2. mean, what a weekend for Trackhouse Aprilia. What a weekend for Ayagura. A race day that Ayagura is never, ever going to forget. Hassan, we love you. Goes to Paco back right. What ride? We left back to the best to finish
His first sprint win of the season.
but that was brilliant, Bagnaia. That was awesome, Bagnaia. Welcome to Bruno, welcome to Chapter 9 in 2026 on a race day. The factory of Prix has been banned from competing in today's day. Secchi was involved in an altercation with a trackside marshal and he was hit with a race ban for today. The world's fastest riders are set for action here. Check adrenaline factory. We are placed for the Battle of Brno in 2026. It's lights out a race in Brno in MotoGP. It's a superb launch away once again by Fabio Di Antonio. This time around has nailed the start. We've got the drop of this long one down into the first corner. Marquez straight away through on Bagnaia up into third place. Marquez straight on the attack too on Fabio Di Antonio, fourth to third and now to second. Twice he almost lost the rear there as he squeezed the car back on down between 3 and 4. He's lost another place, he's lost 4 to Diogo Moreira. Yeah, that's lovely, it's impressive. Aguilera getting to his rhythm. Once again, we'll try and attack up the hill into the squat corner. Pecco Bagnaia leads. Marquez has got the inside line, nothing the Ayagura can do. Solar Factory, the 1-2. So this, if it's all legal in the top board, will Troy Martin taking his medicine. Marc Marquez, fastest rider on circuit. He's just starting to build up that pressure, turn of the whip on Bagnaia. He's coming down once again. Mark's got a bit closer, but he's to attack Pecco. Aguilera is coming. Aguilera is on the charge. Here goes Marc Marquez down to his move. He has finally decided then it's time to break Bagnaia. Marc Marquez it is at least for the first time here in Brno. Dorna is coming from a long way back here. He knows he has to make the move. He just runs Bagnaia out wide. There's nothing that Bagnaia can do. Back up Bagnaia. Can he now catch and pass the reigning world champion? As a Pedro, some more KTM problems. On the last lap, Pedro Acosta retires from 5th place. But look at this from Bagnaia. Is Aguilera going to get Marc Marquez for the win? Is Prix going to get Bagnaia for the final place on the podium? Once again, we are looking at the 93 magician. This one is over. Through that final corner he goes. It's back-to-back wins in 2026 for Marc Marquez. It's back-to-back wins in Brno for the Royal Win. Ayagura in pole position does take 2 second places. By far his best weekend of his MotoGP career. Fabio Di Gianantonio, it's the fastest lap of the race in the last lap, but can't take the podium and steal the third place away from Bagnaia.
Marc Marquez, what can you do to beat him?
Yeah, this title race is on. What a sprint Saturday it's been here in Balaton for the reigning world champion. Pole position to the sprint victory. What a return to action.
Marc Marquez, he has completely dominated this sprint.
Welcome to the Grand Prix of Hungary. Welcome to the Balaton Park circuit. Marc Marquez taking his 76th MotoGP pole position.
The rider on pole position is the rider to beat.
It's the race in MotoGP here in the Grand Prix. For Marc Marquez to get off the line. If you get time to get out of the race with Pedro Acosta on route to the side. Control. Has been cleaned out. The top 3 in the World Championship are out of this Grand Prix.
Bezzecchi, Aldeguer, Gianantonio and Fernandez.
At the front leg, Marc Marquez has a 4-2 lead over Pedro Acosta.
Just cruised through all the chaos up in the 3rd place. Sails wide, so he's given it 4th now to Chip Miller.
Acosta's losing on the inside of Marc Marquez. Pedro Acosta the leads here in Balaton for the first time.
Acosta giving plenty of grip out of that soft rear tyre, with Marc Marquez banking on that medium rear being the better long-term pick.
Clearly, the incident that turn 1 is under investigation. Marco Bezzecchi then. That's going to be super frustrating for Bez. Oh, look at that. He is almost down. No surprise there. We said that Ineos going to likely cut along that penalty.
Flores going on the attack. He's on the inside of his right here.
Marc Marquez is trying to pound some serious pressure on Acosta here. All over the rear tyre of Acosta into 9 and 10. The chicane we go. Marc Marquez leads. Sideways in the brakes was Marc Marquez. Left the door open. Acosta parts his way through. Here comes Marquez and now attacking on the brakes once again. Chase on the brakes. Oh, it's a hot pass from Marquez. They're squeezing each other and they're rubbing shoulders with each other. This is the battle we have been waiting for. And Acosta versus Marquez is on. Is this going to be another time he's going to attack? It is. So it's a successive laps of the 93 has sent it on the inside of Acosta. He'll just want Acosta out of the paintwork. That was crucial. He got his tactics spot on there, the number 93, Marc Marquez. He is back at the front and now already he has got Bailey out between himself and Acosta. Battle continues. The race between Marini and Nagura.
Only once again held the inside of the racetrack, but then of course goes across the race line of Dora. That's the brakes off. Desperately trying to get to the apex first, and this time he's able to park it in front of Luca Marini.
Reigning world champion, but just one corner left. Marquez has had a blast at Balaton Park once again. He wins in Hungary to make it 100 wins for one very special rider, one very special talent. Acosta takes 2nd place. Pecco Bagnaia into the podium for the 3rd race in succession. The factory Ducati team reach a century of wins. This World Championship defence is now well and truly and running. We are at majestic Mugello game. Fernandez to lose the Tissot sprint here in Mugello. His first gold medal after a golden performance by the Trackhouse of Peru rider. Good afternoon and welcome one and all to the Brembo Grand Prix of Italy. Got to pick up some scripture. He's going to go to attack Bez on the brakes into San Donato. He's got the inside line. Is he going to get it stopped because there's a big haytake there for Martin? He's going to run him hot. He's going to run him wide. Be careful here.
Marquez is fourth, so it's now second one out. Italian 1-2, having a Italian Grand Prix.
Here comes Bagnani and through the Ondetti 1 and 2. He's going to be close to maybe show his wheel to Bezzecchi on the brakes into the final corner. Can he pick up some stitching on that factory Ducati?
Bagnani about to lead the Italian Grand Prix as he goes to the left of Marco Bezzecchi, and Bagnani does hit the front once again in Mugello.
Marquez runs a little bit hot across to the match rider on circuit. Mark went back up into P4, but Echo Bagnani then leads here in front of his home crowd. Costa just put a bit of a block pass there, Eve on the inside of Mark Marquez. Is this finally a Costa potentially securing fourth place? As Bezzecchi really does close up on the rear tyre of Bagnani. Here comes Bezzecchi, just building momentum. He's going to go to the inside line here. They go side by side. Bez versus Bagnani. This is the moment, number 10 to go, where Marco Bezzecchi has decided this is his moment. So Marco Bezzecchi is back at the front here in Mugello. Martin's going to gobble up Bagnani very, very quickly. Surely this is going to be a fairy tale 1-2 here. Fair play to Bagnani. He's really trying to chuck it out on the brakes.
I think Mark's bigger problem here is the Costa. It's Ayogura on the trackhouse footy, who's still doing 140-60.
Yeah, that's lovely. On the inside of Mark. Just squeezing that to the paintwork.
13th place on the grid.
That's in a full, absolutely powering pass Pedro Acosta's KTM. They both go sideways. They're both snaking left and right, trying to squeeze every bit of braking performance. Oliveira just closed the door down on Acosta.
Bagnaia with excited to check if Price might lose his grip on the podium again.
Here comes Oliveira for the battle for the final place on the podium. Bagnaia speeds through the inside line. Marco there second is pleased that dreams do come true. He takes a fairy tale home success here in Mugello. He's headed to Pecco Bagnaia. That has to be the best day of Marco Bezzecchi's life. Aprilio's first win at this circuit. A 1-2 for the factory Aprilia team. Simply the best, simply the best day of his career. Dreams do come true. A lifelong dream as a schoolboy. He would have watched his Italian hero for so many years win here in Mugello. Grazie Mugello, grazie Italia. Brilliant job that by Alex.
Alex Marquez hold up, he stood up to the pressure, and he does take his first sprint win of the season.
We are another classic and iconic Spanish Grand Prix venue for round 6 in 2026. It's Pedro ready to power away from pole position here. Working Alex Marquez through. And we've got problems here. Jack Finger, it's the number 33 who's rolled off the line. Wasting MotoGP here. To me, it's a great start for pole position once again by Pedro Acosta. Here's Martin, another dynamic start from Martin.
He's now attacking Alex Marquez. Contact with his backers.
Oh, Zarco is a loss there to clean Jorge out.
Frankie Morgan, Marco on the inside, and he sends Alex Marquez out to the car park.
There's a Costa at race. What a time to ride on board with Alex.
Marquez puts it to the up and defending. He takes Zarco then for that third place.
As Alex goes through on Joe and Zarco. There's Ralph Fernandez. Trackhouse Aprilia lead once again.
Behind us, we saw that move also for Marquez. He passed Martin.
Acosta in the slipstream. Acosta is back at the front. Marquez up into second place. Oh, dear. Marquez had no room whatsoever to take any kind of avoiding or evasive action. Drama here then. So this MotoGP race here in Barcelona has been the red flag. All riders involved in this are conscious. Alex is okay. Costa ground control, Fernandez second on the grid. Here we go then, take two in Catalunya. Martin, who makes another stunning start on his factory. Trump is going to work well.
Second place to Marini Bagna.
Another red flag. Toko Bagnon making his way back to Callum.
Pray and hope that Zarco is A-OK.
That's third attempt to complete this Qualifying Grand Prix. Lights out the race then here in Montmello's Rotor, start by Fabio Di Gianantonio. Costa and Martin are going to go toe to toe. They took out the waiting for the first corner once again. Afghan was there in third place.
What a Aprilia takes out another.
So Jorge Martin, after a double win in Le Mans last weekend, now has a double DNF. Gian Antonio comes a long, long way back on the inside of Toko Bagnaia. Pitching it up into P3.
Gian Antonio, if he wants to make his move, he needs to make it soon. Here comes that move, up into second place, past Mir. Teaches for the parking on the inside of Pedro Acosta and force it to give the lead up. Acosta's not going to give this up without an almighty fight.
On the cut back goes Acosta. Gian Antonio's going to have the inside line though going through turn 12. Acosta's looking on the podium, he's not careful. He's got no grip. A sitting dog, a passenger, Albuquerque down from the inside of Acosta. Acosta goes down. There's Fabio for Gian Antonio, wins the shortened Catalan Grand Prix. Drama throughout this afternoon in the top class, and Valentino Rossi congratulates his race winner, Fabio for Gian Antonio. What a shortened Catalan Grand Prix that was. Lights up with the racing in the sprint in the Mont. 13 with an absolute show-stopping start. Unbelievable. What a start from Jorge Martin. Martin from 8th to 1st. Marquez has dumped it again.
Saturday afternoon nightmare for the reigning world champion.
It constant and high strange crashes, and for that reason also this weekend I was extra careful to try to survive, but yes, you know, the body is not following what I want, and I need to take a rest.
The sprint here is going to finish in phenomenal fashion for Jorge Martin as he takes the checkered flag first. It is a record 18 sprint success for the Martinator. What a ride, what a performance. What lies in store though now ahead of the 2026 edition of the Michelin Grand Prix of France. A full dry 4.19km Bugatti circuit. Right, Marquez on the front row, wishing a speed recovery after his big sprint crash yesterday. 27 laps coming your way. It's a great start for proposition by Pecco Bagnaia, and goes to the Ginkgo with a front wheel comes down the smoke road from Bagnaia. Great start by Marco Bezzecchi. Second it is that leads. Acosta's up in the second place, and Quartararo third. Come on Acosta into turn 6.
Comes out of Gora, attacking on the inside of John Zarco. It's Gian Antonio. He's running thick again as Bagnaia takes him. Someone's getting the first stone. Marquez crashed twice here in the Grand Prix last year, and he looks like he's seen a bit of taking down the Dorna.
Acosta goes on the inside of the Frenchman into the Blue S. Lovely move out by Pedro Acosta. on the inside of Quattararo on that long run through the first corner. On the inside, Jordi Da Costa into turn 3. Martin sends on the inside of the picture into turn 7. Let's go down. Sunday disasters continue. What a weekend to forget that has been for the factory, the Ducati team. Bagnaia comes out of second place. Martin on the podium. Paul Martin could win this French Grand Prix. Brilliant work, that tactically superb by Martin. He's second. Here's Iagora on another fast close in the brilliant. Mr. Iagora has been strong. How defensive will Acosta go? Can Acosta do anything? No, he can't. We're going to have an Aprilia 1, 2, 3 here in Le Mans.
And the battle is firmly on now between the two factory Aprilias.
It took a long, long way back, and Jorge Martin on the inside of Bezzecchi into turn 3. Phenomenal in France here this weekend after a brilliant sprint win from the third row. Jorge Martin wins the French Grand Prix here in Le Mans for the second time in 3 seasons. He completes a dream double. Winning the sprint, winning the Grand Prix. What a victory. What a statement for Aprilia. And what a day, what a weekend for the Minardi factory. Aprilia, for the first time in their history, have a 1, 2, 3. Good morning, welcome to Spain, welcome to Jerez. It's lights out and we're racing in the sprint here. Bike is ready for rain conditions. Top bracket's gone down. The reigning world champion on the deck. Alex Marquez ahead of another massive moment on the front. Marquez has clashed in this sprint here from pole position. Marquez and clutches out of the lead. Here comes Vidya into pit lane. Simon Aldegar is leading this sprint. Oh, now second, the world championship is gone down. This now is a sprint of survival. Marquez is going for the lead. Super aggressive. Michael needs it with Bagnaia. He pulls out the final corner to take victory in a truly sensational sprint here in Spain. MotoGP in Sachsenring. The greatest motorsport show on earth has arrived at one of its greatest and most iconic venues. It is the Grand Prix of Spain, round 4 in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. This is Jerez. MotoGP here in the Spanish Grand Prix. What a start! It's off the second row two from Alex Marquez. Brilliant inside. Absolutely left to right, but safety up in the second. Paul Martin's come from 10 to finish, only getting 6 places on this first lap. What a start by the Martinator. Marquez goes on the inside of that second into Mendy on the outside corner. Alex Marquez is trying to get on with things here very, very rapidly. Inside he goes for Mark. Marquez is taking a huge tumble. It's over. Marc Marquez then now is down here now for the second time in 2026. A massive dent in his early championship challenge. Second year in a row on the factory Ducati here in Jerez. Marc Marquez touched that early at podium contention. Gian Antonio then now, perfect time to ride on board with the Italian. That is the textbook move on the brakes of Martin down the hill into the Pedrosa corner. Gigi then now, up at the front wheel. That's going to be close. That's going to be really, really close. Cost suffering big time here, isn't it? So Captain's Day is going from bad to worst. Capo Bagnaia, looks like there's clearly some kind of technical issue that has come the way of the Italian.
To the stadium he comes. He knows that a second consecutive Spanish Grand Prix victory is his.
What a weekend of speed for Alex Marquez as he wins in style the Spanish Grand Prix for the second year in succession. Marquez then takes the win by just under 2 seconds from Marco Bezzecchi. Captain Gian Antonio does complete the podium. Alex Marquez has done another number on the field here. He is your Grand Prix winner in Spain. Some lights it's free to get in Texas. Marco Bezzecchi down into turn 11. Wow, contact there. Jorge Martin is in the top, wins out the sprint here. Absolute cinema. Green flag then, that's cleared by the back of the bridge. Lights out, and we're racing here in MotoGP in Austria. It's a dynamic style on the Factory KTM for Pedro Acosta. Bezzecchi's made a great start, mid up in the second place. Gian Antonio's gone the wrong way from pole position, and Jorge Martin are only P3. A royal tour start this Grand Prix for Vigia from pole to fifth.
Oh, that's right.
Close for that. Marco Bezzecchi's finished off with the P1 here, and it is game on for this leading laps record. It's for Gian Antonio, now that is payback, isn't it, from Vigia on Marc Marquez.
Yeah, right inside now, Marc Marquez.
With Marc Marquez and does feel in that to the long lap penalty to lose. 7 came into the loop. Just going to drop in here behind Ralph Fernandez on the 25 track house and pull in. There was a bit of damage to the rear seat unit of Marco Bezzecchi. Bezzecchi now is really starting to stretch Acosta and stretch Martin. Oh!
Did you say
Jorge Martin, massive scare. Gura is absolutely motoring right now on that clear.
straight up the inside of Pecco Bagnaia? Beautiful move from the 79.
Well, he's coming for a long way back here in the turn 12, and he's going to pick off Gian Antonio. He's got the inside line. He squeezes Vigia out to the paintwork on the outside of Gura at the inside line, and now we have 3 of Prix inside the top 4. made a mistake. Martin through, we'll go on course of back-to-back factory of Prix 1-2s.
And Marc Marquez showing no brotherly love to Alex there, is he?
On the inside of the beast goes Mark.
Michael's got a problem. The goal left is out of this Grand Prix.
Oh, how hard is he pushing? It might only be at the moment for 5th place, but he's still going all in with Marc Marquez. That Mark surely he's going to make that move. That was coming. That's been his favourite move in this Grand Prix. That's the 3rd time now. Too late goes past you, leaning. Who is going to stop it here? He crosses the line, but that second blitz continues in MotoGP. It's another factory of Prix 1-2. Pedro Acosta does take 3rd place, the final spot on the podium.
Marco Bezzecchi
Simply the Bears. Another Hollywood Acosta. In the sprint here, enjoying the Antonio for lead from Marc Marquez. Fabio Quartararo, super aggressive. Marc Marquez now looking managed to cover the P2. Marc Marquez winning from first. Sachsenring before. MotoGP is back in Brazil for the first time in 22 years. With the 50,000 fans, I come to enjoy the show. MotoGP here. Enjoy Anya, brilliant start, middle of that front row by Marco Bezzecchi. He's got the drop of Fabio Di Antonio. Marc Marquez there in 3rd place. He completely lost that 3rd, didn't he? But Marco Bezzecchi at the front once again. Di Antonio's gone wide, and Marc Marquez pounced on another Di Antonio mistake.
is shaping for a move at the inside from Jorge Martin. Acosta up into 4th place. Dean Acosta. Antonio, who carves up the inside, and Jorge Martin says thank you very much.
Yeah, and we have now an fully 1-2.
Yaya, unfortunately, he is now out of this Grand Prix. His miserable start for 2026 continues.
Oh, down here, it's another double DNF.
Sparkhead is taking Pedro Acosta to turn 1.
Pedro Acosta on the inside of Alex Marquez. Well, whatever reason was there, he decided to take it off what made, didn't he? Marquez does dish out some retaliation and wrestles back P5.
Iagora now into the flips at the expense of Acosta.
So Bezzecchi in cruise control.
Marc Marquez for Peter Pota, who's putting some manners on Fabio Di Antonio. This is a bit of a personal duel, isn't it? Back into 3rd place.
For Di Antonio, well, fair play to him. Fabio is fighting for fire here.
Jorge Martin makes a bit of a mistake into turn 11.
Has been an exhibition from Marco Bezzecchi. That's for you to cancel the message. Marco Bezzecchi was utterly brilliant in Burram to start 2026 and has been repeat. He wins our first Brazilian Grand Prix in 22 years. He absolutely destroyed the field. Jorge Martin completes a fairy tale. 1-2 for the factory of Prix squad. Gian Antonio holds on for the podium.
That's just to the top of the MotoGP World Championship.
Welcome one and all to the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. It's lights out of a racing in the sprint here in Burra. He's blown it here. Marquez comes from a long way back. Super aggressive on the inside. Marquez has to draw one position. And Joe Acosta than it is that will take victory in our first race in 2026. We are back. It's first chapter of 2026. We are set for the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. Right, and we're racing in MotoGP here at the Chang International Circuit. Marco Bezzecchi's nailed that start from pole position here. He's going to get a good look ahead of Marc Marquez on that run into the first corner as Martin tries to attack Fernandez.
Clark on Marc Marquez to the right-hander. Juan Fernandez straight through into second. But Costa certainly attacking. But Costa clear to Gian Antonio for fifth.
Marc Marquez still stuck in those 131s. Jorge Martin on the inside of Marc Marquez. That's pulling into turn 3. This is vintage Jorge Martin.
87 versus 93 for the second day in a row, and Pedro Costa gets the better of Marc Marquez, who's now down into 5th position. But Costa attacks again on the inside into turn 3. He's just going to try and hang Martin out to dry, and now Marc Marquez is getting involved.
Oh, look at this now as they power through the gearbox. Marc Marquez went into turn 3, 5th. He's now in P3. Acosta goes earlier. He's not even waiting for turn 12. Immediately, he attacks Marc going through 8.
Bezzecchi leads from Raul Fernandez and Pedro Acosta.
Oh, what's happening? That's like Devin's running away going into turn 4. He's a problem. He's a puncture.
The win is packaged.
Wow, Marc Marquez then. What on earth? That is a catastrophic failure there.
Marc Marquez is out. Marc Marquez is down at turn 4.
This tight Grand Prix is some of the most demanding conditions of the entire season.
And it needs slowing down.
Unbelievable. Here comes Acosta, then he's coming for a long, long way back on Raul Fernandez. Yeah, Raul Fernandez is really suffering. Marco Bezzecchi sees that quite brilliantly in Burra. He does create history. Marco Bezzecchi, the first Prix rider in MotoGP to win 3 successive Grand Prix. Pedro Acosta caps off a stunning first Grand Prix weekend of the season for the Spaniard in KTM. But Fernandez does nurse himself back to... MotoGP has landed in one of its most iconic destinations. 1 hour away from beautiful Dresden, the German GP emerges from a ribbon of tarmac hidden away by the lush forest that surrounds it. It is, of course, the Sachsenring. Welcome to the German GP and welcome to Sprint Saturday. The clock is counting down towards the MotoGP Tissot sprint at 3 o'clock local time in our first racing action of the weekend here at the Liquimoli Grand Prix of Germany. Before we go lights out for that, Moto3 and Moto2 Qualifying coming up, and they take centre stage at what is a red-hot weekend here in the east of Germany. It's short, it is sharp, it is action-packed. The Sachsenring really does pack a punch over the course of its 3.6 kilometre layout, the shortest from the MotoGP calendar, but by no means any less spectacular. The weather couldn't be more ideal, and in contrast to so many years gone by, sunshine is beating down on what is a bumper crowd here in Saxony. It simply doesn't get much better. This has been our home since 1998, and we've been around a bit in Germany. To be fair, we've been to Hockenheim, we've been to Nürburgring, but for the last 30 or so years, we have been here at the Sachsenring. And this is where the German GP all began 99 years ago, as we gear up for a centenary of Grand Prix action here in Germany next year for 2027. But coming up first, we have Moto3 action, and there is a massive headline-grabbing Q1 lineup in the offing.
Tissot Gorman narrowly missed out ahead of super sub Marcus Uriarte. Leopard Racing's Adrian Fernandez and P4 finisher from Assen, Valentin Peroni. Adrian Cruces, Nicola Carraro, Guido Pini, Leo Ramersdorfer, and replacement rider for Ruche Moody, Eduardo Gutierrez are all joined by Maximo Quiles, our championship leader. David Almanza is on the list, but we'll come to him in just a moment. Huge drama yesterday and plenty more to come today. You're in the company of myself, Kigo Giles, alongside Lewis Sotheby up here in commentary, whilst Elliot York will be in pit lane and Park Burma grabbing the stories, quotes and headlines. But Lewis, if I can, first, let's start with our heavyweights in this one. Max Quiles, a crasher yesterday, which cost him an entire session and thus set no lap time. Whilst for David Almanza, he's been feeling really unwell, and whilst he was on the track this morning, it's been decided that he'll withdraw from the rest of the event to focus on getting better soon. So Quiles is our only representative from the top three in the championship, and he is P1 overall. Good afternoon.
Afternoon to you, Kiko. Afternoon to everyone watching wherever you are around the world. Yeah, we were gearing up for a heavyweight qualifying one, which in fairness, it still is, but one of the big hitters, David Almanza, taken out of the action. Really sad for Almanza, who's had a season blighted by injury and illness. Of course, many will recall he missed the Italian Grand Prix when he was due to start from pole position due to illness. So once again, coming at a bad time for him at the team Intact GP's home Grand Prix. That leaves, as you say, in terms of the championship frontrunners, Max Quiles as the headline act in his qualifying one session. Aspar have fluffed their lines in Q1 before this season, but surely Max Quiles can't mess this up, can he?
Surely not, you would think not, but stranger things have happened. You'll also see that both Leopard racing machines, even though they were both in the top 5 this morning, are in this one in Q1. Further down the field, Adrian Cruces is likewise moving through in this one because of a crash yesterday with Guido Pini, and that's been something and is worth noting again. Crash here at the Sachsenring, it's very difficult to get your bike back in pit lane if you're not around the start and finish straight. If you're crashing at 6, 7 or 8, it can be a long one.
Yeah, Max Quiles hasn't had just one crash, he's had a couple of them so far this weekend. He went down also late in free practice 2 earlier on today. Of course, a crash in this qualifying session will consign you to the very back of the grid. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a slightly circumspect championship leader riding within himself, just making sure he clears the hurdle. Nothing more than that in this session.
I'm not sure he understands what that is, because this morning he went out and on his second dry lap set the fastest lap time of the weekend. So Max Quiles on a 1:25.3 this morning. Keep an eye on him in this one. He's going to get a banker in straight away, we know that, and really Max Quiles should go on 40. Lewis, who else can we keep an eye on here? Guido Pini, Adrian Fernandez, Peroni, Tissot Gorman, Marcus Uriarte. There's a lot of names, only 4 can move through.
Yeah, Valentin Peroni has to be one as well. Has began to find form again, hasn't he, in the last few rounds? Of course, unlucky, would have been somewhere near the podium in Hungary had he not had that crash on the final lap, and then was right on the fringes of it. 4th from 19th on the grid in Assen, which of course does tell you that he didn't make it through Q1 in Assen, so potentially Peroni looking to at least succeed where he failed 2 weeks ago in the Netherlands. And with Pini, as you mentioned, we have 3 of the top 10 in the World Championship in this Q1 session, and all 3 would be highly favoured to a bad result. But Almanza not in this session through illness, a depleted Q1 field, which you never know, might present the opportunity to a Cruces or even a Ramersdorfer, who is up inside the top 10, very well inside the top 10 in FP2 this morning.
Yeah, joint best session of the year for Leo Ramersdorfer earlier on today when he was 7th at the checkered flag in FP2. So we don't normally say it, but still keep an eye on the number 5. A little bit more housekeeping. We've got a depleted field anyway, not just David Almanza now who's withdrawn, but also you'll notice Eduardo Gutierrez is the number 41 replacement for Ruche Moodley, and Zen Matani isn't here this weekend after his crash at Assen, which badly fractured his hand and wrist, but he is looking at coming back for Silverstone. So that's the housekeeping done, at least for this one. You'll see Marc Soriate still in for David Munoz, last year's German GP winner. That is David Armand's teammate, who is now the only rider in Moto3 in that team. Good job they brought us up.
Yeah, Gutierrez, 18-year-old from Seville. He's a regular. His rookie season this year in the Moto3 Junior World Championship, but the learning curve is vertical for Paul Gutierrez. The learning curve almost as steep as the walk up from the final corner to the finish line.
And that's quite steep. It's definitely vertical, but he's going one way, and that's left all the way around here at the moment is Eduardo Gutierrez. Right, we're on the first flying lap. Max Gilles has found himself as he usually does. Some clear space out there at the track. This is through turn 7, which has brought a few riders out this weekend, it's got to be said. Some very high-profile ones in MotoGP. No spoilers, of course. Down into turn 12. Max Gilles is working his way around this track on his own, doing what he does so well. It was on his own this morning that he set that 125.3. Let's see what he opens with here. He's into Queckenberg, the final corner, turn 13 here on this short and sharp Sachsenring circuit. First lap banked, and it's a 126.003, so not too shabby at all from Gilles.
That, had he done that yesterday afternoon, he would already be through to qualifying 2 on a 26th lap. Yeah, it's one of the quirks of the weekend format, isn't it? But the fastest rider of the weekend so far is Max Gilles, but he's in qualifying 1. Wasn't fast at the right part of the weekend.
I think it was El who was chatting to the team yesterday, and also Max saying in his interview that actually he doesn't care. He needs the extra track time, so he's quite happy to have it in Q1. So fair enough, Max, whatever you say. Coming down in towards Sir Valentin Peronis has moved up into second. Tissot Dorman is third. Adrian Cruz says is fourth. As things stand, the 2 Leopard Hondas are at the back of the field, and you can expect for that to change very soon.
That's Peroni's best lap time of the weekend, with a 26.2 in practice yesterday afternoon. Did not beat that earlier on this morning in FP2. So the 73, the Argentine, who finished in 12th here last year, didn't have the easiest first visit to the Sachsenring a year ago. It's perhaps a well, they're all unique racetracks. That's the very nature of a World Championship, but it is very quirky in its layout. As Kiko mentioned, so much of this lap is spent turning left from turn 4 all the way to turn 10. You're constantly on the left side of the top.
Yeah, and one thing about that is that it tires out one side of your body, so when you get to the latter stages of the races in MotoGP, Moto2 and Moto3, you can be guaranteed that there's some very sore bodies out there, particularly on the left-hand side, with all the work they're having to do to keep it upright. Max Gilles is coming to the line. Not sure he improved that time around. Yes, it's gone away from him, hasn't it? Looking at the 2 Leopards at the moment, working together, Pini and Fernandez. Fernandez looks like he's had to clear Pini on this lap because he's up by a 10 through that third sector. Climbing a hill up towards the stripe. Fernandez is going up towards the top points. He does go third. Marc Soriate gets a slip trim off Pini. That pushes him up to 4th and nudges O'Gorman out. Pini at the moment in 7th, and we have seen before Guido Pini on numerous occasions. I think back to Perez in particular has had his problems getting out of Q1 when he's found himself down here.
21st at the grid back in Jerez when he failed to make it through that session. I wouldn't be surprised if Gilles just stays out there on the same set of tyres just as the whole session, almost treats this as an FP3, an extra practice session to get himself ready for qualifying 2, which on pure pace, even if he just does this session on a single tyre, surely he's got the potential to do that. I referenced earlier on, the last part have messed up a Q1 very recently. That was, of course, with Marco Morelli back in for a no. I think they'll have learned from that, but Gilles, I'm sure they'll have fueled him up just for the entire session for the remaining 9.5 minutes. You just keep lapping, Max. You just keep doing your thing. Just keep putting the laps in. You will be fast enough.
If you keep it within track limits, of course, which he just about did, but I think he's going to roll back in pit lane. He's on the inside line, and indeed he does. So Max Gilles will come back in, and that is run 1 done. Elsewhere on this lap at the moment, it's just great sexes. Nicola Carrara's got a couple of personal bests going on, but he's half a second away from Marcus Uriarte in a place in the top 4 as it stands. So maybe he'll be able to make some improvements, but it won't be troubling the front 4, I don't believe.
Cover the second colours, the top 5. Top 4, Gilles, Peroni, Fernandez and Marcos Uriarte for the home-based intact squad. O'Gorman then just on the wrong side of that in 5th. His teammate Ramastorfer, who talked up his chances coming to the session after Ramastorfer put in a 25.9 in FP2 earlier on today, albeit in cooler conditions than we have at the moment. At the moment, Ramastorfer hasn't been able to get himself out of the 127s, which is why he's a second off the pace.
Yeah, he is, exactly. 1 second off the pace, just over a second slower than Max Gilles, who we have a look at in the box, is sitting pretty at the very top of this as we
come towards the halfway point in this session. Let's see exactly what their strategy will be. Of course, dawdling round here, you can get a bit of slipstream. It's more important, of course, in Moto3 than perhaps Moto2 and MotoGP. You can get a slipstream up this front straight. You can get slipstream a little bit up towards the very, very top of the racetrack, towards turns 9 and 10, but it is marginal. It's not going to be giving you quite the advantage that we often talk about at tracks like Mugello and Brno and Assen last time.
It's more of a flow circuit, this one, a momentum circuit, particularly through the second and third sectors on the left-hand side of the tyre. Here is Casey O'Gorman then on the 67. Once again, had very nice things to be said about him by his team manager, Paolo Simoncelli, who's usually quite cutting in his post-race vlog, but he was very complimentary of Casey O'Gorman, as he has been throughout this season. He has certainly shown his fair share of promise through this season. Took the past step of the Grand Prix, of course, back in Assen as he made his way through to the top 10.
Worth noting as well, it was a return to the top 10. It's been top 10 DNF, top 10 DNF, top 10 of late for Casey O'Gorman. I hope that sequence doesn't carry on for him this weekend, because he did get a top 10 last weekend. Of course, that is what we are talking about. Into pit lane, we have Nicola Carrara just coming in 8th place for him at the moment, but Quiles is the one who's leading them all. It's Peroni second, Fernandez third, and Martiriate there in fourth, doing a good job for the home team, who at the end of the day, he's their sole representative right now. So Martiriate doing it for the Nicola Moni Dynamo Intact GP squad. Let's see whether or not Martiriate can move through to join his cousin Brian Ariate up through into Q2. Valentin Peroni just getting on the bike, but being told to stay calm, stay chill, and don't go for broke too soon, because Adrian Fernandez is so often, as is the case, one of the first to head back out, and I think they've all pretty much worked out that they need a little bit of teamwork. They're all waiting for this rider, perhaps, Max Quiles, who is now going to start his second run with a load of traffic up ahead of him. Blue flags being waved frantically, and Quiles is in very deep. Where's this ending up? Oh, dearie me.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what else they could do there, Max.
Yeah.
Fairness, coming out of the pit lane, Quiles completely outbrakes himself at turn 1, and that's what sent him off onto the edge of the racetrack and nearly into the side of someone. He's getting a bit hot under the collar in a session where all Max Quiles needs to do is finish in the top 4.
Team are very happy about it, I don't think at all, but at the end of the day, Quiles is outbroken.
Nowhere else to go when you leave the pit lane.
Those guys are coming out the pit lane, they're staying out of the racing line, and it's Quiles who's coming off the racing line altogether. So, Max Quiles, that's where he crashed yesterday, just taking a bit too much curve there at turn 7 now. Now, it's very interesting. FIA MotoGP stewards are currently investigating that incident we've just seen at turn 1. Could do with a replay, really, just to have a second look at it, but I've got to say, from my perspective and also from yours, Lewis, it looked like Max Quiles has done that all on his own. And can't get out the way when you're still coming onto the track.
Yeah, they're all allowed on the same racetrack as you, Max, as much as he has owned Moto3 so far this season. I guess Quiles' frustration also would be that the teams would have deliberately sent their riders into the path of Quiles because they'll want to jump onto the back of him and follow him, but ultimately I don't think he was impeded in any way. It might have been a distraction, but it certainly wasn't a blocking, as we've seen from MotoGP yesterday.
Exactly, no one's come across his racing line and forced him to sit up either and grab a whole load of front brakes. So that one's going to run and run. 4.5 minutes then left in this session. Quiles coming down pit lane. That won't be to pit, that will be to try and break the group all around him. He's signalling now he's going to go straight through. So Max Quiles, a smart young cookie, comes through in the number 28, and now hope that he has got some clear track, but we'll have to wait and see. There's no one on our front straight at the minute, so it looks like job done for Quiles. He now gets a clean track that he wants.
No one followed him through the pit lane either, so he's clearly been able to successfully shake off his pursuers. Elsewhere, Adrian Fernandez and Valentin Peroni, who are at the moment 2 of the 4 riders in the top 4 with him, they are both set very fast. First sector back, Adrian Fernandez is 4 tenths up at the halfway stage through sector 2, and those sector times indicate to Quiles that he might not be safe on the 1:26.0.
I think you're going to have to get down into the 25s here, because that was where we were at this morning. I know temperatures have come up a little bit, but it's not the extreme heat that we faced a couple of weeks ago
at Assen. Fernandez loses a tenth through that third sector, runs it right out to the edge of the curbs, now down in towards turn 13. Adrian Fernandez is provisionally already in, but as you were saying, Lewis, you're going to need to improve your time into a 25. Let's see what Fernandez has got. Does he get into the 25? Yes, he does, John. Marginally, 0.06 of a second ahead of Quiles.
Quiles clearly put through the second half of the lap. There's a 4/10 advantage, vanished to virtually nothing for Adrian Fernandez. 25.997. Will he feel confident and comfortable that that is enough? I'm not sure he can trade necessarily and rest on that, given that we've got the likes of O'Gorman and Pini outside the top four, who we know can lap in the 125s. Well, O'Gorman's done a 26.1 earlier in the weekend. We've got Ramersdorf down, who has done a 25 so far this weekend. We've also got Guido Pini. He did a 25.7 in practice earlier on, so he's definitely got the potential.
As is always the case as well, you've got the risk of yellow flags late on as everyone's pushing for a lap time. No further action is going to be taken between the incident at turn 1 with Max Quiles and Leo Ramersdorf. I'm not particularly surprised at that. They would have had to do a double check on it perhaps, but there was no way that I think anyone was really going to get a penalty there at all. Quiles it is who's lighting up the timing screens. As is Peroni, as is Adrian Cruz says. They're all coming through the second sector now. We've got to wait a little while longer until Quiles is there. We're coming through it now. And then let's see what his time is. He's a tenth and a bit more off. So Max Quiles at the moment is on course for a personal best, but he's not on course to be session best. This is down in towards turn 12 as they drop down the waterfall. Cruz says dive into the inside. Cruz says at the moment this isn't going to be enough.
Into the final couple of corners. Mind if you go onto that black tarmac, that is not an exceeding entrapment. It's the green tarmac is, so you can go as wide as you want there. The school of thought is that it is no quicker to go out there as they come across the line. Then Peroni does improve but stays third, where we're trying to pick up Quiles, who's in the final sector now. As you can see on screen, he's second. Interesting information from Ellen Pit Lane. This is a brand new tyre for Max Quiles, set a 125.917, and I'm sure he wouldn't have liked that to go through 2 new tyres, but he has done to get through to Q2.
And he has set the fastest time in the session that time around to just eke ahead of Adrian Fernandez. So good lap indeed from Max Quiles. Let's hope he didn't exceed track limits and has it peeled away from him. But he's working his way through the Omega now. This is turn 3, a long, never-ending right hand. It's one of the only never-ending right-handers here at the Sachsenring. We pick up Valentin Peroni at the moment. Saxon third, 1 place ahead of Mark Suriato. And I've got to say, Peroni is going great guns here. He's riding right out to the edge of the curb. And that second sector just goes away from him, but he's still in touch. We need to be having a look at Tissot Gorman here because the Irishman is absolutely flying. Halfway round this short 3.6 kilometre Sachsenring circuit, he is a tenth and a half out.
His teammates also going well through the second sector. Ramersdorf is just a tenth off. Carraro's also just 200ths off at the second sector mark. So the likes of Peroni and Ariarte could find themselves in a bit of trouble here.
And look at what O'Gorman's done through the third sector. He's 3 tenths off.
It's the gravel.
Peroni's gone into that sandpit. He's going to do very well to keep it on its wheels, and he does. That's one way to get him out of the way, I suppose. Leo Ramersdorfer helping his teammate here, charging up to the line. Tissot Gorman, this is up for provisional P1 in this section and takes it on a 25.739. Brilliant stuff from Tissot Gorman, and that has shoved Marcus Uriarte out. Quiles has improved his time, that time around to a 25.817. That's not enough. Fernandez third at the moment, Peroni fourth. They've got live laps, but Quiles is taking the flag. So Max Quiles second at best. He's done all he can.
Yeah, first rider to take that checkered flag. 25.8 I think should be good enough. Where we're tracking Uriarte. He's done a personal best through the first sector, but he's already a tenth down on what O'Gorman's done for that 25.7. Cruz says he's just at the fastest first sector, and boy does he need that. He's I think 4th bike in this train, or 5th bike, because there's someone further up the road. That'll be Ramersdorf leading this train. There he is on the number 11. Adrian Cruz says through the corner he crashed that yesterday as he's trying to rescue a place in Q2.
Lost a little bit of time in that second sector, and he's got a bit of traffic as well. Worth noting, provisionally 23rd on the grid. Guido Pini is absolutely nowhere. He's in this group, but he's not doing anything spectacular at all. He's great sectors to the opening half of this lap. Cruz
Cruz. Oh, it's tight, it's very, very tight coming through into turn 12. Adrian Cruz could do with this slot really clearing up out of his way, but Mark Suriarte is equally on a lap. Cruz dive bombs at the inside of Leo Ramersdorf, but gets it done into turn 13. He had to make that move. Cruz and Uriarte trying to charge up into the top four. Cruz gets there, Uriarte doesn't. The Peroni is knocked out courtesy of the number 11 Adrian Cruz, chucking in a lap time in his final flying lap. That is a fantastic job, well saved for Alan Bronick's team. Adrian Cruz sneaks on through to join Casey O'Gorman, championship leader Max Quiles, and Adrian Fernandez as your four graduates going into Q2.
Fair play to Cruz there. He descended from the waterfall into a wall of Moto3 mayhem in that final sector. He just had to banzai it. He just had to launch it into the final corner and just dive up the inside and hope that the pack got out of his way. They just about did, and he was rewarded with a place in qualifying 2. And frustration after taking to the gravel the lap before for Valentin Peroni for the second Grand Prix in a row. He'll start 19th on the grid.
Well, it didn't do him too much harm last time out, did he? He came through for his best result since America. So when he came from 19th to 4th, he'll be hoping to do the same again, but I probably didn't have it scripted. This is Case O'Gorman topping that session where you were chatting earlier, me and Al, about dark horses potentially moving through. Case O'Gorman has got the job done there. Quiles second, he'll be happy with that 78 thousandths away from O'Gorman at the top, and just under 2/10 clear of this rider on your screen, Adrian Fernandez, who, after all the trials and tribulations of this year, found himself in Q1, but now finds himself up into Q2 here at the German GP. And as we've said, Cruz completing that top 4. A little shout out to Leo Ramersdorf, a strong end to the session, but it just wasn't enough in the end. And for Guido Pini, down there in 9th in this session, I make that 23rd on the grid, and that really is not cutting the Leopard Racing mustard.
Disappointment for PD, second last essentially. The only rider behind him is the debutant Gutierrez, who did a 28.0. That was around about a quarter of a second off what he did in FP2 earlier on this morning. For Ramersdorf, by the way, that's his best qualifying since Brazil. 21st he will start of tomorrow's German Grand Prix, and this was where any hopes of Q2 were disappeared off into the gravel trap for Valentin Peroni.
So easy to do there, asking for the power on the exit, and if you ride up towards the edge of the curves, you can easily find yourself off the other side and skittering through that gravel trap, and Valentin Peroni unfortunately finds himself skittering down onto what will be, by my reckoning, the head of the 7th row of the grid. So not ideal at all for Valentin Peroni, who's got it all to do again. Adrian Fernandez, well, he's going to have to go again. That's because he's made sure he gets through into Q2. At least Leopard Racing have one rider to cheer on in the session coming up.
Yep, third time this year that Adrian Fernandez has had to go to Q1, and the third time out of 3 he has been successful. Casey O'Gorman, though, tops qualifying 1 with a 125 with 7.39. Hits back to back of the weekend to beat the championship leader in that session. Max Quiles second, but goes through Q2 along with Adrian Fernandez and Adrian Cruz. Valentin Peroni 5th after gravel tracking later on. Uriarte 6th on the sole intact KTM. Ramersdorf 7th, his best qualifying as mentioned since Brazil. Carraro 8th ahead of Pini, Gutierrez, and David Almanza out for the rest of the weekend through illness. Set no time. But it is Casey O'Gorman who tops qualifying 1. 2 Hondas and 2 KTMs through to Q2 via Q1. That battle for pole in Moto3 is on the way down.
Welcome live and trackside. Push is about to come to shove as Moto3 Q2 brings the battle for pole here at the Sachsenring, our home of the German GP. Q1 is in the books. Q2 is coming up very, very shortly indeed, and we have got a proper star-studded lineup once again in this one. The top 14 were all sorted out on Friday afternoon, and come Saturday afternoon we've got 4 very intriguing additions in this one, and one that perhaps wasn't a total surprise at all.
The crowd have flocked in from far and wide. This is always one of the best attended Grand Prix on the calendar. It's always one that I think we all recommend a few friends to come to. It really is brilliant. You're not that far away from Dresden or even Chemnitz has its charms and its quirks just half an hour down the road. And also all the villages around here, they are fantastic. Coming up in this one, in Moto3 Q2, Vader Patama, as well as Joel Esteban, Eddie O'Shea, Hendrik Rios, Alvaro Carpe, Marco Morelli, Hakeem Denish, Cormac Buchanan, a great job by Cormac Buchanan to get through, Matteo Bertani, Yusei Yamanaka, Ryan Ariarte, Scott Ogden, Joel Kelso and Enrico Salmella. They will be joined by Casey O'Gorman, Max Keeler, your championship leader, Adrian Fernandez and Adrian Cruces. In comms with myself, Pico Giles, Lewis Sotheby is right next to me, Elliot York is patrolling pit lane, no doubt, ready and waiting for a story. But Lewis, coming up in this one, it's going to be really fast, it's going to be intense, and I've got to say, it's quite unpredictable already.
Yeah, in practice yesterday, the top 14, the 14 that were already through the Q2 before the session we just watched, they were covered by less than 0.4 of a second, so it is going to be very difficult to call this qualifying session. Potentially the favourite, well, if you're basing off practice yesterday, maybe Vader Pratama is the favourite for pole position. Would of course be a first if he could take it in this session. If you want pedigree around this circuit, look no further than Vader Pratama, winner in the Red Bull Rookies here 1 year ago.
Yeah, and he, from memory, didn't make it too easy for himself either. I think he had to come off, what was it, the third row of the grid, 7th place. So a lot of work done by Vader Pratama, who has had an up and down weekend, but definitely on the up overall in Moto3. Right, we didn't quite get a chance to get down to him in Q1, so let's make up for it right now. L, who have you got?
Yeah, cheers, gents. A few technical gremlins down here, hence the radio silence in Q1. But I've got Nico Terrell waiting with me. Nico, great to chat to you. It's been a more stressful weekend so far. Obviously, Maximo crashing in practice yesterday. Got through Q1. How's he feeling and how are the team feeling ahead of Q2?
Yeah, like you say, it's not. We started with some crazy from Maximo's side. Yesterday he had a big one, but anyway, he had now after Q1 a good feeling. He say not the best grip in the afternoon because yesterday he don't did some laps because he crashed in the first lap. But anyway, he say with the bike he have a very good feeling, and after this sometimes happen when you are battle for title and for victories, but he's on a good way after the Q1.
We saw him have a crash this morning and he looked very frustrated. Was that just within himself or is something like not quite clicking this weekend?
Yeah, he say this morning that after this crash, he say he sometimes want to be more fast, but anyway, he had a very good job because he ride in P1 and very good pace. And he says sorry for the team for the crash, but anyway, sometimes happen when you push on the limit like Maximo style.
Does he have a new set of tyres, fresh tyres for this session for Q2?
Yeah, they are different. With Maximo, we're going with the hard one because we have a very good feeling, and with Marco with the soft one because it's important to have a good lap.
You mentioned Marco there, got to come on to the 97, a great podium in Assen last time out. He looks a really confident rider and sounded like he's started the weekend really well. So how's he feeling heading into qualifying?
No, Marco is in a very good moment. I like from Marco area he's one rider that he's going alone and he have a very good feeling. He don't crash too much. He's one rider for the future, and after a Assen podium, this gives the riders a comfortable feeling and is ready to battle also here for top 3.
Thank you, Nico, and good luck for the session.
Thank you.
Thank you to Al, thank you to Nico. We are just now a second away from getting underway. The pit lane has opened and Moto3 takes to the track for what is going to be 15, maybe intense minutes to decide who is going to pole position or who is going to be having to come through the field tomorrow. Of course, 18 riders in this one, the 14 that were already seeded through from yesterday and the 4 that we've just seen come through Q1. And yesterday's Amethyst go by. Vader Pratama at the pace, although his lap time was decimated this morning by Max Keeler. And a little bit of cloud cover has just come over a bit of this Sachsenring circuit, so keep the temperatures from rising a little bit too far in this track, getting a bit cheaper inside.
could potentially lead to another all-time lap record this afternoon in this Q2 session. 12 KTMs and 6 Hondas in this Q2 session. Hondas first, third and fourth at the end of practice yesterday. Veda Patana, Eddie O'Shea for the Grid Racing Squad, and Jesus Rios, fresh from his fine performance back in Assen last time out, continuing to make major strides in his rookie season. Of course, that was a practice session which largely took place without championship leader Max Kilos, but certainly the Honda working nicely around the Sachsenring.
It is indeed, and the Honda package, step by step across multiple teams, seems to be getting there. We saw Guido Pini's already taken a victory this year. The Leopard, Veda Patana's been on the podium, Jesus Rios, Eddie O'Shea, Joel Kelso, they've all had their moments this year. And exactly, Casey Gorman has been brilliant and going gangbusters up in the top 10 at times, and also a front row. So right across the board, the Honda is seemingly just starting to step it up. It's not quite on the level of the KTM just yet, but it's definitely far more competitive. Okay then, Max Kilos it is, who leads the way through this track, and he's got his teammates in tow, so Marco Running well, he can do a lot worse than follow Max Kilos around the Sachsenring. Of course, Kilos fastest so far this weekend, but by no means the most consistent, let's say.
Top 10 chapter away for Kiel as he climbed up from the Omega of turn 3 into 4. Season with the elevation change around this Sachsenring circuit as we now trot downhill through the left-hander of 7. We gradually start to climb back uphill now as we round our way through 8 and now up into 9, up to the Ralph Baldwin curve, the first right-hander after those 7 consecutive lefts, where we start to plunge back downhill again.
Yeah, back down the waterfall. This is it. This is the corner. Throughout the years has caused quite a lot of team owners some heartache and some worries in the bank account, because it is normally quite a big one if you go down there, but everyone's safely through thus far. Kilos it is who runs out, takes the Valentine line almost from Q1 and right out to that curve and right out to the gravel. Coming through Queckenberg and then up the hill to the slipstreaming coming here from Marco Morelli. Let's see what the times are. 25.7, 25.2, and the fastest of the weekend by Marco Morelli, who has gone full screen biting mode into P1. So great job by the Argentinian. Just behind, Matteo Patelli's gone third. Brian Uriarte has gone up into P1 by 0.005 of a second off screen. Brian Uriarte, fantastic job by the number 51. Well, he likes it round here from his Red Bull rookies days, and he's on provisional pole here today already after that opening lap. 1:25.225.
Yeah, I mentioned that Veda Patana won a Red Bull rookies race last year. Brian Uriarte won the other, so he's also super strong around this circuit. And of course, we have already seen Uriarte this season on the front row of the grid, although he is still officially, after what happened in Barcelona, or post-Barcelona, chasing a maiden pole in the class.
Let's see what the two Asphalt guys can do. They've lost a little bit of time in that second sector as they come up to the very top of the hill now, and then they tilt to right. We get a load of light in our face coming down through the hill. Marco Morelli.
Ball coming here for Uriarte if he keeps this up.
I was going to say, this could be rapid from Brian Uriarte. I don't know what he's had for breakfast, but he is going great guns in a minute. Kilos bails out. Doesn't want to give his teammate too much information, but Morelli's already half a second off. And just looking elsewhere around the timing screens, no one is able to do what Brian Uriarte is doing at the moment. We pick up the 51 now, who charges over down towards the final corner. Let's see if he can improve again. He lost a bit of time in that third sector. Can he make some up in the fourth sector? We're looking at a 1:24 perhaps, not this time. And in fact, it did go away in the second half of that lap for Brian Uriarte. So at the moment, it's Uriarte from Morelli, and Adrian Fernandez has just squeezed onto that provisional front row. Kilo's going well, and so is Yamanaka underneath through the opening sector, red sector.
Yeah, we've heard so far this weekend in Moto2 and in Moto3, generally you get one, or if you're lucky, here in qualifying trim, and I do wonder whether Uriarte potentially just took a little bit of a lot out of his tyres. It's worked, clearly, because he's on provisional pole at the moment, but 3/4 tenths up at the first sort of checkpoint or two on his second lap, and then it fell away for him, potentially just the tyre starting to drop away as the very best of the grid falls away from those Pirelli tyres on lap 2 for Uriarte.
Yeah, and this is what's impressive about Kilos' lap, because I make this his third lap at the moment, so he's still in touch. Let's see if it dropped away through that third sector. He comes down, and indeed it did. So, yeah, not a lot of life left in these tyres at the moment. Still red sectors, though. You get the feeling that maybe in this second half, it's not going to be the case, and then we're going to have to change rubber.
Yeah, it's in that third sector where you really are punishing the left-hand side of the tyre. You saw it there again for Uriarte, lost 6 tenths of a second. He was fast in the first half of the lap, but couldn't sustain it as the lap went on. Here is Hakim Danish, typically the number 13, was in P13. He's just climbed a spot now onto row 4. At the moment, he'll be starting right alongside his MSI teammate, when you say Yamanaka.
Yeah, and that's been a bit of an upturn in form for the Japanese rider as well, because Yamanaka has not been at the races too much this year, but he's starting to come back this weekend, and his pace actually across Friday looks like he may well be in the podium fight. Of course, we'll have to wait and see, because Sunday it can all change. Ryan Uriarte in the box then, and at the moment it's sitting in provisional P1. Ryan Uriarte's personal best qualifying, I have it, is 3rd place from Slovenia. The match last time out actually in Assen. So let's have a poll. It would be some place to do it. So the place where he does a lot of success in those Red Bull rookie races.
Qualified third in Hungary as well, did Brian Uriarte. Jesus Rios is another rider who's at the moment in career best territory. In fact, he's going to match his career best of 5th, which he's already set on 3 previous occasions this season. The 54, of course, not a former Red Bull rookie. He's a product of the Junior GP, the Moto Junior category. So this is the first visit to the Sachsenring for Rios, but he's looking at home in the Sachsenring.
Rios is really impressing me. Ever since we got from Catalonia, that was our first real glimpse of what he could do. He has fought for titles, of course, in the Junior GP world, but off the back of that rather splendid performance last time out when he was 5th at the checkered flag, his first top 5 in Grand Prix racing, Jesus Rios has really looked the business for Mirko Cecchini's Rubicon Snipers team. We'll just have to wait and see whether it gets it converted at the checkered flag today. Keeler's in. Now they are definitely going to change rubber for this one, and then with 7 minutes on the clock, Keeler's will be going for broke and going for foul.
Clear strategy at Red Bull KTM IO to send their riders straight back out again with a fresh set of boots, because both Uriarte and Carpe are already on their outlaps of their second run. The rider that has gone with them is Joel Kelso, and Kelso potentially looking for a bit of a tow around this Sachsenring circuit from the IO pair, because he is our slowest rider at the moment in this Q2 session. Kelso hasn't been able to lap this circuit under 90 seconds so far. I'm sure he will once he gets a clean lap on the way.
Yeah, exactly. He hasn't had a clean lap at all, has he, at the moment? Less than 7 minutes on the clock then. Let's just run you through what we've seen so far. Brian Uriarte is your top dog ahead of Marco Morelli and Adrian Fernandez. Carpe, Rios once again in that 5th place. How many times has he been put in that 5th place in a qualifying session? 6th for championship leader Max Keeler. Vitali, O'Shea, Ogden, 2 Brits up inside the top 9. And Adrian Truces, late graduates from Q1 up in 10th place. Yamanaka, Danish, Patama, fastest on Friday in 13th. Buchanan 14th. Esteban, Salmela, Casey Dorman and Joel Kelso are all about to go absolutely to the limit to see exactly what they can come up with, and they put in a charge for pole position. The bike starts to exit pit lane, and now they will all leave in a big flurry, and there's absolutely no chance that Max Keeler's going to have a flying lap scuffle this time on the approach to turn 1. Instead, it may well be Joel Kelso. They'll have to be looking behind them, as Kelso's already there.
Yeah, sideways for Carpe on the second of the IO KTMs, who's up behind Uriarte. They feed out into the middle of all that traffic. Esteban wisely staying out of the way to not get in the way of that group. He's on the second of the MTA KTMs. Esteban currently in 15th. His teammate, Bertelli, by the way, up in 7th at the moment. If he hangs to that would be his best qualifying of 2026.
Let's have a look up through the order as well. Let's keep an eye on Eddie O'Shea and also Scott Ogden. Before we get into the final 5 minutes, let's go back down to pit lane. Al, what have you got?
Yeah, just wanted to mention Jesus Rios going out there all on his own. That was a bit of a mistake from either Rios or the team. Mirko Cecchini, the team manager, not happy because he went out all alone. On the pack you saw around about 30 seconds later, all went out. So not sure if Rios is going to be able to get into the pack and try and get a slipstream, but the team not happy with his track position.
25.537 is Jesus Rios' lap time at the moment, so he's vulnerable. Look at the red sectors incoming here. Brian Uriarte with that fresh rubber. I tell you what, he's on course for a 124 here. That would be something a bit special. 24.7's the outright lap record, so let's see if we can get near it.
Dorna Sports in the final corner now. He's already provisional pole. He rides the edge of the curve. Let's see what he's got. Kelso goes through. Uriarte into the 24, the 24.8. His teammate goes second. Alvaro Carpe on a 25.1. Just a quarter of a second adrift of his rookie teammate. Marco Morelli still there in third. So KTM lock out the front row. But it's the Red Bull KTM IO squad that now's a 1-2 at the moment.
Quite a qualifying record actually, Uriarte. He's 6-4 up in the qualifying head-to-head versus his teammate Alvaro Carpe. That would become 7-4, and more importantly for Uriarte, a maiden pole as it stands. Carpe, though, of course, needs to keep out of the way now. He's done his time, having picked up by Adrian Fernandez as they round turn 4.
And Keeles picks up Cruces as well. Keeles is around here. Full sector what he's trying to get under Carpe as well if he can. What's Keeles got through this second sector? Time goes away from him, and Carpe's been really duffed up through there. So Carpe now off the track altogether, but was first picked up by Keeles, and then it was Cruces. So they're coming through. Turns 10, this is 11. Red sectors everywhere, including for Denish and Marco Morelli.
Two rookies flying at the moment further back down the pack. They're all in the same group of riders in the restaurant. You'll see Morelli and Denish at the back of the picture, so keep an eye for them. Keeles at the moment on course for 6th. He might get shuffled a row or two back down the grid as it stands.
Uriarte's getting out of the way he needs to, because Fernandez and Keeles are coming on through. This is turn 13, climbing the hill, asks for the power and a little bit of slipstream. Keeles 7th at the moment, goes up to 2nd. But what does Denish or Morelli do anything special? No, they can't quite topple Brian Uriarte. Morelli improved his time, and Denish likewise. We've got the front row at the moment covered by less than 300 of a second.
3 rookies all on the front row at the moment. Uriarte, Morelli and Denish. Morelli has rolled out of it. Still 3 minutes to go, but does he have anything left in his tyres to attack again and potentially challenge for a first career pole position? It would at least be a first Moto3 front row as it stands for Marco Morelli.
Lots of dawdling around the Omega corner. That's turn 3, and they try and filter back in. Keeles gets out the way now on the exit turn 4, as does Cruces. And now Keeles will set off after his teammate Marco Morelli. Good intelligent ride in this as well from Adrian Cruces. He's down in 17th, but he's not letting the championship lead out his sights.
Big first sector for Veda Fatama. He's off at the first checkpoint, as is Danish. 2 of our Moto4 Asia products looking to try and get themselves onto pole position onto the front row. We're trying to keep an eye on Veda Fatama. He's done a personal best in the second sector, but Danish at the moment through the third sector, which is going to be completed as he drops down the waterfall now. Sadly, he's lost half a second.
Vitaly dive bombing Ryusei Yamanaka. That's at turn 12. Vitaly's time has also gone away. I think, as we were saying earlier, Lewis, that third sector, that punishing third sector on the side of the tyre, it is just taking a little bit of life out. Jesus Rios was in that group. A lot of traffic, so let's see exactly how much he's lost. He looks a little bit flustered. He's in 11. He moves up to 8th place, so salvage is something at least in number 54.
So we've now got, what we've got, rookies first, second, third, 6th and 8th, with Salmela 6th, second row of the grid as it stands for the finish. And Jesus Rios, he was surely delayed with all that traffic in the final sector, still got himself onto the middle of row 3.
And the fastest rookie yesterday was this rider here. He's 13th, so it's not a disaster by Veda Fatama. We know he'll come through, but the rookie's running right up inside the top 10 at the moment. What's it? 5 rookies inside the top 8 places. Fantastic stuff from the class of 2026 in Moto3.
Obviously, a shout out to Cormac Buchanan, by the way, as well, who's gone 11th. His best qualifying was here last year. This is Danish going the wrong side of the curve and almost losing the sight to the rear tyre of Joel Esteban.
Did well to save that one, and thankfully for everyone else, no yellow flags out at the moment here in Moto3 Q2. We're less than a minute from home, and at the moment Brian Uriarte is looking on course for what would be a first pole position in Moto3 in an all-rookie front row 2. We'll have to wait and see if that's how it all ends. Keeles, well, he's trying to get onto the front row. The time's gone away from him in that third sector. As we so often see, we're at the final corner with Ryusei Yamanaka, who at the moment looking for a top 10, and it would be, at the moment, I think 15 seconds on the clock. No one else is including around him.
His best qualifying since Brazil. Keeles, fair play to Keeles, has still found time, despite the best clearly having gone from those prototypes. He jumps up ahead of Carpe into 4th place on a 25.1. Given that he started the day in qualifying 1, I think Max Keeles will be reasonably happy with that.
Yeah, he can be pretty happy. I mean, the front 2 rows here, you don't want to be any further back ideally, because it does get very tight on the opening lap. Keeles almost running into the back of Aegis Rios, who Rios is still out there. We've got red sectors through these first sectors, but there's just not a lot really else going on when we get through Sector 2 and Sector 3. Kilos don't 2 tenths under. It's not all done yet.
Yeah, this Kilos has given himself a bit of margin if it does start to drop away through Sector 2, particularly as we saw in Q1. Sector 3 is where you start to drop away if you've not got the explosive grip from some brand new Pirelli tyres, which will be now, 2-3 laps old, as Kilos now makes his way through that third sector. If he can keep himself in touch with Uriarte here, then he might still have a shot of breaking onto the front row.
Rios is only a tenth and a half off as it stands. We'll have to wait and see what it is through there. Down a quarter of a second off. Rios, even though he's going grey through the third sector, if he can hold that to the line, he would be on course to improve. So we'll have to wait and see. He's getting under Cormac with Cannon now. That's at the final corner, so that won't have his pause. The checkered flag is out. I don't think we're going to get any late improvements. Kiles indeed will start from the head of the second row, and there are no other changes elsewhere. So we get a brand new pole sitter, Lewis. Brian Uriarte has done the business at the place where he was a winner here last year in Red Bull Rookies, as well as a pole sitter. Fantastic from Brian Uriarte. Second for Marco Morelli on the front row. A great job by the Argentinian. That is also his best qualifying, and it's a front row for the first time for him. And Hakim Danish, our Grand Prix winner from Brno, he completes it. Rookies first, second and third.
Fourth front row qualifying for Hakim Danish. Of course, didn't qualify on the front row in Brno, but then got shunted back this grid penalty, came back to win the race anyway. But what a rookie crop we've got in 2026. They really are ensuring that the future of Moto3 with the champion elect, if you want to call him that, at the very early stage of the season. Max Kilos, sure to move up to Moto2 next season. Well, plenty of rookies waiting to step into his shoes next season. As mentioned, we have, 5 rookies in the top 8 on the grid.
And it's also worth noting that there's plenty of riders willing to give him a headache tomorrow and also for the second half of this season. What a pole lap, a 24.880 from Brian Uriarte. Let's hear from team boss Nicky Io, who is down now without.
He certainly is. Yeah, the gents have just said it on comms, Nicky. What a pole up from Brian. His first pole in Moto3. He's turned a corner, hasn't he, in the last few Grand Prix. First win in Mugello. And now pole 52, you must be really proud.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Very proud of the job that he's doing. It wasn't easy for him in the beginning. I think we discussed many times. I think he had a little bit too big expectations in the beginning, and when things were not coming, it was difficult for him to accept that it takes time. And now when he's sort of accepted that this is a process and keeps working hard, you can see the progress, and obviously that makes us very happy. And of course, what makes me even more happy is that he was able to do it alone. So that's something to be proud of.
Cheers, Al. Cheers, Nicky. It is the first Moto3 pole, as the graphic says, for Brian Uriarte. It is a first front row for Marco Morelli, and it is another front row for Hakim Danish. Max Kilos will go from 4th, just ahead of his arch rival in the championship, Alvaro Carpe. Whilst it's Rico Salmela there in 6th place. Another super job by Rico Salmela, who equals his career best.
6th in Hungary, 6th on the grid here, and of course Salmela, unfortunate in one respect, of course, with the that penalty that's been available back in Assen, didn't have the chance to serve his penalty and catch back up to the group, had to take a 6-second penalty after the race when he would have taken the best result of his Moto3 career. Finn, who perhaps hasn't made the same headlines, had the same fanfare as the likes of Uriarte, who's already a winner, or Morelli, who's been on the podium, Danish, of course, a winner, but Salmela, another rookie with a bright future.
Let's just have a quick check on Matteo Bertelli as well. It's his best of a season thus far. Up in 7th place, Ryusuke Yamanaka, that's a 3rd top 10 appearance for him. Cormac Buchanan, by far and away his best of the year. His previous best was in Brazil, I reckon, when he was 18th and really should have been higher, but unfortunately he was higher in another way with a massive high side during that session. So Cormac Buchanan there in 11th. There will be some disappointment elsewhere. You get the feeling for Joel Kelso, for Eddie O'Shea, 12th and 16th. That's not where we've become accustomed to see Michael Leverton for.
For Casey O'Gorman probably as well. 14th for the rider who topped Q1, and not a good session in the end for CIP Green Power. Their riders, Cruces and Ogden, brought up the rear in that session, 17th.
And Ogden was at the very top of this session, the exact same session, a year ago, of course. He was our pole sitter. We're just having a word up from pit lane via L that actually there was a technical problem for Eddie O'Shea towards the end of that session, so perhaps that just stymied his progress up towards maybe getting his lap time a little bit lower, a little bit quicker, and getting himself a little bit further up the Moto3 grid for tomorrow. But less than 9/10 of a second, covering the top 18. I mean, it's certainly not all done yet.
Yeah, it's going to be a major group battle at the front of the field tomorrow. There are 7 different pole sitter of the season. Alvaro Carpe put in shade again, I guess you have to say, by his young rookie teammate, Brian Uriarte. Carpe will certainly be targeting the podium, at the very least, 12th place, right next to his chief championship rep.
Yeah, Carpe and Keyless, 4th and 5th. That's going to be box office, isn't it, tomorrow? But box office now, in the present. Brian Uriarte, you are a Moto3 Grand Prix pole sitter. Congratulations.
Brian, you've secured your first podium, your first win, and now your first pole position in Moto3. Talk us through that lap and how you're feeling for tomorrow's Grand Prix here at the Sachsenring.
Yeah, well, it's everything very close, no? And Marco is behind by very little, also him, and yeah, really happy to get this first position in Moto3, but well, tomorrow will be the race. But today we need to enjoy with my first pole, and I won't be angry at it. I'm so happy to get it. And yeah, honestly, this weekend I'm feeling quite okay. The bike is feeling is pretty good, but I think the lap was not the best. But anyway, yeah, we are in pole position. So yeah, we have a bit of advantage for tomorrow's start, and let's try to enjoy tomorrow.
Congratulations and good luck for the race tomorrow.
Says the lap wasn't the best, but a 24.8, Lewis, it's not too slow around here, is it?
But only as fast as he needed to be. 24,000 was his advantage, and that amounts to a first Moto3 pole for Brian Uriarte, who could have been a major problem for the rest of Moto3 in the second half of the season, and for sure it's already shaping up to be a big title favourite heading into 2027. And of course he'll be sticking around for sure with the Red Bull KTM IO squad. A chapter there, wasn't it, through turn 1, but a beaming smile for Brian Uriarte, a first Moto3 pole position. I'm sure it's not lost on him. A Tissot watch to boot.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, I'd like to know the last time we had 3 rookies on the podium. We're normally quite across, on the front row, we're normally quite across the stats department up here, Lewis, but I didn't have that one on my list of things. So Dr. Tom Morcellino, wherever you are, our official statistician here in MotoGP, 3 rookies on the front row, first time since when?
Quite a long time ago, I would expect, unless someone on Twitter can very quickly correct me. But Marco Morelli, that's a fine effort second, because usually for Morelli, we've seen him come on strong late in races. Generally, he's a little bit weaker in qualifying and in the early stages. Morelli has mentioned the best qualifying of 4 prior to that, but of course, continuing from outside the top 10 already, back in Jerez this year to take a podium. So watch him closely tomorrow. It's Uriarte and Morelli, the old Red Bull rookies and Junior GP rivals, who are 1 and 2 on the grid. First clear pole for Uriarte, first front row for Morelli. The Hakim Danish completes that old rookie front row. Keyless from Q1 to 4th ahead of Carpe and another rookie in Rico Salmela. Best of the season for Bertelli ahead of Rios and Yamanaka, his best since Brazil. Adrian Fernandez. Cormac Buchanan, his best of the 2026 season so far, 11th ahead of Joel Kelso, Fede Fatama and Casey O'Gorman on a trio of Hondas. Esteban 15th ahead of Eddie O'Shea, who had some late technical problems. Adrian Cruces and Scott Ogden for CIP complete the Q2 lineup. Peroni 19th, but he came through to 4th from there in Assen, so watch him tomorrow. Marcos Uriarte, the sole intact rider who will start tomorrow, with David Almanza ruled out through illness. He's ahead of Ramastor Carraro. Pini down in 23rd place in that Q1 session, and Edu Gutierrez, who will make his Moto3 debut tomorrow from 24th on the grid. So history made at the Sachsenring for Brian Uriarte, his first Moto3 pole position, with all rookie lockout of the front row. What awaits us in Moto2 Qualifying? Q1 for them is on the way next.
and welcome back live and trackside here at the Sachsenring. It is round 11 of 2026. It is the halfway point of 2026. And in just about 4 and a bit months from now, it will all be done. And we will have our 3 world champions from an incredible 2026 season of racing. Moto3 qualifying is done. MotoGP's Tissot sprint is on the horizon. It's in the present. Moto2 Q1 is what's coming up next. And you're joining myself, Kiko Giles, Lewis Sotheby next to me up here in commentary and down on the ground. And he's going to be bringing us all the insights and all the latest news from down in pit lane. In Q1, we've got Jose Antonio Rueda, Luca Lanetta, Sergio Garcia, Celestino Vietti once again finds himself going through this one. Ayumu Sasaki, Chavi Zuratuda, Alberto Ferrandes, Adrian Huertas, Aaron Canet, Angel Piqueras, Zonta van der Gerben, Jorge Navarro and Milan Pavelet right at the back. The fastest 4 do go into Q2 though, so keep an eye, particularly on the likes of Luca Lanetta, who's had pace at times this weekend, Jose Antonio Rueda, who only just missed the cut, Celestino Vietti, who is a little bit higher up the order than 18th. He's in one of his better seasons. Lewis, have I missed anyone there? Good afternoon.
Afternoon to you, Kiko. No, I think you've covered it all. No question about it. Celestino Vietti, the headline name in this qualifying 1 session. In fact, given that we've got a few riders absent through injury this weekend, which we'll cover shortly, Celestino Vietti is actually the only rider in the top 15 in the World Championship who isn't already in qualifying 2 of those that are here because absent through injury for this Moto2 weekend. We have Alonso Lopez, as Kiko mentioned, it's going to have Pavelet in for him this weekend. No Danny Munoz for the Italtrans team either. He broke his foot and was humorous in an early crash at the Dutch Grand Prix at Assen last time. And of course, Barry Baltus still absent through injury, which is why Jorge Navarro is with us once again with fans.
And Jorge Navarro, of course, has departed the Clint Ford team after a few rounds, and Chavi Zuratuda a full-time replacement. So that covers off everyone that perhaps you needed to get up to date with. Our reigning Moto3 world champion is in this one, and I've got to say one of the favourites to move through because he only just narrowly missed out. In fact, he'd set, by my reckoning, yes, the identical lap time, but because his second lap was slower, Lewis, he doesn't go through.
Yeah, because as I was discussing with Elle in Moto2 FP2 this morning, Colin Vire and Rueda both on a 23.007. The second best lap to what decided it, Colin Vire's second best lap, was also a 1:23.007. So he can say to Jose Antonio Rueda, I deserve the Q-tip place because I did 2 of them.
The name's Colin Vire. I get a bit of pond going on with 007 down there in 14th and 15th place. You've got to say Celestino Vietti as well will be looking to come through. If I remember correctly now, he put in quite a good race here last year because he had a pretty diabolical Saturday. He really had to fight his way through to come through, and in the end he didn't come away with such a bad result. Was up right in the battle towards top 6.
Came through to 5th in the end. 5th in the last 2 years is Celestino Vietti. He was on pole here back in 2024, but it has been a troublesome weekend so far for Chele. Had a crash yesterday in practice, also had a little trick with the gravel trap early on in FP2 this morning. The Boscoscuro has been working fairly nicely. So we had a Boscoscuro quickest yesterday in the form of Ethan Cavara, but Vietti on a very poor recent sort of early summer slump. I think it's fair to say that it's now the 3rd time in the last 4 he has been in Q1.
Yeah, and such a shame as well, because in terms of the Grand Prix as well, he was always right up in the top 10. DNF last time out at Assen, and before that he was consistently up in the top 6. So form just dripping away at the moment for Vietti.
Championship positions dripping away with it. Of course, he was right in there with Gonzalez and Guevara after those consecutive podiums. Celestino Vietti is now 76.5 points in arrears at the top of the World Championship, and failure to get out of qualifying 1 here this afternoon will only see that points deficit grow.
Yeah, and someone please do something about that 0.5. It is so frustrating. I can't believe it, but we had that situation, of course, over in Prix.
Sean Manny wouldn't complain if he rounded off.
Exactly. I think it needs to be
be rounded up for him and rounded down for everyone else, doesn't it? Manuel Gonzalez, of course, will be coming up later in Q2, and he sports a lead of 57.5 points over Ethan Guevara, who was actually fastest yesterday. But that's talk for Q2. Let's get on with it now in the present as we tick down. Riders about to jump on their steeds and head out into Q1 territory as we look at the Brasini lineup of Sergio Garcia, Milan Pavlik, the only pole on the grid at the moment. Jose Antonio Ueda, Luca Lunetta, Sergio Garcia, Celestino Vietti. The four riders who only just missed the cut yesterday, but don't write off Alberto Ferrandez, don't write off Adrian Huertas. You could even make a case for Aaron Canet because the other side of the Elfmont VBS box has been going great guns. Dennis, aren't you?
Yep, set down to pit lane then with both of the Speed RS Boscoscuros in this qualifying one session. The key 15 minutes coming up for Celestino Vietti. Luca Boscoscuro is with us.
Yeah, he certainly is. Luca, not the best of days yesterday. How was the team feeling? Obviously, more importantly, in terms of the championship for Celestino. Seems like he's just struggling a little bit. What can you tell us?
The last 2 races, not really good. It was okay actually in Holland, but technically is the low level. Here started well yesterday morning, but after yesterday afternoon and then today it's complicated. Now I hope then the solution for Q1 help for Q2 and we will see what happens tomorrow, and I hope it go well.
What is the solution, Luca? We know Celestino struggled in the last couple of races, but when he's on form, he's really fast and able to stand on the podium. What's the issue with him?
It's complicated because the first part of the season don't touch nothing in the bike in the final, and every circuit more or less okay. And when start from the Hungary, little complicated. Because start to work a lot in the bike for the feeling the rider, but the feeling not the rider. Only that.
How's he feeling ahead of qualifying? Any confidence gained from this morning?
The morning normally not bad, but in the afternoon no well. I hope that today is the solution. Only that.
More positively on the other side, Luca, he looks like he's going really well. He's in the points in Assen and just missed out on QC yesterday. How's his progress so far as we reach the halfway stage of the season?
Sometimes good, sometimes less good, but it's the rookie, because it's not too easy, because also they are lucky, because he broken the foot in Thailand, and not really lucky this season and the pre-season. But for now, not too bad. I now, in the period, check all after taking the season.
Thank you, Luca, and good luck for the session.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, Al. Cheers, Luca. Great insight from down there in the Boscoscuro camp. Of course, both of their riders are in this session. One of them is about to come under Angel Piqueras. That's getting very tight. Luca Lunetta, definite turn 12 there at the moment. Easier first flying laps. Vietti's at the head of this small group, trying to get it done in towards turn 13 and fired up the other side of the hill. Let's see what lap times we've got this time around. 22.7 and then a 22.2 from Luca Lunetta. That is very fast. Luca Lunetta has really found something there. The number 32 and just ahead of Sergio Garcia, Ferrandez and Adrian Huertas. So I said keep an eye on those two, and they have absolutely sprung an attack up into third and fourth. Rueda is sixth. Piqueras 8th, for Celestino Vietti down in 9th place at the head of that group. He probably wasn't gaining a lot, but really, even he would have expected a bit more than a 22.7.
Fastest lap of the weekend is a 1:21.807 from Ivan Ortola earlier on this morning. That 22.269 from Lunetta would have put him second yesterday behind Ivan Guevara, so that's a fast lap, whatever way you cut it, for Luca Lunetta, as we follow Celestino Vietti, who's leading a trio that includes his teammate Luca Lunetta in between the Boscoscuros in the sandwiches, and Kel Piqueras, who currently sits in 8th place.
That's 6 tenths quicker than what Luca Lunetta has managed all weekend so far, so he's definitely saved his best until qualifying, hasn't he? He needs to come through, of course, Q1 if he is to have any chance at all of fighting for pole. He's just up behind Angel Piqueras at the moment. He's like gone away from him. Celestino Vietti's lap, well, it's an improvement, but it's not going to be anything to write home about by the time he gets to the line. Let's see, the 13, it is 8 only. Piqueras does move up ahead of him as well.
at a max 22nd on the grid for Chelsea Vietti as it stands. And I don't think I need to look too far down my notes to work out that that's his lowest qualifying of the season so far. Sasaki's about to make it worse because he now moves up a couple of places, including ahead of Vietti. So Sasaki now 7th, 3/10 of a second off the pace of Lanetta, but only a 10th at the moment outside the provisional top 4.
Yeah, it's really, really tight, it's got to be said. From 4th back down to really, Rueda there in that 8th place. We're talking just over a 10th of a second. Vietti, we're riding on board with him. This is through turn 7. Feeling, asking for the power, sliding sideways all the time. But sideways is not forwards, unfortunately, not forward enough. And he's just under half a second off halfway round.
Yeah, well, we definitely do know in Moto2, we heard it from riders already this weekend, is that you get maximum 2-time laps out of these tyres, the softest versions of the Pirelli tyres available this weekend that of course they'll be using for qualifying. You definitely get the explosive, the bite, the grip from the tyres to the tarmac on the first lap, potentially if you're kind to them on the second, but once you get beyond that, you're going to find it really difficult to make any sort of improvement. And Hancock Becerra indicated that he's going to be in pit lane and he will follow Justin Vietti in that direction.
And I think Luke Lanetta is going to be coming in as well. Indeed, he is there on the left-hand side. He's already off the track, down in towards turn 13. So a load of riders entering the pit lane then. That is run 1 done. And as you can see, they're all in there waiting to get back into their boxes. A quick debrief, fresh rubber, and then firing it back out again. Just looking, I've got to say, the only one who really is a surprise and where he is Vietti. And you could make a case for Jose Antonio Rueda as well, that maybe he should be a little bit further up. But great couple of laps from Ferrandez and also from Huertas.
Yeah, Rueda, that is his fastest lap of the weekend on a 22.5, and unfortunately the rest of the field have improved at a faster rate than he has and have relegated him down the order. Just saw Norman Rank, bottom right-hand corner of the picture, the crew chief to Aaron Cadet, who we saw gleefully celebrating Igor's victory for the rider that he worked with in his Moto2 Championship days with the MSI squad. And it is worth pointing out, just while we have a slight lull in the action, for the Mark Vidias team with a sombre mood, understandably, this weekend for the German Grand Prix after the sad passing of their team founder and owner, Mark van der Straten, who passed away last weekend at the age of 78. The black numbers on the front of the Mark Vidias Brusque scores are for that week.
Yeah, absolutely. Echoed on this side of the comments box as well. Moto2, one of their founding members was Mark Vidias, Mark van der Straten himself. So Moto2 and Mark Vidias synonymous, and of course not just here in Moto2 but also over in World Superbikes this weekend. Sam Lowe's in action at home at Donington Park. They will be paying their respects tomorrow over there in the World Superbike paddock. So Mark van der Straten may be gone, but is absolutely not forgotten here in the world of motorcycle racing.
Yep, we'll see Dennis on Chew on the second of the box scores for Mark Vidias in qualifying 2. His teammate at the moment, Aaron Cadet, needs to find, just over 5/100ths of a second if he is to join him. Sergio Garcia, a 1:22.3 for Sergio. That is about 0.8 of a second quicker than he'd gone to that point earlier in the weekend. The best prior to this of a 23.1 set yesterday afternoon. Garcia, as it stands, chasing a second Q2 appearance in the last 3.
Let's see if Garcia is able to make it work for him. Of course, he's been in Q1 a few more times than he'd have liked, but as you say, Lewis, he's looking to try and keep up a rather okay record at the moment. 2 in the last 3. Let's see if he can make it happen. Debriefs going on down there. This is in the Boscoscuro camp. That is Luke Lanetta, who we are looking at the moment on that 22.2, who at the moment is the fastest rider in this session in Moto2. Sergio Garcia second, Ferrandez third, Huertas fourth, Ayumu Sasaki, who, it's got to be said, down in 7th place. He would have been wanting a little bit more, because at this track last year he had his career best finish, 9th place at the checkered flag on Sunday.
He's been in the last 4 qualifying 1 sessions now as Sasaki has only at the moment come through one of them, and that was when he came through the 16th on the grid at Brno. As it stands, he has not advanced through this session either. It is Sasaki, who was delayed by the Danny Munoz crash back in Assen. That's why Sasaki finished down in 19th spot.
Yeah, let's hope that he doesn't suffer the same misfortune this time round. Luca Lanetta is going to be going out. This is Chavasino Vietti, who is going out now as well. So let's see if there's a bit of teamwork perhaps across the Boscoscuro garage. Javi 02s are also jumping aboard. So run 2 is getting underway. reckon by my quick calculations, this will be 3 laps maximum, 3 timed laps maximum. But by the time they get round, it will be already less than 4 minutes on the clock.
It says a lot, doesn't it, about the hole that Celestino Vietti's trying to climb his way out of, but you almost feel like he could do with a bit of assistance and a tow round from his teammate with the rookie Luca Lanetta with that 122.2, who I think is reasonably safe with that one. We've only seen a couple of riders beat that in the entire weekend so far, so it will take some effort for 4 riders to beat that in this Q1 session, as the posse of Moto2 riders in this Q1 session all find themselves on the same part of the racetrack. Vietti desperately trying to cut himself to the front of that queue so he has no traffic.
This is it, all the way coming through the top of this track, all the way back through turn 6, down through the hill at turn 7, this never-ending left-hander, and when it does end, you get a short breather, and then you're straight on the ankle down here into turn 8, and then you climb the hill, only to drop down the other side of it. It is action-packed here at the Sachsenring. Everyone jockeying for position already on this outlap. You're not joining us for the Grand Prix, just in case you were wondering. This is just the outlap here, Moto2 Q1. The final run is going to be coming in just a moment's time. They're on their outlap as we get through down towards turn 12, and yeah, 3 laps maximum here, Lewis, so it will be go for broke on the first one. The opening lap may well be the most indicative of who is going to be moving through to join the 14 that already went through yesterday.
The 2 Rookie of the Year rivals, Ferrandez and Rueda, were swapping places in the final sector of the outlap, trying to find themselves the best possible spot. Rueda is ahead of Ferrandez, who's about to get dived on there by Navarro, by the looks of it, on the frantic Calex, who is indeed up the inside of Alberto Ferrandez, who currently holds on to a Q1 place. Of course, remember, Ferrandez came for a Q1 in Assen and took it all the way to the front row of the grid and the lead on lap 1.
This is looking very, very encouraging for Celestino Vietti, who's more than a quarter of a second up through the first sector. Let's see what the second sector brings him. Of course, another thing to mention as we're mentioning Moto3, you do not want to encounter yellow flags at this stage of the session when the tyres at its absolute best, and you may well need a lap. Vietti's time just going away through the second sector, and he's gone wide, and he's done well, very well, to keep that off the gravel. So Celestino Vietti, well, that tyre, he should be able to get one more lap at it, because he's going to have to be chilled through the rest of this, but it is by no means at its optimal now.
Yeah, that's why it was a pretty smart move to back out of that. Once you realise the lap was gone, just try and save the tyre as much as you can. Don't trash it too much in a lap which is already going away from you, and try and go again. But huge, huge pressure now on the shoulders of Celestino Vietti, who's got potentially just one more shot at rescuing what at the moment would be a disastrous 23rd on the grid. Can Rueda lift himself out of Q1 and into Q2? And stands. The answer is yes.
Great lap, 22.351, fastest time of the weekend for Rueda personally. Coming across line, Sasaki moved up into 5th place as well, but wasn't able to quite grab a top 4th place. I also noticed Angel Piqueras went wide at turn 12, and he also backed out of it. So Vietti and Piqueras, 8th and 9th at the moment, not on ideal rubber, when everyone else has probably got a little bit more in it from the opening lap. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not Vietti and Piqueras are able to get on terms with what their rivals were able to do first time around.
But once again, the first sector not remotely a problem for Celestino Vietti. His problems kind of start here, once we're on the left-hand side of the tyre for the next 7 corners. It was coming through sort of 7 and 8 where he lost control last time and had to back it a bit, and he's lost the best part of a third of a second, gone from a 10th up to nearly 3/10 down in sector 2, and Vietti now well up against it.
Yeah, and at the moment the gap between up to 4th, you need to be within an 1/8 of a second, 0.125 really, to be getting in there, and Vietti's not going to do this. He's 4/10 off now, coming through sector 3, and he's on his penultimate flying lap. He's going to have a bit of traffic laps as well. Oh dearie me, Celestino Vietti. If these not all roll out, it's going to lose his next lap. Coming to the line, any improvements further down? Not too many at all. Vietti does improve his time and at least leapfrogs Angel Piqueras, but 8th is not where he thought he was going to be.
Well, it's 23rd to 22nd on the grid as Ferrandez is getting a bit onto the pole, and that's Vietti into the gravel track. That pretty much adds insult to injury, doesn't it? Celestino Vietti's fate is sealed now.
Vietti is not coming through out of Q1. That is such a disaster for Celestino Vietti. The team watch on, they are far from happy. He just gets his braking all wrong down in towards turn 1. and it's all bottomed out already. He's got to have to pick it up and exit stage left and into the gravel. So Celestino Vietti's qualifying is done. Vietti's going to be 8th in this session, which I make to be 22nd on the grid. So not ideal for Celestino.
For the first time this season, he has not made qualifying 2. Surely he's going to lose further ground in the World Championship. With that, he'll be watching on to hope that someone beats the likes of Manu Gonzalez and Ifak Guevara in qualifying 2. Otherwise, further challenging points are going to be falling away from him before we go on our summer holidays.
Yeah, disastrous qualifying, considering that in Catalunya he was on pole position. So Celestino Vietti not able to make work. Thompson van den Gerberg likewise struggling this weekend, 10th at the flag in this session for him, 24th on the grid for him tomorrow for the Dutchman. And I've got to say, Lewis, I'm not seeing any exciting sectors. I think we're locked in. Lanetta, Garcia, Jose Antonio Rueda, one of the only improvers in the second run there, and Ferrandez right up there in 4th place. We said keep an eye on him, and he's proven us to be right.
Yep, so although he didn't look too happy, and I can understand why in the Speed RS box, Luca Boscascuro, it wasn't all bad. Luca Lanetta, his fine young rookie, topping the session. It's been a good day so far, good afternoon for rookies. And Luca Lanetta keeps that going with a 22.269. As you can see there, the all-time lap record set earlier on today. That is one of only 2 laps so far this weekend that have been faster than the lap time that Luca Lanetta has just done. He tops qualifying 1 and books his place in Q2 for the 3rd time this year.
I was just going to say, actually, that he's only 4 tenths off the lap record from earlier with Ivan Ortola, so very, very strong stuff from Luca Lanetta. I'm very excited to see what he's got in the locker for Q2. Sergio Garcia, he's moving through as well. Great to see him. He's already back through the box, 3rd and 4th in this section. Coming through the 3rd sector is Jose Antonio Rueda, and under him the number 54, Alberto Ferrandez. So Ferrandez once again at least puts himself in the shot window for another top 10 qualifying. The last time out, it was quite special, wasn't he, on that front row?
3 rookies going through, then 3 of the top 4 rookies through the Q2, joining Sergio Garcia, who could do with some positive press. As mentioned, that is the second time in the last 3. Now, he has actually come through qualifying 1 into Q2, just a 1 point finish so far this season. Sergio Garcia ensuring that Rossini are represented in Q2, of course, with Alonso Lopez, his full-time teammate, still on injured list.
As they roll back into pit lane, and good job done by Alberto Ferrandez, who will take his place in Q2, along with Luca Lanetta, Sergio Garcia and Jose Antonio Rueda. Unlucky for, in the end, Ayumu Sasaki and Adrian Huertas, both of those guys just less than a 10th off moving through. Aaron Canet in 7th place, ahead of Vietti, who could only manage 8th. Piqueras there in 9th place, Zonta van den Gerberg in 10th. Javi Zuratuza in 11th. 12th for Jorge Navarro, who's continuing to replace Barry Baltus, and Madame Cavalet, who is in for Alonso Lopez, rounding out the order. Celestino Vietti looking far from impressed with that Q1 run, and who can blame him?
He was choosing his words carefully there once he realised he was on camera, and Vietti has got a mountain to climb in tomorrow's German Grand Prix if he's to well, even hold on to 5th in the World Championship. He's 76.5 points behind Manu Gonzalez. That margin surely only set to grow from a rider who looked like he was potentially going to be the likeliest challenger to Manu Gonzalez in the World Championship after those back-to-back podium finishes in Barcelona and in Mugello. It has careered downhill at a vast rate of knots, unfortunately for him, since then. But his teammate does top qualifying 1. Luca Lanetta through the Q2 with a 122.2. Sergio Garcia, Jose Antonio Rueda and Alberto Ferrandez joining. Sasaki 5th from Huertas. Canet 7th for Mark VDS, so just one of their riders into Q2. That's for Benito Chu. Vietti 8th ahead of Piqueras, Van den Gerberg, Zuratuza and Navarro. And Milan Pavelec, who does start at the back of the field, but he did improve by 8 tenths on what he did in FP2 earlier on today. The Tissot sprint is just over an hour away, but to whet your appetite for that, we have the battle for pole in Moto2. Qualifying 2 is coming up next.
1 hour to go until lights out for the MotoGP Tissot sprint, and what a blockbuster it is going to be here at the Sachsenring in Germany. The German GP, round 11 of 22. We are halfway there in 2026, and what a season it has been across all three classes. Moto3 qualifying is done, MotoGP qualifying is done, Moto2 qualifying halfway there as well. We've got Q2 coming up in just a short while. Moto2 Q1 has already been done and dusted. Celestino Vietti, the headline name, not making it through in the end from Q1 into Q2. We'll have a proper look at all your runners and riders in a short moment's time. You're in the company of Kiko Giles here. Lewis Sotheby is next to me, and Elliot York is up and down pit lane here as we get ready to go green for Moto2 Q2 here in Saxony, here in East Germany. And what a place it is to come racing. We've been coming here ever since 1998. Ethan Guevara, Ivan Ortola and David Alonso, your fastest three, moving through yesterday afternoon, joined by Senna Aegis and championship leader Manu Gonzalez. Philip Salach is right in the mix, as well as Alex Esquidge. Tony Arbolino turned up this weekend. Brilliant to see the number 14 back to some kind of form. Dennis Onchu, Tyre Furasato, Joe Roberts, Danny Holgado, Mario Aggi and Colin Via, the 14 fastest from yesterday, joined by Luca Lanetta, Sergio Garcia, Jose Antonio Rueda and Alberto Ferrandez, your riders who graduate through from Q1. The grandstands are packed. We are getting closer to kicking off with MotoGP in just about an hour's time. But Moto2 Pole Lewis, David Alonso in recent rounds has been the rider to beat. Is he still the rider to beat going into this one?
It's not the kick-off we're most focused on, though, is it? That's at 11 p.m. tonight as England take on Norway in the World Cup. Yeah, I think there are three clear favourites in this battle for pole position. Ethan Guevara, Ivan Ortola and David Alonso were your top three yesterday. In practice, they were the same top three this morning, albeit with Ivan Ortola, your fastest rider. Guevara, actually, was getting quite hot under the collar in FP2 this morning, kept catching traffic and was having to be calmed down by Gino Borsoi in the box at the end of the session. But without question, it would be a surprise if pole position doesn't come from one of those three names.
And it's got to be worth mentioning Ethan Guevara as well. Not just this morning, not just yesterday, but he likes the Sachsenring. I can think back to 2022 when he dominated in Moto3. So it's worth just saying that this is an Ethan Guevara circuit, let's say. Manu Gonzalez came through last year to, in the end, get a top 5 at the checkered flag. He's not necessarily had his all-conquering dominant pace that he showed a few rounds ago, but he's right in the mix and he still grinds out results when possible.
Yeah, it is of course a homegrown Prix for the intact GP squad, based very, very close to the Sachsenring here. And they'll be looking to build on the double podium that they got last time at Assen, even if neither of their riders were fortunate enough to stand on the top step in that thrilling, one of the all-time great Moto2 finishes.
It really was a belter. I can only think of a couple others that do it for me. That was last year at Silverstone, an absolute classic, and also Aragon just for the drama of the thing, and it was all going down to the final few thousandths of a second. Right, before we get on with this one, let's get into pit lane. Let's check in with Elliot York, our pit lane reporter. El, what have you got?
Yeah, cheers, James. Down here with Jordi Cattell ahead of Q2. Jordi, just quickly on Angel, saw you having a deep conversation with him there. I know he looks frustrated and upset after not getting into Q2. How is Angel particularly?
I think he's improving. They feel that they can improve little by little. That just speaking with them is that we are really confident that they can pass to Q2, but some details as Moto2 don't allow us to improve this last sector. But anyway, we are really happy with this performance and we trust a lot in his potential. We understand that this is a long process to come back as the beginning of the season, sure.
And on the other side of the box, Ivan, it looks like he's one of the favourites going into qualifying. He's just about to head out now, so apologies for noise suddenly in the earphones of everyone and through the TV screens. How is he getting on, Jordi? Because obviously that debut win, fantastic win in Renault. good bike to win. So, what's Ivan? How's his confidence so far this season?
Yeah, with Ivan, the planning is still the same. Is that to understanding better race by race the mechanics, also the team, because as you know it's the first year with the mechanics. But right now it's true that we feel that we have a very strong package. And sometimes we struggle a little bit because the teams that they are using BP sometimes are a little bit stronger than us, but we are completely focused in our work. Sure, Ivan for us is a MotoGP rider in the future. We will help them as much as possible.
It sounds like Ivan is wanted by quite a lot of teams in Moto2 for next season. Obviously, I assume you guys want to keep him as well. How difficult is it going to be to be able to keep Ivan? You guys have won titles in the past. Can you understand why teams want to sign Ivan for 2027, and do you guys want to sign him back for 2027?
Yeah, Ivan, as you know, has a lot of proposals. All the stronger teams are really interested in them. But for us, the most important thing is that if Ivan want to stay here, we will do the maximum effort and we will achieve the agreement. But the most important thing is that if Ivan wants to stay here, we will do the agreement. Sure.
Do you get the feeling Ivan wants to stay in this team?
My feeling is that they want to remain here. But anyway, we will see in the next coming weeks.
Thank you, Jordi, and good luck for the session.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jordi Cattell. Thank you, Elliot York. And thank you very much, Elliot York, for a bit of press in there right at the start of this session. That'll get the juices flowing. Ivan Ortola is hot property, Lewis, and understandably so. He's a Grand Prix winner now in Moto2. He's very, very fast, and he is going places.
He was the fastest ever Moto2 rider around the Sachsenring after his 1:21.807 earlier on today. Ivan Ortola, for many things he has done in his Moto2 career, which have made him such a hot property for next season. Pole position is yet to be one of them. Just one front row start. That's last year. Sergio Garcia will certainly not be starting from pole position after coming through Q1. He has gone no further.
That looks like that the Omega, perhaps.
Sector 2 is Sergio Garcia, which is just around the point of the Omega.
Yeah, I thought it was on the exit turn 3, turn 4, so that seems to be where it is. So Sergio Garcia, well, 18th on the grid, at least he got through, I suppose you can say. But unfortunately, the number 3 goes no further. A 21, wow, a 1:21.49. I had to do a double take there because I was almost convinced that that was not possible. Ivan Ortola, well, right on cue, has gone, do you know what? Have a think about this one, chaps. 1:21.493 has smashed his own lap record completely out the water. Ivan Ortola is absolutely cooking at the Sachsenring.
Asking price for Ivan Ortola for next season has just gone up a little bit more with a lap like that. Danny Holgado himself has gone under the lap record from this morning on a 21.7 himself, but he's a quarter of a second adrift of Ivan Ortola. Didn't think we'd see a lap time as quick as that. I'll be amazed if someone beats that.
I'll tell you what, gauntlet thrown down right at the start of the session. Ivan Ortola has absolutely gone for broke. I just hope he didn't cop a yellow flag for Sergio Garcia, but I'm fairly sure that would have been up on our timing monitors up here in Qualify now. This is Ethan Guevara coming through turn 13, lighting it up for his first flying lap. Let's see where this puts him. 21.824. Any other day you'd be doing so well. It's only a little bit slower than what Ortola did this morning, but unfortunately, that pesky number 4 has found something right at the front. We're looking at Danny Holgado, of course, who's fresh from signing a deal to move up to MotoGP next year. He doesn't improve, stays in second.
Well, our colleague Luke Upton back in HQ, MotoGP HQ, pointed out this morning to us that Ivan Ortola's pre-practice 2 pace-setting lap would have put him on MotoGP pole position back in 2010, the very first year of the Moto2 World Championship, and he's now gone quicker than it by, what, 0.3 of a second. He is absolutely flying right now around the Sachsenring. A quarter of a second advantage in any Moto2 qualifying session is a lot, but around the shortest lap of the year, that's a vast yawning chasm. All the big hitters are on the front 2 rows of the grid. Ortola, Holgado, Guevara, and it's now Aegis heading row 2 with a 21.8 ahead of Alonso and Gonzalez, our 3 podium finishers from Assen on row 2.
I'm not sure which grows more exciting, because after what we saw in Assen, Ages versus Alonso versus Gonzalez, I'll take round 2 of that one, thank you very much, versus Ortola, Holgado and Guevara at the very front. That's not a shy one either. Gonzalez just having a few words of wisdom from his manager, Eduardo Ravelli, down there in the intact box just outside. Great effort from the Honda Team Asia riders. Mario Aggi, who's just come back from injury, great to see him there in 7th place, and he's got Tayo Furusato joining him on that 3rd row provisionally. Both are split by Alex Escridge on the forward machine, and once again Alex Escridge just doing things with that bike that no one else is seemingly capable of doing. Elsewhere, Luca Lunetto was fastest in Q1, his 10th place at the moment, whilst Colin Byron and Jose Antonio away at 11th and 12th. A lot of formation flying up and down the grid at the moment.
Yeah, and Luke continuing with the expert stats. I'm going to give him a shout out again. He's just told us that he's matched Valentino Rossi's qualifying time on a 1000cc Yamaha back in 2013. It shows the level of progress, not just of riders, but also of the bikes in Moto2, of course, now powered by the Triumph 765 engines after initially on the Honda sort of Super Sport copycat engines, and of course Pirelli tyres now after taking over from Dunlop. Moto2 going as fast as it's ever been. And of course, Ortola's lap time, that's just 2 seconds off Mark Marquez's MotoGP.
So let's see if he can go even faster. He'll be saying he can. I spoke with him yesterday, and he was saying that it's all about being in the flow state. It's all about being in flow mode. So exciting times with Ivan Ortola, because it seems that when he's at one with the bike, no one seems to be able to get near him. Let's see if this rider can. David Alonso getting G'd up there by Jorge Martinez Aspar himself. Alonso, the pole sitter in the last 2 GPs. He was P2 in Brno at the checkered flag. He hustled his way to victory last time out at Assen. Do not discount David Alonso just yet.
Looks like a little bit of a long shot, but if anyone's capable, it's David Alonso. You've got to find 4/10 of a second, David, to get on terms with Ivan Ortola, and Ortola is far from done yet. He might even beat that 21.493 himself. Here is Manuel Gonzalez, the World Championship leader, who I don't think would have been too disappointed with a 21.9, but I think his heart would have sunk and his chin would have hit the floor down at Intact when he came back in and saw the lap time he's now got to go out and beat.
Yeah, and also that he's sick. Then everyone else has seemingly found the step as well. Let's see what Manuel Gonzalez has got. He's not working with this rider here at the moment, Senna Aegis. They're on differing strategies in the Dynavolt Intact machine camp, as Ortola comes across the line to start his next flying lap, the number 4, anchors up in towards turn 1. Let's see what his first sector is like. It's only a short sector anyway. They're coming through it just about now, and even Ortola looks at one with a bike. He's in touch, but it is not a session best, and fair play, because the previous lap was quite something.
Yeah, let's hope we haven't peaked too soon in this Moto2 qualifying session, because if it's anything like the first runs, we're in for a grandstand finish in this battle for pole position. And with it,
course of the Grand Prix tomorrow, Moto2 now so often one of the most exciting. Gonzalez is going to be coming into pit lane here now, so he's going to be getting on some fresh rubber. That tyre's gone away from him, so Gonzalez, in he comes, championship leader, and he's going to be championship leader anyway going into the summer holidays, and also when we come out the other side of them, when we've gone into that kind of 2-week gap we've got after Silverstone. We know that going to Aragon, Manuel Gonzalez is still going to be championship leader. Such has been the performance in the first half of this year.
Yeah, with Vietti not in the action, the championship are currently on the front 2 rows of the grid, but I think Manuel Gonzalez, what might be a bit of a consolation for him if he does end up 6th, is that the rider who's on pole at the moment is 7th in the championship. Ivan Ortola, his closest title rival, Guevara, on the outside of the front row. Of course, qualifying is always important in Moto2, but with the grid slightly more spaced out now, with the change to the grid layout from this weekend, was an extra metre between each position on a row, and then 3 metres, of course, from one row to the next. So grid position potentially more important this weekend than it has been so far.
That is a great point as well, because here as well at Sachsenring, it's not the longest of runs down towards turn one anyway, so getting right up on the front two rows is even more important than normal, and even that is exacerbated here. Tyre Furusato, well, he's locked onto the right rider, hasn't he? He's got Ivan Ortola just up ahead of him. Furusato, who has been going brilliantly of late as the Japanese rookie, he's really found a bit of form. He's really starting to work out a Moto2 machine, and he's really starting to work out the Sachsenring on a Moto2 machine. Tyre Furusato is once again for a third consecutive GP directly into Q2, and he might be looking at moving up into the top six as things stand here. He might even be looking towards the front row if he can hold this. Let's take him to the line. Tyre Furusato, this could be a surprise, goes fourth. Brilliant stat from Tyre Furusato. We know he likes the Sachsenring, but we didn't know he liked it that much. That would be by far and away a career best qualifying. There's a load of debris down there at turn one. What is all that in AW? We saw the lack of adhesion flag. That looks like maybe a mud guard has come off or something. There was definitely something down at turn one there. We'll need to have another look.
Guevara takes second place on a 21.6, just a tenth and a half adrift of Ivan Ortola. Holgado had briefly increased. There you can see the debris of the racetrack. Holgado had briefly taken second place on a 21.7, but Guevara has jumped off a place back onto second place at the moment. So it's an old Spanish front row of the grid at the moment. Ortola, Guevara, Holgado, but Tyre Furusato by a long way the best qualifying of his Moto2 career so far. It'll be his best by 7 places if he hangs on to that.
And he set that best last time out as well at Assen, and it's worth noting it was 11th then. We know at the moment he's there in 4th. Let's see if Tyre Furusato can hold on to that. That would be something very, very special indeed. Colin Vire looking to try and get back into the top 10 in a qualifying session. Missed out last time, at the moment looking good in 7th.
Yeah, he just went ahead on that last lap of Manu Gonzalez. So Gonzalez, who's currently on his out lap, he's somewhere in the 4th sector about to start what will be his final run of the session. Manu Gonzalez at the moment under a little bit of pressure, down in P8.
Let's wait and see what Gonzalez comes up with when he's got that fresh rubber on. We're at the final corner and we are blasting up the old Dennis Onju is leading across the line. Colin Vire, any changes? Not this time around. Further back though, we're in the 3rd sector. Senna Aegis right on cue. Thank you very much, Mr. TV Director, as we come down into turn 12. Aegis is looking very, very good here. This would be a provisional front row if he can hold it to the line.
Yeah, he's got to try and hold that 0.2 of a second advantage to sneak ahead of Holgado. There's a gap back to Furusato there on a 21.8. This is surely going to be a mid-ish 21 for Senna Aegis. First line he goes to 21.848. He does take 4 place. A screech over the line right behind him into 5th, which promotes Ponce Gonzalez back another place.
Yeah, and the Scridge, as always, getting onto a fast lap time and getting onto a fast tow truck as well. So good job by Alex the Scridge to do the lap and put himself in the middle of that 2nd row. It knocks Tyre Furusato back to 6th, but Manu Gonzalez, as we jump on board with him now, he's right in touch here. Coming through, this is turn 10, then he's going to flick it right to go through turn 11 and the Ralph Feldman corner. Let's see what Gonzalez has got. 800ths of a second, it's 400ths of a second to do. Gonzalez is in touch, he clears Holgado, and that is one of the riders who he's looking to eliminate off that front row. A short burst, turn 12, over the curb, turn 13, braking area, keep it clean. Manu Gonzalez needs this lap time, climbing the hill now, has the 18, has the championship leader saved himself? Yes, he has, and moves through up into P2. Manu Gonzalez gets a round of applause from the team, and there's good reason for it. 2nd on the grid provisionally.
Yeah, a little bit of a punch of the air. That is demonstrative and emotional as Gonzalez gets. He just looked up at the screen and seen how close he was to Ivan Ortola. He clearly knew it was a special lap. Not quite special enough as it goes, Manu Gonzalez, but he still gets himself onto the front row of the grid and crucially ahead of his closest title rival, Ivan Guevara. Top 2 in the championship, 2nd and 3rd.
And by my reckoning as well, he's not going to get another lap time in. I think he's on his final flying lap, even though he did bail out of it straight away at turn 1. So I think that is about it for Manu Gonzalez, as we have 35 seconds left on the clock, as he will give chase to Dennis Onju anyway. Now on board with Ivan Guevara, who is 2/10 off through the 1st sector. We've experienced this lull more or less in every session so far across Moto3 and Moto2. That the tyres just not quite there enough right at the end, and we're seeing it again. 8.5 off for Ivan Guevara. He's going to be 3rd on the grid.
Furusato has been relegated to 7th, which is still career best as it stands. David Alonso only 8th, and as you can see see on screen, he won't be improving on that. So the pole streak is over for Alonso, and down on the third row of the grid in 8th. The other big surprise from a negative point of view this session would have to be Philip Salac, of course, has had such a good recent run at the moment, and with no sign of an improvement for Salac. In fact, he is on 2 personal bests, but half second down at the halfway stage. Philip Salac set to qualify at the moment down in 16th place on the grid, which would be his worst qualifying since Jerez.
Yeah, when he was 23rd on the grid, and he missed the front row last week, of course. He was in a brilliant purple patch of front rows in Moto2. So let's see what Philip Salac can do across the line. He's 8 tenths off at the moment, 8 tenths off. It's not really going to do much. He moves up 1 place up into 15th, so he gets himself on that 5th row of the grid. But Philip Salac is a worse qualifying since Jerez, but it is at last pole position in Moto2 for Ivan Ortola, the number 4 with that 1:21.493 that caught everybody by surprise, including us who even down to the timing screen up here when he set it. What a way to come out the blocks. A new all-time lap record, as the graphic correctly says. He is a magician at the Sachsenring this weekend, and surely the favourite going into Sunday.
Yeah, fastest in FP2, fastest in qualifying, with all-time lap records in each of them for Ivan Ortola. And there will be a list as long as your arm of Moto2 team managers waving contractor pens in his face after that one.
Behind him, Manu Gonzalez, championship leader, ahead of his championship rival, Ethan Guevara. That's going to be absolutely fantastic. 4th on the grid for Danny Holgado, centre eight to Scridge, completing your top 6. Lots of different chassis manufacturers right up inside those top 6 places. We've got Kalex, we've got Oscar Scuro, we've got Forward, so that's interesting. Tyre Rosato, career best from him. David Alonso's pole streak comes to an end, so he will not be the 13th rider to get 3. He is there in 8th place in the middle of that 3rd row. Colin Bayer back in the top 10 in 9th. Mario Aggi back with us, and what a way, 10th place for him. Brilliant stuff for the Indonesian rider.
Just 1 position off his best ever Moto2 qualifying, which is something going for Mario Aggi in his first Grand Prix in what, the last 6 that he's missed, or last 5 that he's missed. I think in the end, for the World Championship leader Manu Gonzalez, even though it was looking with a minute or so to go, second on the grid is not a bad recovery. Fit for his teammates in Aragius. Jürgen Lee, team manager, is speaking to them.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Lewis. Jürgen, how important does that feel for Manu to get onto the front row here at the Sachsenring? A late lap, just missed out on the all-time lap record, but you must be pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, of course, because this morning we were not so confident. It's quite difficult here, and especially for Manu, it's not so easy here. And so we are even more happy with the second position, because it's very important for tomorrow, for the race. He needs a good start, and then he has to manage the tires like anybody else. But if you can start from the front row, for sure it's a big support and a big help. So I'm more than happy, and I did not expect, to be honest.
And just quickly on Senna as well, on the second row, that's a decent result as well for Senna, isn't it?
100%, he's very good, and Senna has a very good race for tomorrow. I think second row is very good for him.
Thank you, Jürgen. Good luck tomorrow.
You're welcome.
Cheers, Jürgen. Cheers, El. Brilliant job by Manu Gonzalez to get onto that front row. It was looking a bit desperate at the end, and he was so close to pole sitter Ivan Ortola, and also Lewis Senna was in 5th. I think we're on for another classic here, aren't we, tomorrow?
Yeah, there's a heavyweight front 2 or 3 rows of the grid in Moto2. So many stories with the in-demand Ivan Ortola on pole position, with the top 2 in the World Championship right next to him. Holgado, Aegis, a Screech in a tantalising second row, and Tyre Rosato putting his Innovative Honda team Asia Kalex in a position that it hasn't been so far. 7th on the grid, ahead of Assen winner David Alonso, who after winning from pole in Assen is going to have to launch a comeback mission tomorrow from P8.
If I'm not mistaken, I think David Alonso's other victory came from P8 on the grid in Hungary 2025. Maybe memory serves me right there. At least it was from the 3rd row. So let's see what exactly David Alonso has got coming in for tomorrow. You can never write him off, of course, and he was a bit of a hound last year around here. We're looking at Ethan Guevara, who completes that front row. He can be pretty happy with that. He's got great pace as well. And another one like Ivan Ortola, who is in flow state at the moment.
5th front row of the season for Ethan Guevara. Senna Aegis, who we led to believe from Elliot Pit Lane from Jürgen Ling, who might well have the better race pace tomorrow versus Manu Gonzalez. Senna will certainly hope that that is proven to be correct. as he chases a third podium in the last 5. And David Alonso, well, 8th on the grid. Yeah, it's not a disaster, but his pole streak is over, and he's going to have to play some serious catch-up tomorrow.
Yeah, it's worth also noting, further down the field, Tyler Rossato is going to fancy his chances in 7th place. That is career best by 4 places, as we've already spoken about. Jose Antonio Ueda there in 11th, Luca Lunetta there in 12th. There's some unfamiliar names in the front 4 rows of the grid. There's some quite familiar names further back as well, but more on them later. Let's hear from our newest pole sitter in Moto2, Ivan Ortola, going like the clappers. Great job.
Ivan, that's quite a sensational lap here at the Sachsenring, faster than Valentino Rossi went in 2013 on a full factory Yamaha. A superb lap. Talk us through it, and you're looking really good for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, it's amazing, the job that we are doing, my team, also me. We were really well prepared during all the weekend, so I'm happy for that. I don't want to put me more pressure for tomorrow. I will just enjoy the race and put my pace, and it happened what it has to happen.
Great job and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Lewis, he's got to be going into tomorrow as the favourite, particularly given his recent form, and that lap time was just thrown in there.
Yeah, incredible performance all weekend. He's been in the top 3 since Friday afternoon. He's been fastest in both sessions today, has Ivan Ortola. He will take some beating. Long race tomorrow, though. 25 laps of the Sachsenring. The start all important, but Ortola certainly the favourite.
25 laps that are pretty ferocious. They're fast. It's a really technical track. It's really intense. There's no breather. Oh, and that might just be the commentary box up here. I can't wait to listen in, guys. You enjoy it. I'm going to clear off out of here because MotoGP's Tissot sprint coverage is going to be coming up very soon. Lewis, I'm going to leave you to wrap up Moto2 stuff and make way for Mr. McBurn. Enjoy the rest of Sprint Saturday.
We certainly will, and Ivan Ortola will certainly enjoy the rest of his Saturday after claiming pole position, the first of his Moto2 career. 38 thousandths was the margin in the end, as Manu Gonzalez very nearly snatched it off him in the latter stages. 2 title front runners set to go head-to-head from the front row grid. Gonzalez and Guevara. Can either of them overhaul Ortola in tomorrow's German Grand Prix? So all the ingredients are fantastic. 25 laps of the Sachsenring tomorrow. Ethan Guevara, well, he's wearing a smile now after he was a little bit nonplussed with life after FP2 this morning. The front row that will certainly please those of the Spanish persuasion after their World Cup quarter-final success last night. It's Ivan Ortola on pole position from Manu Gonzalez and Ethan Guevara. Back to the Spanish top 4 with Danny Holgado heading row 2. Senna Regis Knights of Scridge alongside him. A career best 7th for Forressato in 7th. Alonso 8th alongside Vaya. Mario Baggi back in action and into the top 10. Rueda 11th ahead of Lunetta, who took Q1. Roberts next up with Unchu, Salat, Arbolino, Ferrandez and Sergio Garcia, who crashed right at the start of qualifying 2. Sasaki 19th, then Buetas and Aaron Canet. Celestino Vietti, a miserable 22nd for him, with Keras van den Goldberg, Suratuza, Navarro and Milan Pavelec, the only riders behind him. Pole position, as expected after what we saw this morning for Ivan Ortola, a new lap record, setting MotoGP lap times from the past on his way to Moto2 pole at the Sachsenring. The modern day crop of MotoGP riders will be out on track next for the Sachsenring Sprint with some big breaking news from probably one of the title contenders. Our build-up starts next.
In a scenic corner of eastern Germany sits the Sachsenring, all set for another spectacular sprint in the Grand Prix of Germany. The shortest track on the calendar features one of Steve's most breathtaking corners, with turn 11, a super fast test for the world's fastest riders. Marc Marquez is on pole, chasing a record 19th sprint success. It's time for MotoGP. First Grand Prix here at the Sachsenring back in 1998. A layout then which measured 3.5 kilometres, modified in 2001, changed the current layout 2 years later in 2003. 13 corners, 3.67 Ks, 10 lefts, just the 3 rights, turn 1, turn 3, and the super scary, the super fast turn 11 which you take in 5th gear, 200 kilometres an hour here on a MotoGP bike. That says of a real good overtaking opportunity down the hill on the brakes into turn 12, the 3rd gear, left-hander, the Saxon curve, the lap completed, uphill into Freckenberg, turn 13. The tyres get a real workout in those first 2 sectors. Overtaking hotspots, plenty of them. The most popular of all though, this was Marco Bezzecchi versus Fabio Di Giannantonio, the final corner last year. So 13 days ago at the Grand Prix of the Netherlands in Assen, for the first time in Grand Prix history, 4 Aprilias locked out the top 4 places on the grid. The third led away for the first time in the Prix colours for Jorge Martin. There was a good superfile trackhouse battle raging behind the Spaniard between Ralph Fernandez and Ayagura. This 200 kilometres an hour scary crash though on lap 2. So Marco Bezzecchi failed to score points on a Sunday once again as Ayagura started his charge through the 30. He was as low as 5th or 6th in the early part of that Grand Prix of the Netherlands before Agura-san charged his way through the field. This was the key moment, and what a moment in MotoGP history, as for the first time in over 2 decades, 22 long years, Ayagura became the first Japanese rider to win since Makoto Tamada at Motegi back in 2004. Some fight behind him between Fabio Di Giannantonio and Marc Marquez, but Ayagura, 25 points gathered on that Sunday in Assen. 25 points, the Japanese star sits behind World Championship leader Jorge Martin. Good afternoon, welcome to the Sachsenring, welcome to the Liquid Moly Grand Prix of Germany. It's round 11 in this year's MotoGP World Championship. We've talked often already throughout this weekend about how the first 10 Grand Prix have delivered so many plot twists, so many momentum changes. We've had another seismic move in the championship here today at the Grand Prix of Germany because former world championship leader Marco Bezzecchi, second in the standings coming into the halfway point of this campaign, is missing in action. Marco Bezzecchi, his dreadful recent run, it's all gone horribly wrong after his affairs after that dream victory in front of his home crowd in Mugello. There was the first lap exits in Balaton Park. There was the drama when he was banned in Brno. There was the high-speed crash in Assen a couple of weeks ago. And just when you thought things could not get any worse with a 27-year-old Italian, unfortunately they did, and they have a heavy crash, a high side at turn 7 this morning for the factory Aprilia rider, as the result of which Marco Bezzecchi was taken to the Circuit Medical Centre, where he was diagnosed with a complete and displaced fracture of the left collarbone, a fracture which will require immediate surgery. Bezzecchi will be heading under the knife. Surgery, a procedure carried out by Dr. Giuseppe Porcellini in Italy. We send our best wishes for a speedy recovery to Marco Bezzecchi, who is completely out of luck at the moment. Our build-up then to this 11th sprint of the campaign with Marc Marquez on pole position for the 9th time here at the Sachsenring as he goes in search of a record-breaking 19th sprint victory. Matt Burt-Lewis will be in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane, and as we just mentioned, we've talked all weekend about how the pendulum has swung in terms of the championship chase, particularly at the top between the two factory Aprilias, but the worst possible news, the news we kind of feared after that heavy 4th gear, 170 km/h fastest point for Marco Bezzecchi. This is why he's out of the German Grand Prix.
I winced when I watched the replay of it. A painful crash for what was already a painful Marco Bezzecchi dropping downhill through turn 7, who has already been sort of trudging around this paddock with the air of a weary rider who was looking forward to the summer break. Such a shame to see his weekend ended in that fashion. It's the news we also feared when we saw him leave the box. You can already see him there favouring his left arm and left collarbone. He was essentially using his prettiest shirt as a sling when he moved out of the truck to the ambulance, which took him to the medical centre where he received the diagnosis, which had ended his weekend. So on a weekend which began with 4 riders potentially leaving here as World Championship leader, that has now been reduced to 3.
Seems like a distant memory right now, doesn't it, for Marco? And if the master plan works and Mark Marquez, quite remarkably, the reigning world champion could leave this Sachsenring Grand Prix ahead of Bezzecchi in the World Championship. There's been a significant impact, of course, Bezzecchi's absence on the grid. He was due to start, despite that big crash at turn 7. He had qualified 8th on the grid, but of course now there's a reshuffling of the pack with Bezzecchi sideline. It means now that Jorge Martin's teammate moves up into that 8th place on the grid, and Pedro Acosta up into 9th on the 3rd row. No problems though. Is there other problems for Marc Marquez here at the Sachsenring? The 33-year-old Spaniard bouncing back from an early crash yesterday morning on just his 3rd lap of the weekend at turn 3. Of course, there could only be one rider on pole position here this weekend once again. His 9th pole here. The record now for the most poles at a single circuit since records began all the way back in 1974. Who else could it be, Lewis? It was a pole position which showed Marc Marquez's class, his love affair with the Sachsenring, an all-time lap record, and he's going to take some beating from that pole.
He is, and generally the history is that when Marc Marquez is firing on all cylinders, you don't beat him at the Sachsenring. Will that change today? Well, his brother is right next to him on the grid. It is a Marquez family double, 1 and 2. They start for the Sachsenring Sprint and for the Grand Prix tomorrow. 1:19.041 this morning for Marc Marquez, which means that one of the few Sachsenring records that he did not hold coming into this weekend, which was the all-time record, now also belongs to the king of the ring.
He took it away from 27-year-old Italian Fabio Di Gianantonio. What a chance this is. Could Digia be our new World Championship leader heading into the 3-week summer break before the British Grand Prix at Silverstone? He came to Sachsenring trailing Jorge Martin by just 16 points, with Martin deep on the grid, with no Marco Bezzecchi. What a chance this is for Digia and VR46 to pounce on some of that Nawali factory misfortune. Fabio Di Gianantonio's 5th front row start of the year. A little bit missed that Mark took away his all-time lap record, but it shows how good Aprilia have been so far in 2026. This, the first definitive front row lockout since last year, the Malaysian Grand Prix over in Sepang. Best qualifier, I've said that a few times so far this year, for the Aprilia brand is the informed Raul Fernandez, who goes from 4th.
It feels like once again, just as it did in Assen, Aprilia's hopes rest on the shoulders of their satellite team. I guess we have to turn them Trackhouse Racing after their double 1-2 in Assen. Fernandez leading Agura in the sprint. Agura turning the tables to lead Juan Fernandez for that magical Sunday 1-2. And they start side by side in 4th and 5th place, with Fabio Quartararo completing an intriguing 2nd row behind that all Ducati lockout of the front.
Marc Marquez tied on 18 sprint victories with compatriot Jorge Martin. He's going to have a great chance to take his 19th Tissot sprint success here this afternoon to seriously ramp up some pressure on the top of the World Championship. Coming into the German Grand Prix, Marc was well aware that mathematically it was not possible for him to leave Germany and go on his holidays as the World Championship leader, but boy can he really start to stick his nose in what's an intriguing fight at the top of the rankings, with no Bezzecchi, with Martin stuck on the 3rd row of the grid. A maximum 37-point haul here this weekend from Marc, which he did so from pole position here last year. Well, he said he's in the game 3 weekend. Not after this, he'll be right firmly back in the hunt.
The game is almost coming to him at the moment. Marc Marquez will feel I haven't really had to do an awful lot to make up so much ground in the World Championship. Of course, the back-to-back victory certainly helped across Hungary and Brno, but Aprilia in particular has let a lot of points go. Marco Bezzecchi of course, scoring none this weekend, which means that Benteke, after that victory in Mugello, of course, will not have scored a Sunday point since, and that will remain the case until we get to Silverstone on the second weekend of August. He sadly will be a spectator for this 20-rider Tissot sprint. Of course, to remind you, Fermin Aldeguer also not with us this weekend after his injury back in Assen. He did not travel here, so 20 will start today.
Unfortunately, once again, they've been useless over the last 18 months or so, with the factory utility depleted. Roy Martin having so many injury woes last year, back in the casualty list, unfortunately. Is Marco Bezzecchi. Let's get some thoughts for each sprint. For the boss, Paolo Di Noro.
Yeah, absolutely. This nightmare period for Marco Bezzecchi in particular continues, Paolo. We've had the news filter through, left collarbone fracture. Just firstly, how is Marco? I'm sure you and the team have had the chance to speak with him, and what does he do to the move within the camp?
Yeah, something that we didn't expect it for sure. We hadn't planned to recover from the last three weekends with 0 points. This is something very bad for him in particular. Now is, to be honest, we are lucky that we have 1 month of summer break. This is something that it is positive to recover the energy, to recharge the battery, and to start in the correct way for the second part of the season. Tomorrow morning, it is already planned to have the medical surgery in the hospital of Sassuolo, made by Dr. Porcellini. So we give to him a big hug for sure. He knows that all the team is around him, and we know his energy, we know our strength, so it has to be very positive and take the opportunity of this summer break to recover the current mood for the second part of the season.
Paolo, Mugello doesn't seem all that long ago, but such a different story then to now. What has happened over the last month or so?
I'm so convinced that Marco is the same Marco Bezzecchi of Mugello. This is something that makes us very, very positive, and I'd like to say to him every time that remember that you are the same Marco as in Mugello. It's something coming from the external, from something that you can't control, that affects the situation, and remove from you the correct mood, that give to you this kind of bad situation. But remember that you are the same Marco Bezzecchi that won in such a great way in Mugello.
Paolo, thanks for your time, and we join you in sending our best to Marco. Can't wait to see him back in pit.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Paolo Di Noro. Yeah, we all send a big hug and our well wishes to Marco Bezzecchi. When he left Texas on Monday out of Austin, he'd just won his 5th successive Grand Prix, and he led every single lap in those 5 Grand Prix. It just shows, doesn't it, how quickly the current can flip, how quickly you can go from a great run to one of the worst runs, arguably, in Marco Bezzecchi's Grand Prix career. It's the nature of elite level, top level professional motorsport, isn't it? Sometimes, some days you're just hot, and then other days you simply are not. Marco Bezzecchi, though, sidelined from this Grand Prix of Germany. Just seen there Marco Marquez walk away from what's going to be his 77th MotoGP pole position, of 105th of his Grand Prix career. Some record that. Will the big challenge come, though, from Fabio Di Gianantonio? Fair to say so far this year, Lewis. Digi and Mark have locked horns on more than one occasion.
Yeah, and it feels like Digi really has the stomach for that particular fight in 2026. Every opportunity he has got, he has sent one up the inside of Marc Marquez. Being able to do it, or wanting to do it, and being able to, are two very different things, though, around the Sachsenring. Just getting close to a move on Marc Marquez is hard enough. He is so hard to beat around a circuit like this. But let's see if Fabio Di Gianantonio and Alex Marquez can get in amongst it at the start of the sprints. The grid, of course, is a slightly more spaced out now for these sprints, which we will show you shortly. Before that, let's show you, though, how they line up. Marc Marquez, Alex Marquez, and Fabio Di Giannantonio. That is your front row. Grid, hard front, soft rear for each of the leading three. After the Aprilia front row lockout in Assen, it's a Ducati lockout here. Raul Fernandez, Ayagura, and Fabio Quartararo, who came through qualifying one on the second row. On the third row, it's Morbidelli, Martin, and Acosta now, with Bezzecchi out through injury. Bagnaia, Miller, and Mia is your fourth row of the grid. Mia missing out in qualifying one, along with his fellow Hondas, Luca Marini and Diogo Moreira. Brad Binder will move up onto row 5 ahead of Bastianini, Toprak, and Alex Rins, who make up row 6. And as mentioned, no Fermin Aldeguer from the start of this German Grand Prix weekend. So it's Maverick Vinales and Cal Crutchlow completing our grid of 20.
Just saw there, Ayagura, just one real big box left for him, particularly now in 2026. He's had a pole position in Brno. He's had his first MotoGP victory last time out in Assen. He's been second in the last 2 sprints. Second in Brno, second in Assen. Can he claim his first ever sprint victory? Raul Fernandez looking to make it back-to-back sprint wins for Supercar Trackhouse Aprilia. But standing in their way is one very, very large obstacle, and he goes by the name of Marc Marquez, riding the factory Ducati. 18 sprint wins so far for Marc Marquez at 34 sprint podiums. He did the treble here last year. He completed the hat-trick, pole position. Sprint victory was pushed all the way in the wet weather sprint here last year by Marco Bezzecchi before he cantered to yet another Grand Prix victory. And Davide Tardozzi had a little Moto3 race with a former Ducati boss, now current Prima Pramac Yamaha Supremo, Paolo Campanocci on the left there in the white shirt, and Michele Mazzini Ducati boss, also part of their little sprint bubble.
It feels the pendulum has swung back towards Ducati here this weekend, doesn't it? After a real show of Aprilia strength at Assen, locked out the top 4 on the grid, locked out the Sunday podium. Is it now the opportunity for the Bologna Bullets to wrestle the momentum in the World Championship? Potentially for Fabio Di Giannantonio, if he can pull out a couple of big results to maybe, just maybe, lead the MotoGP World Championship into the summer break. I was going to say stranger things have happened. Plenty of strange things have happened in this incredible 2026 season so far.
Marc Marquez's all-time lap record lap this morning in Q2. Ducati's at 6 consecutive pole position here in Germany. They are undefeated in 3 previous sprints here. Twice the victor. He's unbeaten himself in a sprint here in Germany. Is Jorge Martin going to have to go some to continue that stellar record? Now on the factory Aprilia, of course, Jorge now bumped up to 8th place, middle of the 3rd row. Maverick Vinales, what's going through the mind right now of the Top Gun at the moment is at the bottom of the order in MotoGP. Maverick Vinales in a nightmare spell, qualifying down. Well, he started 19, qualified 20th. And we're going to get now a little bit of an explanation on what is, for the first time in history, a revised grid format. More space than now between every single row on the grid. This is the perfect illustration to explain the former format. 9 metres previous between rows, 3 metres between positions on the same row. That has been extended now up from 9 metres to 12 metres with a new gap between all rows on the grid. Of course, last time out in Assen we saw a blanket ban on whole shot devices, no launch devices now permitted in MotoGP. This is a further reaction to a couple of our serious first lap incidents we've seen most recently in Balaton Park and in Catalunya.
Yeah, we're going to get our first, I guess, opportunity in practice to see what difference that will make to the start of the sprint coming up, whether it will be harder for some of those faster starters further back to make progress up the order. And it potentially is an even bigger opportunity or an even bigger benefit to be on pole position, as Marc Marquez is. Pole position number 77 of his MotoGP career and counting for the reigning world champion. And of course, he will not want to see any rider get injured, just like none of us do watching up here. But there is no room for sentiment at this level, and Marc Marquez must know, with Bezzecchi now sidelined for the rest of the weekend, he has got to take full advantage.
Well, it was dreamland last time out in Assen, wasn't it, for Superfile Trackhouse Aprilia. Just a second team in Grand Prix history to take a clean sweep, 1-2 in the sprint, 1-2 in the Grand Prix. Only Ducati done that previously, the factory team in Motegi last year. Can they have another double podium here at the Sachsenring? Let's get the thoughts before Davide Briviero with Jack.
Yeah, that's the big question. Back-to-back 1-2 finishes, Davide. Can you go and do it again? Can we have a hat-trick?
Oh, yes. I mean, what we have done in Assen is something exceptional, I think difficult, and here, of course, but that's the past. I mean, we are approaching this weekend like a normal weekend, of course, and try to do our best. Probably here, of course, we know Mark is very strong. Ducati are showing great pace. So we're going to we're starting from a good position to be in a second row. Try to play our card and see what we can achieve and try to score points.
See what's happening. Would you say Raul looks slightly stronger than I at this current moment, or is it quite equal?
Yeah, no, he's been very good through all the weekend, especially on a time attack, on a fast lap, but also on a pace. Yeah, it's not so bad. I wouldn't say, I don't know stronger or not, because also, you know, it gets better and better. So they both quite comfortable on the bike. They are both quite happy about the setup and everything. So let's see what we can do.
Davide, good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Trackhouse boss Davide Briviero. Well, the omen's good for Ralph Manders. He started Assen in fourth place and went on to win the sprint in emphatic fashion, and he pushed his teammate Iago all the way to the checker flag in that unforgettable Dutch Grand Prix for the American-based team. Marc Marquez produced something special, as he so often does, at the Sachsenring here this morning. So too with Fabio Quartararo, the factory Yamaha. Second low star for the 27-year-old Frenchman. 4 long years since he was last victorious in the Grand Prix here back in 2022. Only the third time this year Quartararo find himself starting inside the top 6, his first in 6 since his home round at the French Grand Prix in Le Mans. He certainly capitalised on getting through Q1, did Quartararo, because he found half a second to get himself onto that second row of the grid. Can't say the same for Pecco Bagnaia, who was fast, but nowhere near fast enough. At least Pecco was consistent in the 2 qualifying sessions this morning, because he set a 1:19.753 to top Q1, and he did the exact same lap time in the second qualifying session, which qualified in 11th. He gets bumped up, though, of course, to P10.
Fortunately, it took a 1:19.0 for pole position from his teammate Marc Marquez, which is why Bagnaia finds himself back on that 4th rope, but he has come through as far back as that to finish on sprint podiums already this season. He was 10th on the grid in Jerez, came through to finish the sprint, the rain effective sprint, in 2nd place, and 13th to a Sunday podium in Barcelona. There's Joan Mir, who is the leading Honda on the grid. We've had a bit of a familiar story, it has to be said, from a Honda point of view this weekend. We've often seen on Fridays the Hondas look good midway through practice, but then as everyone else makes that big step forward on a brand new software tyre, Honda don't make that same step, which is why their first rider, the 2020 champion, starts 12th.
Bagnaia 10th on the grid here today. He was 10th on the grid here last year and fought his way through to 3rd place in the Grand Prix behind both Marc and Alex Marquez. The only rider so far this season is Pecco Bagnaia, but still has a 100-point scoring record in all 10 sprints so far this year. There is Jorge Martin now with an opportunity to stretch out that narrow 7-point lead over his absent teammate Marco Bezzecchi in the World Championship, as there is the now traditional pre-sprint and pre-Grand Prix routine, getting himself limbered up and fighting fit for what is about to come. Marc Marquez on that pole position. Jorge Martin, when he was on a Pramac Ducati in the sprints in 2023 and in 2024, while he won the pair of them. First time he's tackling the Sachsenring on an Aprilia, and it has not been an easy proposition for the Spanish rider. I think if Jorge can get out of here with a couple of top 5 finishes, he'll be super happy to take that into his summer break.
Yeah, it feels like the summer break is coming at a good time for the Aprilia factory team, who have committed a bit of self-destruct since that Italian Grand Prix victory when they heralded Mugello as their house. The house has been crumbling, it has to be said, since then for that particular team. Even if from an Aprilia point of view, they have been going very well so far. Let's head down back to the grid and join Jack, who's with Michele Messina.
Yeah, great to be joined by Michele in the middle of the front row of the grid. This is fabulous to see, a real return to form now that he's fully fit for Alex.
Yeah, a full return, as you said. I mean,
our target was to make a normal GP weekend, but normal with this speed is amazing to be here, and hope that we enjoy the first row because it's crucial here. Also, we have the plus that is 1 meter more in between rows, so I think that the important is to keep the position, and then we'll see. We know that Mark, as Alex said, always something more here, but never say never.
As you say, Alex knows better than anybody on the grid how hard it will be to stop Marc Marquez around the Sachsenring. Can he do it?
Of course, but we have to play our cards at 100%.
Good luck.
You're welcome.
Never say never. Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Michele Vassili. It is a very, very tough task, a big ask to try and topple Marc Marquez here at the Sachsenring. Alex Marquez, he had 27 podiums in sprints and Grand Prix in 2025. 19 of those were second place. He'll be looking to put them over on his older brother, Mark, here this afternoon. Alex on the front row for just the second time in 2026. But from pole position, he has been here before. He has been here, done it, got the T-shirt and several pieces of silverware at the end of a Sachsenring Grand Prix weekend, has Marc Marquez. Is he going to make it back-to-back sprint victories here? He left it late to deny Bettesecchi the victory chance here 1 year ago. And what was it? The sprints. But Marc Marquez is a big, clear favourite from pole position. Pecco Bagnaia with work to do from the hood of the fourth row of the grid. Let's get the thoughts of the Ducati boss Davide Tardoxi with Jack.
Davide goes about saying Mark, red hot favourite for the sprint today. How much is it down to Mark to keep the concentration here?
Yeah, it's very concentrated, but one first lap is able to do it because he's a very talented guy, but in the end the race is another story, and not today, but we are more worried for tomorrow because here the racetrack doesn't give you too much room to relax, Here is a very demanding racetrack, so we'll see.
Feels like that Pecco was able to take a step today, but not enough of a step to get up towards that front row with obviously a Ducati lockout.
Yeah. I don't know. In this moment, we know that we have 3 Ducatis on the first row, but we are absolutely sure that the 2 Trackhouse Aprilias will be very fast, mainly in the end of the race like they used to do. So having a good start is important, but collecting points is more important too. Good luck. Thank you.
Thanks to the Ducati boss Davide Tardoxi. Marc Marquez, pole position in Jerez. He won the sprints. Marc Marquez pole position in Balaton Park. He won the sprints. He's going to make it 3 out of 3 so far in 2026. The only times though this season where Marc Marquez has had podiums in both the sprint and the Grand Prix was in Hungary and most recently in Brno. So then, your front row of the grid on this revised grid with no Marco Bettesecchi sadly absent through injury after his heavy Q2 crash this morning at turn 7. And all Ducati front row for the first time this season. Fabio Di Gianantonio, top Ducati in the World Championship, goes from 3rd place. Alex Marquez on the front row for just the 2nd time this season. But can anybody dethrone the king of the Sachsenring in the short sprint format? Marc Marquez on pole. Six different riders have already collected a gold medal on sprint Saturdays so far in 2026. The leader of the pack in terms of that gold medal haul is the reigning world champion Marc Marquez, winner of the sprint in Goiânia, winner of the sprint in Jerez, winner of the sprint at Balaton Park in Hungary just a few weeks ago. and the big favourites to take the spoils and get another gold medal. If he does so here this afternoon, over 15 laps at the Sachsenring, he will be outright the most successful sprint winner in history. He's tied at the top on 18 sprint wins with fellow Spaniard Jorge Martin. No Marco Bezzecchi, the former World Championship leader, winner of our only 3 Grand Prix of the campaign. Sadly missing in action now for the remainder of this weekend. A heavy high side in fourth gear and the 170 kilometres an hour at turn 7 in qualifying this morning has ruled. Bezzecchi out of all the race action here now at the Sachsenring. That leaves an all Ducati front row of the grid, as it was anyway at the end of Q2. Led by Marc Marquez, pole number 77 for the reigning world champion. 7 points is the buffer Jorge Martin has over his teammate Marco Bezzecchi. So whatever happens in this sprint, Jorge Martin will still be leading the World Championship going into tomorrow's 30-lap Grand Prix of Germany. Can the likes though of Ayagura and Fabio Di Gianantonio pile some pressure on Martin at the top of the standings? Strange to think, isn't it, as we head into the halfway point of the campaign. This round 11 of 22, we have still not seen a Ducati rider lead the World Championship so far this year. Pedro Acosta was the round 1 leader of the standings after Blue Ramp, and since then it has been a tale of the factory of Aprilia, Martin and Bezzecchi. Gian Antonio, 16 points he is behind Martin as we go into this 15-lap sprint then here in the Grand Prix of Germany. Marc Marquez, big favourite from pole position, 9th pole here at the Sachsenring. Brother Alex slots in alongside him on the front row of the grid. There were 1 and 2 in the Grand Prix here last summer. Gian Antonio then on the front row of the grid for the 10th time in his MotoGP career, still seeking his first ever sprint victory. Ducati undefeated in sprints here. They've won it in 2023, 2024 and in 2025. Can they complete a fantastic 4th successive win? Green flag then has played at the back. Lights out and we're racing in the sprint here in the Sachsenring. It's a really good start from pole position by Marc Marquez. Ayagura trying to make up some early ground on Fabio Di Gianantonio on that run down to the first corner. Agura's got the inside line there on his teammate Ralph Fernandez. Agura surely's going to go through on Di Gianantonio as well. Agura then super aggressive, up 2 places, 5th to 3rd.
Yeah, Digi got squeezed on the outside of turn 1 and had to back out of that. Pecco Bagnaya's made a big start. He's up, I think, already into about 6th or 7th. He's side by side with Frankie Morbidelli. They are both ahead of Jorge Martin.
Just the start that Marc Marquez envisaged. Just the start he dreamt of. We're going through turn 7, which is where Marco Bezzecchi had his monster Q2 crash this morning, which has ruled him out of this Grand Prix. So from pole position, Marc Marquez clear track ahead into the Sachsenring. That spells trouble for the chasing pack.
Yeah, that's Jorge Martin attacking at the inside there of Frankie Morbidelli, former Pramac teammates. I think that's Martin up into 7th place.
And there is Martin then, he was pushed at 1 place on the grid from 9th into 8th. He dropped down through the Ralph Bowman curve. A spectacular 5th gear sweep down the hill into turn 11. 2 left-hand corners remaining now as Agura just manages to fend off Fernandez behind him. Martin's on a real strong first lap here. Now he's got to run a factory Ducati of Bagnaia.
Yep, so he is now running 6th. So it's Ducati's 1 and 2. Then we've got the first 3 Trackhouse Aprilia. Of course, now behind Di Gianantonio, who's been playing that 3rd place. So Trackhouse 4 and 5. So big places to swap for the first lap. Top 3 as they started now, with Marc Marquez leading by a 1/4 of a second.
Perfect first lap. I thought the number 93 was. They got the drop on the field on that run down to a tricky, tight first corner, avoided any potential drama and chaos behind him. Shows the significance of the front row start here in the Sachsenring. Marc Marquez in the 120s on that standing start. Ralph Fernandez was 5th. He was doing 122s. Further down the field in traffic, you've got the likes of Acosta, Marini, Morbidelli doing 23s. Just shows how tough it is to work your way through the order around this tight, twisty Sachsenring.
Key move on that opening lap though for Di Gianantonio to get back ahead of the Trackhouse Aprilia. He's now trying to get himself back onto terms with the Marquez brothers. Of course, Di Gianantonio with an opportunity. If Di Gianantonio can win this sprint, he would take 2nd place in the World Championship away from Marco Bezzecchi. He's got 2 Marquez brothers between himself and that.
In the Sachsenring sunshine. Three right-handers here. The jaw drop in turn 11. We're on board then with Alex as we drop down almost 300 kilometres now before you hit the brakes and then attack the 2 final left-handers. Just bringing a little bit offline there. Cutting a late apex was the 73 of Alex Marquez. The 3 Ducati started the spin on the front row of the grid. Just trying to put a little bit of daylight between themselves and the Trackhouse Aprilia behind them. Ayagura running a slightly wide line to that final corner compared to his teammate Ralph Fernandez. Digia fastest rider on circuit with a 1:20.119.
Yeah, Pedro Acosta's done a 20.4 further back, but he's exceeded track limits in the process. He is already on lap 2 of the sprint. Got a track limits warning, so he's already walking a disciplinary tightrope.
Strong starts from some of our former world champions in this pack. Jorge Martin, 8 up to 6. Bagnaia, even better, 10 up to 7. He's trying to keep his impressive point score on the record going in sprint so far this year. Bagnaia scored points in all 10 sprints so far this season, the only rider to do so. As we drop down there now through this fourth gear left-hander turn center. This is Marc Marquez's domain. This is his territory. Left to left. He loves left-handers. His dirt track background really paying dividends here now.
Gura, though, was just about keeping tabs on them. The trackhouse are fully in next up. He's got Ralph Fernandez still right behind him. The battle between the two teammates for 4th and 5th, and Martin, this brilliant trio, 4th, 5th and 6th. Martin, of course, looking to claim as many points as he can with his teammate not even starting.
Yeah, the gap between him and Bears coming into sprint was 7 points. So a potential big payday coming, a big payday weekend for Martin. Into turn 13 we go then. We're about to click off lap 3 of 15. Over the line, it will be Marc Marquez that will lead. He's just at his third best back of the sprint so far. Down to a 1:20.286. Agura is looking strong. Behind Marc, Alex Bidger and Agura all doing 20.3s.
Personal best for the 79. He's been able to put a bit of breathing space, only just by about 3/10 of a second between himself and his teammate Ralph Fernandez. This is the battle for 8th and 9th. We're just picking it up there. Quartararo versus Acosta, as Pedro Acosta looks to try and get himself ahead of the factory Yamaha into what will be 2 World Championship points for P8.
A tough start from 11th on the grid for Jack Miller. Into Q2 for just the 3rd time this season. Jack's lost early ground on the podium in the Suzuka 8-hour endurance race last weekend. He's down in 15th place at the moment. The Prima Yamaha under pressure here is El Diablo. Pedro Acosta trying to find a way through on Quartararo. Not to make a move there through that left-hander at turn 8. Can he build up some momentum? Maybe attack Quartararo down the hill. A favourite overtaking hotspot coming up for Acosta. Will he get the corner speed now here through 11? That's a tough proposition to get close to Quartararo.
The Marquez brothers look like they were backing each other there in the top of the picture for the lead. Marc is under a bit of pressure in the top left corner as Acosta is piling the pressure on Quartararo. But look at this queue now that's building up behind the 93. Marc Marquez, I don't think he'll be worried at this stage, setting a pace that he is happy to set. But Alex Marquez, Gian Antonio, the track out of front has jumped all over it.
Acosta got through on Quartararo then at the final corner. Acosta now up into P8. Yeah, there's a big gang forming, isn't there? An express train building up behind the 93 of Marc. Fastest rider in that lead from the previous lap was once again Agura in 4th, looking super strong from super far track out to 1:20.478. That was almost 3/10 of a second quicker than your sprint leader Marc.
Yeah, Marc said yesterday, instead of a 1 lap, I think, on the fastest, but over race distance, I guess you have to put sprint distance into that category. He didn't think he was the fastest. Is he potentially proving himself right at the moment? Because we've now dropped downhill. Alex Marquez looks like he's keen to make a move on his older brother.
One thing to sit on Marc's rear tyre, so an entirely different ball game to try and find a way through. When will Alex feel like will be the right time to maybe try and strike on Marc? He's been sat on that rear tyre now for almost 5 laps, almost 3rd sprint distance completed. It's so good, isn't it? We know Alex Marquez's strength, his fast right-handers. That's the real kryptonite, isn't it, for Marc? And you can see evidence there as they go through that 5th gear right-hander at turn 11. It's where Alex can really make up some serious ground on brother Marc ahead of him.
Marc stronger through the left. They completed the lap 12 and 13. They're now doing 20.7s in the lead pace. They were doing low 20s earlier on as Alex is just favouring a different line down the main straight. He wasn't really trying to distract his brother, although his brother does go slightly wide. But you can't say multiple lines through that first corner. It's whether you want the speed going in or whether you want the speed coming out to give you the best run at turn 2.
How close do you want it? Marc, Alex, Bridget, Agura, all doing 20.7s on that lap 5. Just in danger of getting slightly dropped off this podium battle. This medal hunt is Fernandez in 5th. He came over the line over half a second behind his teammate Agura, so can't get too detached here. Can he? The Spaniard, he's got double grip behind him as well with Jorge Martin lurking.
Alex Marquez is no fool. He's not going to launch a crazy move from way too far back on his older brother. He knows full well that Marc Marquez is coming back from a pretty significant injury at the start of the season, which is why he's played catch-up in the World Championship. Marc will really want these points, but We've heard from Davide Tardozzi, it's all about collecting points, whether it's 12, whether it's 9, just collect some points, particularly with Bezzecchi not even in the action.
Still firmly in the game for his first ever sprint victory. Here's the number 49 of the Gian Antonio. He's going to be gaining more points, isn't he? Crucial points in the top of the championship. There's only 16 adrift, and Martin coming into this 15-lap sprint. Lap 6 of those 15 is now in the books. Just under a quarter of a second dividing Mark and Alex at the front as we drop anchor with Alex onto this real tricky downhill off camber first corner.
Frankie Morbidelli's dropped down the order. The reason for that is because he has crashed out. Jubilee, it's at the final corner because he was certainly in the pack as they dropped down the hill from the waterfall. And of course he had the 3-place group penalty to come tomorrow, so a big opportunity lost for Frankie Morbidelli.
Let's hope Frank was okay because he had an almighty crash at turn 8 in that wet sprint here last year, a crash which ultimately ruled him out of the Sunday Grand Prix as well. He's back on his feet, which is good to see. It's another pretty miserable weekend so far for Frankie. Here we go then, into turn 8. One of the 10 left-handers around this anti-clockwise Sachsenring circuit. Just a little bit of a gap emerging, isn't there, between Mark and Alex. Mark was keeping it hovering over a couple of tenths of a second.
The Villiers are certainly Fernandez and Martin are now struggling to set this race leading pace. They're now back in the 121s, top 3 or top 4 actually, back to Agura. They're still lapping in the 120s, and we're now starting to see this leading group splinter a little bit. You can see now the big noticeable gap between the 79 here of Ayagura to his Trackhouse teammate Ralph Fernandez. Is this Marc Marquez feeling a bit more comfortable, a bit happy now? And up against pace, well, he's still doing 120.7s, but it's now just the top 3 that are in the 120s.
Yeah, this pace a little bit too hot right now for Fernandez there in 5th place. He's got, at the moment, Martin and Bagnaia pretty well covered up as Martin runs a little bit wide. Drops right across the nose, doesn't he? There at Bagnaia. Set him on a wide route as well, going through turn 2. There's no way through. That just shows how tight and twisted this first sector is in particular. I think in any other circuit, Bagnaia's darted to the inside line there, but did not want to instigate contact, did he? As Martin, who was perfect in his rights to seize the racing line back as they drop down towards the Omega corner into turn 3.
6th place is worth 4 World Championship points to Jorge Martin. That would put him 11 clear of Marco Bezzecchi. Babic Antonio in 3rd at the moment. That would score him 7 World Championship points. So he would close to within 2 of Bezzecchi for 2nd in the World Championship. And Gian Antonio has not settled for bronze by any means yet.
When Marc Marquez leads at the Sachsenring, he doesn't tend to squander that lead, does he? He tends to get business sorted when he leads here at his beloved German Grand Prix venue. He's doing a great job at the moment of keeping Alex Marquez, his younger brother, 2-3 tenths off of his rear tyre at the moment. Gian Antonio has been 3rd for most of this sprint. He's not really been able to get close on tabs, has he? So neither of the Marquez brothers his front wheel as yet. Over the line we go. It's only Mark and Alex that are keeping themselves in those 120, slightly faster once again on the last lap. There's Mark. Gap extends to just over 4 tenths.
Gian Antonio doing a 21.0, so he lost another quarter of a second. It's one below the board. Ditya was a second off the sprint lead. It's not under any pressure at the moment though from Ayagura, so he's still in a fairly comfortable 3rd place. Agura now best part of a second clear of Ralph Fernandez, and then Martin of course with that rather scruffy lap. He's now very much got his eyes on what's behind him and defence from Bagnaia rather than attacking up ahead.
This was the start then to this sprint. Brilliant launch away, of course, as we get the wider grid format now with more space between rows on the grid. Thankfully, we've got a pretty safe, although did try to feel like he was being a bit aggressive and tight on the inside of Jack Miller, but it was the perfect launch, wasn't it, by Marc Marquez. Just knew that if he braked as late as he did, there was nobody who was going to be able to bear throat on his inside. At the moment, a lead that he established at the very first corner of the sprint is a lead that so far he hasn't looked like relinquishing. He's now over half a second where he was at the start of this lap 9, over half a second clear of brother Alex.
Yeah, Gian Antonio is still, it's just starting to snap a little bit for the DJ. Although we've seen this year quite a few occasions of Gian Antonio being very, very fast at the end of sprints, so he might yet still yo-yo back into contention here, but he's in a rather lonely-ish 3rd place now. Fernandez is now over a second behind Ayagura. He's now running a lonely 5th.
We just wonder as well whether Agura starts to think, whether the element of the championship starts to come into his mind. 4th place, the North has got the pace of the 3, the cap is ahead of it. I'll just take the medicine, pick up the points. Let's not take any crazy risks, let's keep It's a strong run of top 6 finishes going. Nobody, of course, so far this season has won more sprints than Marc Marquez. He led the way on 3 coming into this German Grand Prix. Potentially nobody in Grand Prix history is going to have won more sprints. As Marc Marquez hones in on a record 19 sprint victory.
Fabio Quartararo doing sort of mid to high 21s at the moment in 9th place. He's not under any immediate threat because this is the battle behind him. It's an all-Honda battle between Moreira and Marini for 10th place. So Fabio Quartararo, unless he has a serious drop off in performance in the final third of this sprint, is going to hold on to that final World Championship point.
Pre-weekend, McGill said he'd be happy with a pair of top 6 finishes. He's well on track to achieve half of that particular job. Lonely 4th place at the moment. As further down the field we go, there is Jack Miller. He started the sprint in 11th place. He slipped back a couple of places to 13th. Gap between Mark and Alex is sort of holding station in between 4 tenths and half a second. It looks like with 5 to go that Mark looking pretty comfortable at the front.
It's an excellent ride, this has to be said, by Alex Marquez. Very much keeping his brother in view. Hasn't ultimately been able to make a pass or come close to making a pass on a car at his older brother, but he's very much keeping in range, and it's clear, and you can see from the overhead shot, the helicopter shot top them onto your screens, where Mark is stronger and where Alex is stronger, and of course with more lefts than rights around this circuit, that very much plays into the hands of the 93.
So we're getting strung out a little bit. 4 tenths is the gap at the start of this lap between Mark and Alex. 8 tenths back to Didier, a further 7 tenths in back between Didier and Magura, and then a big gap of almost 1.5 seconds between the two Trackhouse teammates. So it looks like if anybody is to deny Mark a record 19 sprint victory, it is going to come from the same household. It looks like it's only going to be Alex that can deny him. Antonio just has not got the pace at this late stage. 4 laps with a little bit more remaining. Through the final corner we go. The short climb up the hill to the finish line. What's the gap between Mark and Alex? Well, it's cut down a little bit. Fair play to Alex and fair play to Gian Antonio as well, because behind Mark, those two have both got themselves back in the 120s. This one maybe still got a little bit of life left in it.
Yep, still 4 more laps to go. And the very least that Alex Marquez could do here is just keep the pressure on Marc Marquez. Of course, someone who's won as often as he has, particularly around the Sachsenring, he's not the kind of rider to put people under pressure, but you never know. Just force him to take a little bit more risk than he'd ordinarily want to. With Marc Marquez, you can understand with his physical situation that he might not want to necessarily push an absolute 100% unless he absolutely needs to. Alex Marquez is trying to ensure that he does need to.
Well, he's no front-running sprint novice, is he, Alex Marquez? He's a 6-time sprint winner himself, most recently on a weekend which ultimately turned out to be a rather painful exercise for Alex at the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. He was superb in the Saturday sprint before all of his well-documented Sunday problems. He's doing a fantastic job here of at least keeping Mark honest, keeping Mark right on his toes as they dance down through turn 11. Turn 12 coming up then, this third gear left-hander. Just cannot, can he, get close enough just to even threaten to nudge it on the inside of Mark.
Gian Antonio at the moment is still hovering around that sort of 8/10 of a second gap back from Alex. Because you can't see Didier, he's behind us on the racetrack as they go across the line. They exchanged 21-1s. Gian Antonio was the fastest of the leading 3 on that time around, down to his final sector, but he is still just over that tantalising 1 second behind the race leader.
Yeah, you fear that Didier has just let 93 and 73 get away from him a little bit too much. Who knows, never say never in MotoGP. There's your live championship. So Jorge Martin is going to potentially, as he stands right now, take 4 points out of his beleaguered teammate Marco Bezzecchi. Unfortunately, he's watching this sprint sidelined with a mangled left collarbone after his heavy crash right here. And Q2 this morning, it is still Mark that looks in complete control of the sprint so far. He has made a mistake. We haven't seen it on camera.
It's so good in this sort of position. You don't win as many world championships or Grand Prix and sprints and all the rest of it as Marc Marquez has, unless you're a very comfortable front runner. Gian Antonio looks like he's making the late move here, but as you mentioned, he might well just left it a little too late once again after we've seen in so many sprints this season. It's Didier finishing quickly.
Yeah, it does look like a girl that has decided to think bigger picture here. No sense in throwing some important championship points down the road into the kitty litter, so he's given up the chase of the 3 Ducatis ahead of him. No need for him to take any big risk because he's got Ralph Fernandez, his teammate, almost 2 seconds further back. Gian Antonio, 4 tenths quicker on that last lap. compared to Alex. A couple of tenths faster than Mark. Silver medal up for grabs here, potentially for Digi, you feel?
Yeah, he's the only rider now in the 120s. He did a 20.9 on the last lap. The battle's developing elsewhere, and look how close he's getting now from the overhead shot. Fernandez looks like he's just about got Martin covered. There's about 6 tenths between them for 5th and 6th. Bagnaia is comfortably clear of Acosta, who in turn has a second and a half on Fabio Quartararo. The big battle is the one you're watching, and it's for second place.
You just wonder here with Alex Marquez, who is still nowhere near full fitness, just might be tiring. This might be an element of fatigue here. Looks at the factor at play. Let's not beat around the bush. This is not Alex Marquez. A perfect full fitness trim after that bruising crash he had in Barcelona. The big high side he had recently thought in Assen, somehow in the Sunday Grand Prix still wrestled back with the Ducati to a sensational 5th place. But it all here to hang on to the silver medal position. One lap and now one corner remaining here in this Sachsenring sprint. Is Marc Marquez on course for a record 19 sprint victory? He tackles the final corner, 3.671 kilometres, then standing between Mark and a moment of history.
Antonio's going to have to attack here into turn 1 if he can get anywhere there close enough, because Alex Marquez so good through the right hand of the Ralph Baldwin curve of turn 11, which pretty much thwarts any attempt that Gian Antonio can have of making a move into those final 2 left-handers.
Can Martin get Fernandez late on here for 5th? He's only 3 tenths, a little bit more behind Fernandez when they started the last lap. 3 tenths quicker on the previous lap was Martin, so that could come down to a real juicy last sector battle between the two brilliants.
So where can Fabio Gian Antonio plot a move here on Alex Marquez, knowing that the corner he needs to be strong at to get a run on Alex Marquez is probably Alex's strongest corner on the circuit, where now through this never-ending sequence of left-handers through turns 7 and 8, he needs a good run through 11 to try and attack Alex Marquez into 12.
Yeah, you feel that Alex is thinking more defence than offence at the moment. It looks like he's running out of time in terms of trying to hunt down Mark and deny that record sprint victory. What has Fabio Di Antonio got left? He's running out of time. Just 2 corners then of the Saxon ring sprint remaining, and it has been a start to finish cruise, not a cruise, but Marc Marquez has led it from the very first corner. 1 corner remaining there for the reigning world champion, who is well on course for yet another Sachsenring treble. Pole position to the Spring Winning 2025. He's backed it up here in 2026. Marc Marquez is now the all-time winning rider in sprints. This is 19th success. Brilliant performance by the reigning world champion, the factory of Ducati. He converts pole position number 77 into sprint win number 19. Takes the checker flag by just over 3.5 tenths of a second. Alex Marquez does indeed hold on to the silver medal spot. He fends off the late fast-charging Fabio Di Antonio. Another sprint medal of more important world championship points for Digia. Iago is 4th. Fernandez does hold off Roy Martin for 5th place. Martin increases world championship to 11 points for the half for 6th. Points for Bagnaia, Acosta and Quartararo. That's points still 11 sprinted now so far this season for Pecco Bagnaia. Well, from that pole position which he secured in record-breaking fashion this morning with the all-time lap record, was a record sprint victory in any serious doubts? Was there in any serious jeopardy? Alex Marquez tried to put the pressure on throughout that sprint, but once again in the Sachsenring, Marc Marquez just head and shoulders above anybody else on track.
Oh, felt very 2025, that, didn't it, for Marc Marquez? The Marquez brother 1-2. First time we've been able to say that this season. Alex with a tremendous second place, given what he's been through over the last month or so. Fabio Di Antonio, well, whether he would have been able to do anything about the Marquez brothers anyway without being embroiled in the trackhouse of Trilliers on that other lap, we will never know. But in the end, he just could not find a way past Alex as the central court bronze, which does still enhance his title prospects. Di Antonio now just 13 points off the lead.
Despite his absence in that sprint, Marco Bezzecchi does still just about cling on to second place in the standings, a second place which is more than likely to surrender at the end of tomorrow's 30-lap Grand Prix. He's only 2 points clear now of Fabio Di Antonio. Fabio Di Antonio heading to the summer break as the world championship leader. I don't think too many people would have been saying that at the start of the campaign. But he's not just been super fast this season, as he did you. He has been super consistent as well. He keeps racking up the podiums on the top 6s. that sprint podium number 5 for Bigia. Of course, he was third in Assen. He's now third here today in the Sachsenring. In fact, his last 4 sprint podiums, he's had to settle for a bronze medal. And he keeps the point scoring, the big point scoring finishes ticking over. But Marc Marquez, his threat in this year's World Championship is starting to build some serious momentum. There's information on your screens there. It is now a record 19 sprint wins for Marc Marquez. He's also now the most successful sprint rider in terms of podiums as well, as he moves on to 35 sprint podiums. Not a bad job, that, a good rescue job by Jorge Martin. I'm not too sure pre-sprint he would have been expecting too much better than a 6th place, Lewis.
No, and given that Ducati clearly have an advantage over Aprilia here, with those 3 locking out the podium from the front row, it was always going to be a battle between the Aprilias to the best of the rest. But Martin in the end couldn't quite match the Trackhouse duo as he gazes at the front tyre of his factory Aprilia. Yeah, the championship position, he extends his lead to 11 points. That was always going to go one way once Bezzecchi was ruled out. And a weekend which started with 25 points, covering the top 4. That is now 23 between Martin, Bezzecchi, Gian Antonio and Agor.
Another sensational sprint Saturday for the number 93, Marc Marquez. That's now the 3rd time this season that he has, from pole position, been able to take the spoils in the sprint. So pre-sprint he won from pole in Jerez, he did it as well in Hungary. And that is, without any question, surely one of, if not the favourite track for Marc Marquez. He has done it again. He's going to come and congratulate his brother Alex. Before he's saying, come on, I thought all the good leads you have to do. But that one, Alex, he really did push and test Marc. But so often throughout his Grand Prix career, the Moto3 seldom buckles under pressure. He seldom cracks. You have to say he never really looked like losing the lead in that sprint. 15 laps, which were nigh on perfection. Once he got the pole position and once he'd seized track position at that first corner, it never really looked like he was going to yield to anybody. He put it to Alex, who did a sterling job behind him. It's a very important 9 points collected for Alex. Right in the World Championship.
Marc won the Ducati Cup. Raul Fernandez won the Aprilia Cup behind them with a 4th, 5th and also won the battle of Fernandez and Martinez with Sakura just ahead of him in the end after getting the advantage on that opening lap, having qualified behind Raul Fernandez. Bit of a lonely ride in the end, wasn't it, for Raul? Basically riding against his pit board. He looked going on to the final lap as if Jorge Martin was closing in. Fernandez, to his credit, responded on that final lap by pulling out a further 4 tenths of Jorge Martin to take a very comfortable 5th place.
Said free weekend here, coming into the Sachsenring. I'm in the game. I am in the hunt to mount a successful defence of the World Championship to try and be crowned MotoGP World Champion for an 8th time. And it's been a brilliant weekend so far for the World Champion. Didn't get off to the best of starts with an early crash in FP1 yesterday at turn 3. From that point onwards, though, he has been once again the cream of a very talented crop. He takes the checkered flag just in the 4/10 of a second clear of brother Alex. Davide Tardozzi. They know. This is why they were so keen to get Marc signed up for the new 2-year contract. He did say that there was some brief talks about maybe what would, I think, a fairy tale return to Honda, but having been on Ducati, having won a World Championship with Ducati, can't imagine Marc moving anywhere else for 2027 and beyond.
The only person who loves winning more than Marc Marquez is Davide Tardozzi. He is absolutely buzzing with that. The sprint podium, which is held down into the distance from where we're sat over at turn 1. He congratulates Marquez and perhaps asking what next in the Goji Boat. Could you have made it a bit easier for us?
That's an absolutely top job now. That's a real top job. This is a real busy, tight, compact, quirky Sachsenring layout. The body gets no rest whatsoever. The start finish right here measures only 700 metres, very, very short. You're carrying full lean angle with so much of the lap here in the Sachsenring, particularly on the left-hand side. It is a real tough challenge. One that Fabio Di Antonio was up for, one that he releases. Another sprint podium for Digia from the front row. He's the Jack.
Fabio, another brilliant ride, another very important sprint podium. You made that vital move on I in the opening laps, and it felt at the end with maybe just a couple more laps. It would have been very interesting, but I'm sure you'll be very pleased with that result. More vital points for the championship.
Yeah, for sure. Today the goal was to achieve the podium, and then for sure taking as much points as possible, every point counts. So I had to do the move on I at the beginning because I knew that I had a little more pace, and maybe at the end I was a little faster than Alex, but here it's actually super difficult then to find clean air and then overtake, so it was too much risk on the last 2 laps. So third is more than perfect, and I think great job for that.
Yeah, another great job for Fabio Di Antonio, then takes his spring podium count to 11. It's pretty much a full year. The last time Ducati locked out a sprint podium in the dry was all the way back at Balaton Park in Hungary in 2025. So many of the headlines so far this year have gone the way of Aprilia. Marquez will feel that some form of normal service has been resumed here at the Sachsenring. He was pushed all the way to Wozni for the win in that 15-lap sprint. Doing the pushing with his brother Alex, who gets the congratulations from Biddy. Let's get Alex's thoughts on that half or second place for Jack.
Alex, what a brilliant ride. It's been such a complicated 6 weeks since Barcelona, but you are truly back to your best this weekend, and you made Mark push every single lap there. How much did the second?
Yeah. I tried my best every lap, every corner. I was trying just to survive because I was quite slippery from rear. But anyway, I did my best race that was possible today. Still, I can't make for physical condition all the race pushing 100%. I need still to be there in a safety mode a little bit, and I ride not in a proper way because I'm a little bit more too stiff. But for the race, it was a really good race. A second behind Mark, really close, and that lap I was coming a little bit. So yeah, so happy, and it's a result that I needed after the crash in Montmeló.
Brilliant ride, sir.
Thank you so much.
A result he needed, a result he richly deserved. Brilliant job that by Alex. It's actually his first podium since he was victorious in that Catalan Grand Prix sprint. But once again, we saw it so frequently, didn't we, in 2025. Alex was strong, Alex was fast, but his pesky older brother was always just that little bit faster, wasn't he? More very important championship points collected then for Ayagura. He sits just 23 back now of series leader Jorge Martin, so a couple of points gained on the championship lead for Agura, but he's done it again from pole position. It's back-to-back poles and now back-to-back sprint wins here at the Sachsenring for the King, Marc Marquez with Jack.
Mark, it's yet another victory here at the Sachsenring, but one where you were pushed every single lap by Alex. Great to see him back to your best, but I'm sure you feel this is a hugely important win in the championship picture.
Yeah, of course, Alex was pushing quite hard. I saw that always was very close, even the last laps. Yeah, just tried to keep a constant pace, but even like this, he was able to even catch me in the last lap. So let's see for tomorrow with the medium tire we can manage in a better way, but with the same result.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was sprint 27 in the factory Ducati Red for Marc Marquez. It was his 18th victory. And it wasn't easy, but they made it look easy. Let's be perfectly frank. It looked like Mark maybe had another gear. We'll find out tomorrow over the full 30 laps in the Grand Prix of Germany. But if he does leave the Sachsenring with the maximum 37-point haul for the second year in a row, with Aprilia under-strength and depleted with no Marco Bezzecchi sidelined through injury, when we return from our hard-earned 3-week summer break at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone in about a month's time, what a second half of the season lies in store.
There's a genuine scenario tomorrow which could see Marc Marquez lead the Sachsenring second in the World Championship if results go his way tomorrow. And he does his part of the bargain. He's, 21 points behind Marco Bezzecchi, who we know won't score anything tomorrow. The reigning champion is looming in the background. In fact, he's not even in the background now. He is right in the middle of this superb championship battle. Fabio Antonio, he's firmly in it too, and could yet lead the World Championship out of Germany if he can score enough points to overhaul Jorge Martin tomorrow. He's already 2 behind Marco Bezzecchi, who we know won't start. 4 riders covered by 23 points. Top 5 covered by 32. Still 8 riders covered by 64 points. Back to Pecco Bagnaia, who finished 7th today. So the bronze medal is handed over and put around the neck of Fabio Gianantonio, who has been dealing in quite a few bronzes as of late. It is his 4th consecutive sprint podium that has been the colour bronze. Second place for Alex Marquez. The second sprint podium of the season. The other, of course, being a gold at home in Barcelona. Pointing through the arm in the CD, one of the many parts of Alex Marquez's body that he's had to recuperate recently. But the winner today, the winner almost always at the Sachsenring, is Marc Marquez. He goes for a 10th MotoGP, the Grand Prix success of the Sachsenring tomorrow, but he takes back-to-back sprint wins at the Sachsenring. After gold in 2025, it's gold in 2026 as his title defence gathers momentum.
So we've had 4 sprints here at the Sachsenring, and Ducati have won the lot. Their first lockout of a sprint podium in 7 Grand Prix since they locked out the top 3 in that dramatic Spanish Grand Prix sprint at Jerez. First time in a year in a dry sprint that we've got 3 Ducatis in the medal positions, and topping the lot from pole position, it's your reigning world champion Marc Marquez, who's going for yet another treble. We've had 19 pole position, sprint and Grand Prix trebles in history. Marc Marquez has taken 9 of them. Can he take his treble tally into double figures here tomorrow at the Sachsenring? We'll have to pole position and the sprint win on a truly super Saturday for the factory Ducati superstar. It's going to take him some stopping to deny him what would be his 10th Grand Prix success at the Sachsenring. But there's something magical happens when Marc Marquez takes to this 3.61 kilometre ribbon of tarmac. Once again, he takes the spoils. Now, Marc Marquez, well, coming into this weekend, he said, I'm in the game, I'm a title contender. And there is trouble brewing for Martin Bezzecchi, for Gianantonio and Aguirre now ahead of Marc in the World Championship standings as those rated 12 points moving on to 165. The mass ranked, the 93 Army out in force here. They arrive and they buy their ticket, almost demanding a Marquez victory. That's what they got here today.
Marc Marquez, he beats his brother Alex. Marquez 1-2. Gianantonio completes a Ducati podium lockout in the sprint. Igor a 4th ahead of his teammate Ralph Fernandez, whose 5th place actually is more and more impressive after information that's just reached within the team. But he actually suffered a compression shock during Q2 this morning and is suffering from back pain. Despite that, he still took 5th ahead of Jorge Martin, Pecco Bagnaia, Pedro Costa, and the final points going to Fabio Quartararo for Yamaha. Championship standings look like this. Jorge Martin, of course, with an open goal to extend his advantage. He took it. His lead now extended by a further 4 points up to 11. Fabio Gianantonio He's just 2 points further back now and will surely leapfrog Bezzecchi tomorrow. Iagura could well do the same. He's 23 off the lead and 12 behind Bezzecchi. Marc Marquez, though, the big threat, 32 points behind the 2024 champion. Constructors standings, Aprilia's lead is 16 points now over Ducati as their battle looks set to run and run. And in the team standings, whilst just one Aprilia Racing rider starts today, Jorge Martin picked up 4 points for sixth. Their lead over Trackhouse is 66. Some highlights then. Marc Marquez will certainly enjoy the highlights of his latest sprint success. Sanremo seems clear out front as the most prolific winner in sprint history. The start was where a lot of the hard work was done, maintaining his advantage over Alex Marquez. Coming to Antonio, he was embroiled in an early battle. Brilliant, which forced him to defend third place. His teammate Frankie Morbidelli would prove to be only retirement after he crashed at the first corner. Jorge Martin, well, he needed to make early ground, starting from 8th place. This was the battle with Pecco Bagnaia as he safeguarded 6th. Looked like Fabio Antonio might launch a late challenge to the Marquez brothers as he closed in the latter stages. Still had eyes ahead, and potentially snatching the goal from his brother. An awful lot more than that to deny the reigning world champion at his sweet Sachsenring. Yet more Sachsenring success for the 93. His second sprint win here. He will go in search of a 10th MotoGP Grand Prix win here tomorrow. Can anyone stop the king of the ring from doing the double here in Germany? Join us tomorrow to find out. We'll see you on Sunday. 12 Grand Prix, so he caught 7 to beat it. He was bet against him at the moment for Matteo Gaspar. Joins his 2 riders up on the podium. The third time now this season that the Gaspar pair have been together in the top 3. Of course, Morelli's podium in Jerez was only given to him retrospectively after Fernandez was qualified. That's right from Almanza today to take second. The only rider that could keep Quiles in sight, but in the end, that was all he could do, was watch Max Quiles continue his runaway streak at the top of the Moto3 World Championship. 211 points from a possible 250. 10 rounds of the season. Celebrations for the CF Moto Aspar team. We'll really do extend our advantage to the team championship today, up to 90 points, with one half of Red Bull KTM IO crashing out. Third then for Marco Morelli. Once he puts the 4 race together, watch him go. And surely we'll see him enjoying victory himself before this season is done. The place for David Almanza. Second podium in the last 3. He's a hair's breadth away from the podium last weekend in that dramatic finish at Renault 2. Up in a third in the World Championship, just 12 points behind Alvaro Carpe is Almanza. Factor in that he's missed a Grand Prix to injury and another to illness. He could well have at least kept this championship a little closer. But Max Quiles, there's no question, is the total class of this Moto3 field. As the losing streak of 1 snaps in no time as Quiles wins at Assen.
That was huge! Right next to the channel wall, too, between the channel and the dugout. Yeah, that's a really steep quarter pipe, like very, very steep. Oh my goodness, that was so unexpected, but that angle right there was so good. That's one of my favorite tricks that she does, that can and the tie grab. But the flare, what she ended up doing, she over-rotated her spin. So the flip was good, but the spin factor of it, she over-rotated. So when you do a flare, you technically only want to rotate about 90-ish degrees and then turn the bike the rest of the way. She ended up rotating it over 180, and that's why I went wrong.
That could have been nasty. She got out of that unscathed, so look to see that again, hopefully in run at number 3 for her, but rolling the dice there for Kim Willard. We bring back in Nikita Ducaro.
Yeah, Nikita, you can see she has that bandage on her arm. She's definitely battling right now. She had that slide out in run number 1 on that 360. So I'm curious to see if she's going to go back for redemption on that one, or if, she's a big compromise from, the crashes previously. But so far she does look all right on the bike, but she's waving it off.
Waving that off. I think that's the wind, or possibly
could be so many different factors. Yeah. And that all comes into play, especially, you're coming off of a crash too and you're feeling the wind. It doesn't give you any confidence to keep going. But you know what? You always got the next run too. Hopefully the wind slows down for her.
Yeah, at that point, if you're not feeling it, self-preservation the name of the game, so wave that one off and save it for that third and final round. The story from Miharu Ozawa, we told in her first run coming into this, an
and welcome to round 5 of the Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup in 2026. We're at the Sachsenring in Germany and one of the trickiest venues on the calendar for 2 blockbuster races coming your way every Saturday and Sunday. We arrive here with just 6 races left on the calendar, of which we will decide our champion. It's 42 points the gap at the top of the standings between Beñat Fernandez and Ryota Ogiwara, but from then onwards it is all to play for every single rider, and as we've seen so far this season, anything can happen at any moment in Rookies Cup. But before we get going with all the racing action, we wanted to give you a little bit more insight into what makes the Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup so special. So we sat down with Peter Clifford and Danny Ribalta, one of the rider coaches, as well as the race director itself, Jack Gorse, to give you a little bit more insight. So the basics of the Rookies Cup race weekend is essentially 2 practices on the Friday, 25 minutes each. Then we go into a qualifying, which is generally on the Friday evening as well, 20 minutes. And then 2 races, one on the Saturday and one on the Sunday.
We give them all the same material, all the same stuff, the same tires. We do the track walks, the coaching is more or less the same for everyone, okay? And the bike is exactly the same. And then they make the difference.
The Rookies Cup KTM is a 250cc single-cylinder 4-stroke. It's basically a Moto3 spec bike. And at the fastest tracks, like Mugello, they have a top speed of about 230 kilometres an hour, over 140 miles an hour. Sighting lap is done essentially just to move the riders round to the grid. That is literally as the time starts for pit lane open, and the sighting lap is purely just the riders to ride around to the grid. The warm-up lap is then, as we're 2 minutes before the race start, we'll wave the green flag for the warm-up lap, and the riders do that kind of half speed, maybe 3/4 speed lap to get everything up to temperature before they then come back to the grid, and then we go for the red start. There are a number of talent cups around the world, and success in those talent cups may give you an invitation to join the Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup.
The difference from this championship to the other is this kind of environment is a little bit more stressful, because here you have more media, more TV, plus you have the same bike. The difference are very, very little, and the pressure comes always higher.
Ex-rookies have won the World Championships in Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP. They've won hundreds of Grand Prix, but the most important thing to me is the fact that more than 50% of ex-rookies have made a Grand Prix start.
It's amazing to get those extra insights from the people who know the Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup best. The atmosphere is building up here in Sachsenring as we're heading for another incredible race this weekend. And as you can see, we're in pit lane. So Alfonsi is going to tell us his thoughts about the Sachsenring circuit. So Alfonsi, this track is one of the shortest one on the MotoGP calendar and is very well known for many left-handed corners. So how does it feel to ride here?
It's of course really special to ride at this track, and I mean, yeah, so far I'm really enjoying my first time here. It's not the typical track. It has a lot of left-handed corners, but yeah, it's really special. It has this different kind of vibe, and yeah, I really like also the waterfall. It's a very big downhill, and I enjoy this track a lot. Let's see for the race.
So I see you very excited and ready to race. So I'll let you get ready, and guys, now let me hand you over to our incredible commentary team of Matt Dunn and Peter Clifford, because it is race time.
Thank you, Dominica, and it's a beautiful, well, it's not a clear blue sky, but I don't see any rain clouds there. Matt, I think we're here for a stonking 19 laps, and as Dominica said, it's one of the shorter tracks that we have.
She also knows, she said incredible commentary team.
Well,
the first time I've heard that. Very, very
yeah.
nice indeed. Well, yeah, it's fantastic conditions, apart from, I would say, some pretty strong winds. I noticed outside earlier on, I mean, it says 3 miles per hour, but I reckon it's a lot
windier than that, which could cause some issues for our riders. But before we dive into more race previews, we can already head down to the grid, where Dominica has a very special guest waiting for us.
Team, pole position is always very special, and this is your first one in the Rookies Cup, in your home GP. What would you like to say to all the German fans who are right here watching us?
Well, it was a dream to get pole here. We worked hard for this, and I was good prepared. Now the important part is coming, and because the race will be hard and long. But I'm prepared, how I said. I'm super happy for all the guys, and I'm super happy that everyone supports me like this.
That's a great motivation. All the best of luck.
Thank you, thank you.
And not surprisingly, Finn told me he's been hyped up for this race. I mean, home races are always very special, aren't they, Matt?
Yeah, he's put a media attention about it. You see all the vests and things around, and taking photos, videos, and whatever else for social media and things. I mean, hey, fair play. I mean, it's been a while that we've had a rider from one of these other countries, Northern Talent Cup particularly, sort of so competitive so soon in their Rookies Cup career. Finn Kotok-Built, very, very impressive, I would say.
That's right, and of course he had those 2 podium finishes already in Mugello, a more difficult Assen, but he's been on the ball really strongly right from early on this year.
Yeah, and it's an absolute shame, to be honest. The 2 non-scores in Assen, sometimes through too much fault of his own. He's 10th in this championship. We'll be hoping for more today. But we've got another interview on the grid, Peter, as well. Dominica down there with Sullivan Mounties helping.
Randall, Sally had a little bit of a difficult qualifying, starting from the back of the grid with technical issues. How does this affect the preparation for the race?
Yeah, in the end it's a technical sport, so things can happen. Sully's professional, so he knows that he stays focused. And we as the mechanics, especially the Red Bull mechanics, we prepare the bike. So that was yesterday, now today, focus for the race.
Let's do this. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Sully coming off the back of the grid. That's only today. He won't be starting at the back of the grid tomorrow. It's just a penalty for today. And there are also penalties for Kieta Singapong and Carlos Cano, who otherwise had qualified right at the front of the grid. So that is why the grid is as it is, and it will be a different grid for tomorrow, and a different grid, from previously, the bigger, more spread out map.
Yeah, exactly. It's the first weekend that we've got these new start procedures from MotoGP race direction. The grids are more spaced out from with distances between the rows and things like that. And MotoGP, of course, have got the pole shot devices and things. That's to try and minimise the risk further of turn 1, lap 1 pile-ups across all classes, basically. So we never like to see those. Those can get quite nasty indeed. So we hope for best with this new format now. If we turn our attention back towards the grid, of course, we're looking at Yandra Ramadipa, who inherits second on the grid today thanks to the penalties for the aforementioned riders. He's alongside series leader Beñat Fernandez, who is in a very commanding position in the championship now, Peter, with just 3 rounds to go, 6 races to complete this one. Let's see how we get on.
Yeah, interesting, and as you say, Keandra's on the front row of the grid. He's already won one race. He won race 2 in Jerez, and he looked as though he was probably going to win here last year. He led for 8 laps, right up until the final lap when he was past Brian Ariarte, and the win stolen from him, if you like, by Brian. And but let's see if he can do better this week.
Yeah, quite right. Second race in Assen, he had a pretty decent points haul. He sits just outside the top 5 in the championship. Ramadipa was 7th place in the second race in Netherlands last about just a couple of weeks ago. Riders have also been in action once again last weekend as well in the Junior GP back at Jerez. Over in that series, actually, you've got 3 of our rookies, Pugliese, Cano and Borg, all in the top, occupying the top spot effectively in the championship, each from 69 points, which is 1 You've got Ramadipa in a 364 position there.
And of course, you know, ex-rookies are, you know, they won all the races in Assen and they're leading all the world championships. So, yeah, great stuff all the way.
Yeah, exactly. That's proving once again just how strong the pathway is to MotoGP through the Red Bull MotoGP Cup. There is the championship standing there. 46 points to get.
Yeah, and this is part of the downhill sweeping left-hander. You know, it's 270, it's more than that. It's almost 300 degrees. 300 degrees of left-handed. You're still going left, climbing again up to the top before you flip right and down the waterfall. Quite exceptional, you know, 300 degrees on the left-hand side of the top.
Yeah, this track is so tricky for all Grand Prix classes, really. A bit of a go-kart track for likes of MotoGP. Probably a bit more suited to our Moto3 capacity machines here, but still such a challenge. Riders with better throttle control, probably a little bit more in command here.
Exactly. You hit the nail on the head. Throttle control.
First time for everything.
Yeah. Talking to Danny Rivolta over lunch, he said that is really the key here, being smooth. He said, and it's not just applying the throttle through these left-handers, but as you roll off as well. You know, you've got to be super smooth, and we'll talk about that as the race goes on. But it's smoothness that counts. Danny said, you know, we hammer it. Russell and I hammer it into these rookies, and they can get it when they're cool, calm, and collected. He said it starts to go away sometimes in the heat of the race, and then things come undone.
But how is young Finn Kratokville feeling right now? The number 20 graduate of the Moto4 Northern Cup who are competing here this weekend as well. He starts from pole position at his home race here in the Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup.
So here we are. They're coming under starters' orders. It's 19 laps of Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup action. There is the hometown hero on the left side. On his left side, and the lights are on. They're off. Who gets rolling? Hard to see now. Benyat Fernandez on the number 7 looks good, but no, it is Finn, the German. He has the advantage. The bigger spread helps him hold on to the advantage, but up the inside comes Kianda Ramadipa to take the lead as they go downhill.
Yeah, Benyat Fernandez slots into 3rd, but looks around the outside of Finn, but he doesn't relinquish it. He stays in 2nd place, does the German, but that was a heck of a start from the Indonesian rider, Kiandra Ramadipa, from 2nd spot on the grid then. Very interesting indeed to get us off to a very safe start indeed. Second time we've seen this new format of a starting grid. All success so far. Down they come then into the downhill section. All these left-handers winding up to 300 degrees of left-hand turns. You've got Borg moving up into 3rd place now, ahead of the series leader. Fernandez, who's that in the background? Who's gone down? That looks to me, that's Plot, who's gone down, the number 24. That's a real shame for him.
He had a look at the motorcycle, but it obviously isn't going anywhere. The 32 has the advantage. Kianda Ramadipa, the Indonesian hero, the 16-year-old, has the advantage down at the bottom. It's pulled up the inside late on the brakes, but he can't get up the inside. He tried, he had a look, but Ramadipa certainly still has the advantage.
And Bahosa has joined the fray as well. He goes up the inside of Travis Borg, neck and neck with Benyat Fernandez as well. Where did Bahosa start from on the grid? 7th place for the Mallorcan, who sits actually 3rd in the series. 90 points to his name so far. A bit more on form in the Netherlands after a rather dumped Mugello.
Ramadipa looking really cool, but Finn is there, very strong looking. 2nd place as they go down the hill there, and they're going to turn it right just at the bottom of the hill, back to 1st gear briefly before they accelerate up to 2nd and up to 3rd. And they'll hold 3rd as they go around the top of the sweeping left-hander. You're looking back at the number 17 of Jaroslav Kapushin.
It's Luca Agostinelli down and out at turns 1 and 2. He went down there walking away, holding his left wrist, but glad at least to be seeing him walk away from that one.
Incredible left-hander, they turn up the hill. Now something was bouncing around there. Was it somebody's knee tuck perhaps? It didn't look like a black, that looked like a multicoloured thing, perhaps it wasn't a knee pad. But anyway, we're across the top and down the waterfall, still with the number 32, Kianda Ramadipa in front.
Ogiwara has joined the fun then, from 12th on the grid as the 97, second place in the championship, and he's going for third place now. He's alongside his main championship rival Beñat Fernandez, who holds the outside line in towards the final turn. The 1 and 2 in the championship neck and neck into the final corner, but as they come out of it, up the steep climb, it is still Ramadipa leading the way from the German.
And Ogiwara, they're doing superbly. Of course, he was the double winner in Mugello, had an unlucky fall in Assen and sport his charge, but he's there, the 97, in third place, with Beñat Fernandez looking to go around the outside.
America stand up because Christian Daniel Jr., your man, is in 6th position as well. Used to seeing him fight towards the front consistently this year. Got a podium to his name so far. He'll be wanting more here today. And that was a bit of a moment for Beñat Fernandez coming out of turns 3 there, as we see, unfortunately, Martinez has gone down, the Venezuelan.
And you're looking back at the 70 of Christian Daniel Jr., the 17-year-old American.
Oh, it's such a shame. I can see on our timing screen, Sullivan Mounty's technical issues continue. He's got a black flag with the orange disc, which means he's got a mechanical and needs to pull off immediately. What a shame that is for the number 4.
I thought I saw some smoke from one of the bikes at the back towards the back of the grid there, so that was probably Sully with an issue. Most unfortunate.
Yeah, here's what happened with Martinez. Turns 1 and 2, looking towards midfield and towards the back. And, oh, unfortunately down he went, and that was Mounsey and him coming together there at the back.
He has a look. Got the motorcycle, nothing much to do. Right, it is our Japanese ace, Ryota Ogiwara, who has the advantage, and a long lap penalty being taken by the number 72, David DaCosta. He's got a double long lap penalty, so he's got to do that once more.
Across the line they come then. 16 laps to go. It is Ryota Ogiwara who leads the way, and although it is 42 points, the gap between him and Beñat Fernandez, Beñat needs to be pretty careful because he's at the moment pushed back down into 8th position. He can't afford to lose too many points and let Ryota gain momentum.
That's exactly, Matt, what he said to me. He said, I've got to stay near the front of the group. Yeah, the 42 points is great, you know, but I've got to defend that. I don't need to win all the races, but I've got to stay near the front of the group. So 8th is not where he wants to be, especially with Ogiwara, because he knows that Ogiwara did the double in the Mugello. There's no reason he can't do the same here. But of course, I'm sure the opposition have got different ideas, including Ramadipa.
Having said that, though, there was some good news for Beñat Fernandez earlier today, as it was confirmed he'll be riding for the MTA Racing KTM team in the Moto3 World Championship in 2027. Very good job from him. An early signing, no less. That is the first newly confirmed signing, I believe, on the Moto3 World Championship grid, and it is for the current leader of the Rookies Cup.
And Christian Daniel Jr. goes very nicely up into 2nd place, and he's right on Ogiwara's tail as they come out onto the start and finish to complete another lap there. 4 laps completed, 15 to go, and they're 4 abreast down the start and finish here at the Sachsenring.
Notice the riders are just starting to break after the little crest down into turn 1. The camera doesn't really show it, but it's so downhill in that part. It's not, you know, oh, he's gone down! It's Christian Daniel! Oh, that's such a shame! He was having such a good run of it. He tried to save it, but the front end just washed out. Oh, Christian, that really is a crying shame.
Yeah, and I don't know whether he lost the front or the back. It's kind of right in the middle there. Both sort of went,
a bit wide and things like that.
The back perhaps went, but they were probably both wheels sliding. You know, that is perhaps exactly what Danny Revolta was saying, especially down that left-hander, and you've got a choice of gears there, and depending on what gearing you use, what gear you're in. And he said that's really tricky there, as you've just got to be so smooth. Anything less than super smooth, and it will slide away, and that's what happened to Christian Daniel. So it's now the 11th of David Gonzalez taking up the front-running position. He goes inside Ogiwara at the bottom of the hill to clean the lead.
Who's that around down the outside there. I think it's car pushing. Yaroslav car pushing. The Kyrgyzstani rider looking very strong here. And if you cast your minds back a year ago, you'll remember seeing him on the podium here in Germany as well.
That's right, he was third in race 2 last year. Superb run. And he's been just off his best, I think, for a lot of this season. But let's see if he can get back on the podium again. Superb stuff on the brakes at the end of the start-finish straight for David Gonzalez to take the lead.
David Costa, though, with the fastest lap of the race so far. It's 1:28.776. Go on.
And of course, he's done his double long lap. He's done his double long lap penalty, so he's fighting back from there. He said before the race, I said, you've got to do this. He said, don't worry. He said, I'm just going to go for it. I'm going to go for it. Don't worry.
Excellent. Not worrying at all, mate. You're fine. Good stuff. So, Beñat Fernandez, there he is on our screens at the moment. Started third, now 11th. Got to keep it calm, has young Beñat, the northern Spanish rider. As we see, fellow Spaniard David Gonzalez up the sharp end. Another rider, Peter, sporting bleached blonde hair this weekend, as is Ryota Ogiwara. I'm not sure, but
are you going somewhere?
No, I'm just here with the mullet. You know, I'm just bringing the mullet back to me, but blonde, don't think that will happen.
Right now, right. So Beñat Fernandez, he was 10th, he's now 9th, but as I said, you know, that is not where he needs to be. You know, okay, there's 14 laps to go, we're not even half distance yet, but he can't afford to let two of these guys get too far ahead.
And Peter, so talk to us, you know, what are the risks here for the riders who are running different gearing options? It's so steep. The climb up the hill to the start and finish, but then it's so steep downhill from the waterfall. I mean, what's the difference these riders are looking for here?
Well, interestingly, Danny said it doesn't make as much difference here as you would think. You know, whatever they do, coming down the waterfall, they all will over-rev, whichever of the two gearing choices that they use. You know, it's not like it was in Assen where it was specifically, okay, if the wind is in this direction, you're better off on this gearing or the other. He said it doesn't make an awful lot of difference. He says, in his opinion, it's tricky if you choose the gearing where, you know, you're over-revving going down the hill, just exactly where Christian Daniel Jr. fell, and perhaps that was it. He was on the odd gearing choice.
Pushing there, just sticking his legs out, doesn't really want to make any overtakes or get too much close to the riders in front. Back at that point of the circuit, they then go right into the waterfall now. And normally, you know, with the weather in Germany can be a bit iffy sometimes, I would say. One year I remember coming here, it was 40 degrees. It's pretty hot here at the moment, but we're talking, you know, 26 in the shade, probably 32 in the sun. No such issues at the right-hand side of the tyre going cold, really, though, I would say, no?
No, it doesn't seem to be an issue here. Here, does it? Maybe it would be, you know, on the first lap, or if it was colder, that's right. But you know, doesn't seem to be a problem at all.
But where instead on the left-hand side of the tyre and being that real whisperer of grip is surely going to be the aim of the game, of which Yaroslav pushing now finds himself at the front. He was avoiding taking charge of the race earlier on, but now he's feeling a little bit more comfortable with being at the front now.
That's right. When you're down the bottom, you're into first gear now, accelerating up the hill to second, to third, and into fourth. Now, right on the side, these bikes don't have the slipper clutches which the full Moto3 bikes have. So the guys have got to be careful when they're changing gear with it length right over, that they, you know, take the load off the gearbox, take the load off the rear tyre as they change. Otherwise, putting too much load into that rear tyre is going to cause you a problem. So climbing the hill again, it's the number 11 of David Gonzalez with the advantage over Rabadipa. Two guys go down.
Beñat Fernandez! Beñat has gone down. Beñat Fernandez has gone down at 47. That's Tibor Varga as well. That is a big, big crash, and that is the exact kind of issues that we were talking about, Peter.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that's why he said, I want to stay out of trouble. I need to... And confirmation crash of number 7, Beñat Fernandez. I need to stay near the front and out of trouble. He's done that so successfully all year. And the one time when he sank back into the pack and it's come undone for him. Well, you know, this is the chance of somebody else to pick up the 25 points and close that 42-point gap.
Yeah, and
That is absolutely fascinating, isn't it? So Ogiwara currently in 4th place. Varga rejoined, has entered the pits where he's coming, and Benyat, he's got going again, but I mean he's surely going back to the pits.
And there's exhaust pipe dragging on the ground
exactly,
there.
There's
no, you
can't
can't race with that. I mean, I would think it's highly likely he'll get black flag for that, because that's dangerous to himself there. You know, it's dragging on the ground through the left-handers. He just can't ride that.
Yeah, and Tibor Varga's got no seats.
Yeah, well, you saw it through the gravel.
Yeah, exactly. He's got a child bike.
No, surely he may. Well, you'd think he would hear it, but I would think that he's going to be black flagged for that.
So here's what happened then. Look in the back of shots. Benyat. Oh no. Okay, so Varga came together with somebody else, and that took Benyat Fernandez out. Oh dear. It was Singapong and Varga who came together. Oh, what a shame. So Varga didn't actually go down. His bike came apart. Well, there we have it. So, big shame for both of them.
And we're still not halfway through the race, 19 laps. There will be 10 to go as they come across the line here.
Ogiwara onto the black stuff on the edge of the curves. They go past our commentary position. And although the race is not exactly the fastest, Peter, they have whittled down the leading group to 12, which is something we've not seen for quite a while.
David Da Costa, double long lap penalty, fastest lap of the race, and up to 8th place.
Pirelli is leading the chasing pack some 10 seconds adrift. He's with Van Vleuten, Jackigan, Sparks, Schmidt, Almeida for the background as well.
Yeah, Fernandez.
And Fernandez, he's
there you go, black flag.
Yes.
And that should that be the orange? Yes, and he's seen it now. He's seen it.
But having said that, he might get a slap on the wrist because you're meant to pull off immediately. Well, not do the whole lap. Or from the moment that you see it, you're meant to pull off the circuit immediately. So I'm sure our race director will be asking him about that.
Of course, he doesn't need some sort of penalty for place.
Well, that is my thinking. So count yourself lucky, young lad. Here we go then. Ramadeepa goes rather deep into the penultimate turn of this particular lap. The number 32 looking in a commanding position here. Ahead of 17, car pushing. David Gonzalez in third. Carlos Cano looking strong here today and this weekend, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right. He came off the back of he got a penalty, but he qualified right at the front and said he was really enjoying it.
Yeah, exactly. Fourth position, and of course that weight loss that he's been on as someone gets pushed while it's Gonzalez getting punted back. Cano, with his much lighter frame, will find himself getting up the hills a lot easier.
And was it somebody waving, was it Cano saying, sticking behind me, it was close, signalling in motorcycle race. Right, so Ramadeepa, it is with the advantage. Cano, yes, he said, I made a breakthrough in Assen. He said, I really feel I'm going to carry that forward here. I'm feeling super confident and I can't wait for the race. He said, even though he's coming off the back of the grid, and he's obviously overcome that one superbly.
And Ramadeepa at the front, somewhat starting to break away. Did he also get his first win here last year, Peter?
Well, he didn't. He was second.
That was it. First podium it was.
That's right. Yeah, that was it. He led for 8 laps and was passed by Brian Uriarte on the last lap. So, he was robbed.
Out-foxed by Brian.
Yeah, that's right. So anyway, so Ramadeepa, he knows his way around here. He knows how to lead, but he is yet to learn how to win. But let's see if he can do that. Carlos Cano there in second place. As they go across the line, 8 laps remaining. We're into the second half of the race, finally. And there's plenty of action still remaining. Still the 32 of Keandra Ramadeepa.
But it's now Carlos Cano into the lead. The 71 as Ogiwara's front wheel very nearly touches the rear of Ramadeepa's. But I've got to say, Pete, I love either an underdog or a home rider in sort of predictions who I'm cheering for in any given scenario. Finn Topville in 6th position, the number 20. Go on, lad, keep it calm, make your way through towards the final laps. Ring home on the box.
I know somebody would be very disappointed. And he's done 11 points. That's Singapore. He was second quickest. He was started off the back of the grid because of the penalty. But he said he was really, he did everything right in practice apart from getting the penalty. But he did in qualifying. He said, I rode on my own. I rode in a group. I really worked it out. He said, I'm really confident. But there he is, still back in 11th place.
It's another rider that's quietly confident, I would say, is Travis Moore, the number 23 opponent for him last weekend in Jerez in the Junior GP. They're in 4th position now, the Maltese rider.
So it's easy to spot him, isn't it?
Of course, could have been a winner in Rookies Cup last time out, but took himself out of that running, unfortunately, in the final corners, didn't he?
Yeah, he said, I just arrived, too excited at the final corner. He said, I lost the front, I lost the rear, and, still managed to get across the line in 3rd place. Right, so the 71 dives across the nose. It is the Carlos Cano, the 16-year-old Spaniard.
And they are all starting to get a bit silly into turn 1 now. They're getting a bit sort of all sorts of lines of breaking points going on there, and it's not very smooth anymore.
Right, and so this is what Danny said. It's all very well when they're cool, calm and collected, and they know that they've got to be smooth on the throttle. But when things get a bit excited, that's when it all goes away. And if you're not smooth rolling it off, if you're not smooth rolling it on, that rear tyre is going to be squirming and going all over the place, including onto the green stuff.
Yeah, Carlos Cano was way wide there. You don't do that too many times, Rad, or you'll find yourself with an unpleasant long lap penalty. But still leading the way for now.
I noticed it's got a few places there where it's black over the curbing, it's not green, so you can get away with it in something like clear down the waterfall. Somebody who over the curb was that Travis Borg.
It's deep. Car pushing very, very wide there, just hanging out. I mean, there is a choice of lines there through the penultimate turn. I think, you can run a bit wider, more corner speed. Same here as well, you can drive up the inside, but you'll sacrifice your drive out of it. So they come across the line once again then. 6 laps to go. Kano, Ogiwara, car pushing. Singapong up into 4th, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant from the
And now in a
85.
second.
Yeah.
And now in a second is Mike
I
Lee.
bet he was disappointed.
He's got a radio piece listening to you, and he says, shut up, Peter.
I'm going to do it now. He's the oldest rider in our Cup this series this year. He's 20 years old, the Thai rider.
Marilanda, long lap penalty for the Colombian, number 27. Wait, why? I mean, it's had a track limit. Had a track limit warning before, but I'm not sure why he's got a long lap penalty unless. Well, we'll find out. We'll find out at second stage.
Kano has got a track limit warning as well. We saw one of those excursions onto the green. Right, so the 85 in 2nd place. Looking for an inside line, but change to will you go around the inside down the waterfall? It does.
Wow.
Take the lead. Go first.
That was brave. That was as brave as it gets. Down the waterfall, plunging into the penultimate corner then, but it is Karpushin who leads the way then from Ogiwara. And David Gonzalez finds himself back into the top 3.
It's just a blanket covers a lot of them, doesn't it?
It does now. It does now. It was a slow lap last time around. 130s last time around. What's it going to be this time?
Yeah, so Marilanda confirmed it is a long lap penalty exceeding track limit for Marilanda. Now the 97. Ogiwara again has the advantage. 5 laps remaining. Down the hill they go. 2nd or 3rd, depending on what gearing you have. Back to 1st, briefly at the bottom. Change to 2nd to 3rd as you change direction there.
It is much steeper than you think on looking at your TV screens, I can assure you. Real calf burner walking up that.
Holding 4th up into 5th along the bottom. Just shows how tough that is, isn't it?
Whoa! Gonzalez and Bahosa there as well.
Exchanging a bit of leather rubber there. The Alpine Star Beer getting a workout. Hard on the brakes at the bottom of the hill. Who has the advantage coming out? It's the 97 of Ogiwara, the double winner from Mugello.
Will Marulanda be taking a long lap penalty? Yes, he is. The Colombian. Welcome back after a tough incident in the Junior GP a couple of weeks ago. Left him out of action in Assen. Good to see him back.
Now the 20 there in fourth place. Kotokko, he is of course the local hero. Has he got something up his sleeve? Just 4 laps remaining.
No, getting pushed wide there. Slotting back in. Turn 3. This is around about the time, Peter. 4 laps to go. This is where they're all really going to be jostling for that position, for that final run down to the final corner. I mean, hopefully we haven't got too many riders in together going into the final turn on the last.
No, it gets very, very sketched up. Now there's a group of 4. Okay, can these guys break away? At the back of the group is the number 20, the local hero, that's Finn, the NTC champion. So he won an NTC race here last year. They're leading the next group is the 71 of Carlos Cano. He should be capable of dragging that group back in turns. Ooh, that was a bit interesting. The slip on there, he got a rather bit too close to Cano as they changed direction.
Gonzalez up the inside of car pushing. Oh, so close through there then. But look at this. Tocqueville just minding his own business or so, a bit of a lunge towards the inside, takes a look, takes a peek, thinks better of it. So over the line they come then. 3 laps to go. Ogiwara will know that Beñat Fernandez is out of action, surely. So it's up the championship lead for the taking, but he can make big inroads today if he takes that P1 spot and the full 25 points.
Cano is right on the tail of that quartet, not quite with them yet. Pretty close though to make it no longer just 4 of them battling for the win with 2.5 laps remaining.
Now it is really being pushed out, Peter. Look at the show they were going before. Now we're in mid to low 129, so a lot of pace been in hand. At the back of the grid. What a story that would be, coming all the way through towards the top.
And Ogiwara, he only qualified 4 tenths, so he's found a little bit of something special for the races. 3 abreast of it, trying to pass Ogiwara, they can't up the inside. Goes the number 11, that is David Gonzalez, the 18-year-old Spaniard.
Almost a PlayStation line for the Spaniard there as well, as he goes up in the second place through the final corner now, and we'll see what the lap times are onto as they cross the line this time. Mid 129s and 128 from Singapore. He's really pulled something out of the hat to really claw himself back in, and look at him go into the second spot. Let the brakes off, did Mike Hugh. Have some of that, David.
So he qualified with a 128.2, but you know, some of the others didn't get into the 28s, including Ogiwara, who's 29.1. So Ogiwara's got to find something a little bit extra if he's going to battle to the finish with Singapore.
Well then, we love an underdog, but Don Gonzalez punches him straight back. It's a full boxing match going on between the Thai and the Spaniard there, the 11 versus the 85, but all this jostling gives Ryota Ogiwara that bit of breathing space that he might need to take this all the way to the checkered flag. Finn Tocqueville not out of the count just yet either, as they come to the wall through the waterfall for the penultimate time. What a move that was again from Singapore, up the inside once more through turn 11, as brave as you like. He's going 2 for 1 up the inside, tries Mike Hugh, but to no avail this time. But Ogiwara certainly knows he's there as we come into the final corner for the penultimate time. This is it, Peter. 1 lap to go.
So at lunchtime I spoke to Brian Uriarte. I said, Brian, Rookies Cup. I said, where's the favourite overtaking place? Is it down the waterfall into the first of the left-handers or the second. He said, really, you want to try and get it done into the first of the left-handers. Leading to the last one is very difficult, but it can be done, he said. If you can do it into the first left-hander, do it there.
Number 20, Finn Tottville, Germany. He's into second place. This could be something very special from the first-year rookie, but there's still a few bike links in hand for Ogiwara out front. He just needs to keep it cool, calm, collected, hit his marks, hit his lines, smooth on the throttle, and he can find himself winning this race here today. Gonzalez at the inside of Tottville once more, but what has Finn got in these final couple of sectors?
Now, if these lot battle it out between them, they're going to spoil each other's line. I think that's very much what's going to happen. Ogiwara is in the hot seat very much because he's got the slightest advantage. Gonzalez going after him with all strength. They go just left down the waterfall, and then you've only got the two left-handers to go. Who can catch Ogiwara on the brakes at the bottom of the hill here?
No one. This is surely it. They're all thinking about each other, Peter. Through the penultimate corner, there could be a lunge coming here.
Yes, I'm sure that David Gonzalez is going to give it a go. He's not going to want to accept second, but can he? He looks up the inside, he can't do it. It's going to